lò. Ọ̀nà wo lẹ ó gbé gbà? Báwo lẹ ó ti ṣe? Ọ̀nà wo lẹ ó gbé gbà? Báwo lẹ ó ti ṣe? Ìkẹ́ni wá o, wọ́n mọ ọmọ.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Karatuba jodiri chukuma duku tuba jodiri ndimawu. Eguma wego. Karatuba jodiri chukuma duku tuba jodiri ndimawu. Eguma wego. Obodo jisike nubosi erona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Obodo say yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Obodo say yeah, we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Asekwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga book.
Orin àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wáyé dà. Ká ní kó bá mi wá. Everybody,
Oh, and there you are. That wasn't meant to be on the screen. So there you are. This is meant to be on the screen. So there you are. Here I am. And so here we are. So yeah, so there you are. Here I am. And here we are. So here we are. Good to see you all. Good to be in your company. And how are you? I hope you've all had a gloriously wonderful day. I hope you had a steady day. You know, a steady day is what I recommend for you. You don't want, I often say, you don't want any real spikes too much. Maybe you might have a brilliant day every so often, but you don't want a high octane day either way. So you don't want it spiked too high, so you are so that you are lost in that euphoria, or you don't want it petered down too low, so you are down in the dumps. So steady as she goes. That's the sort of day anybody should have. A steady day, that's the best day to have. So hope you've had a steady day and hope it stays steady in the course of the session. So here we go, here we are, and here we go again. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio, and the comment pinned on the comment section invites you to buy your host cups of coffee. So do all those. Click on like, click on subscribe. So those are compulsory things that you must do. So you must be clicked on subscribe, and you must like the session. So those two are very important. Equally important, but somewhat discretionary, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Only really if you want to come share thoughts on the talking points of the day. So you can click on that, and then you come into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and invite your thoughts. You know, there's no magic potion to it. You know, I bring up the talking points, invite you onto the screen, and engage you in conversation. And you are allowed to bring your own drinks as well, by the way. You can bring your own talking points as well. So nothing complex, nothing complicated. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, and open invitation to come join on the screen. So there it is, and here I am, and here we go again. So here we go again. This interaction right here between Shehu Okinbaloye and some functionary of the APC, it has taken, let me see, if I make this a full screen, if I make this a full screen, let me know if you still, if I make this the full screen, let me know if you can still hear my voice. So can you still hear my voice? Indicate if you can still hear my voice. Thomas, let me know.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, so I'll make this a full screen then. So yes. So if you can, so yeah, let me mute Thomas. So that's brilliant. So we'll be doing it in this manner now. Actually, it's better for the optics, so you can see the fullness of what's been discussed. This particular clip right here, it has been the talking point of all of the Nigerian news spaces. So we'll have a watch of it, and we'll interact to it. So we'll have a watch of that, and we will interact with it. So we'll have a watch of that and interact with it. We'll be having a look at this as well. So now, a new EFCC chairman has been appointed, and his name is Ola Olukoyede. So Ola Olukoyede is now the replacement, and I'm not quite sure if we've ever had a southerner. So anybody can correct me. That might well be misplaced, but if we've ever had a southerner head the EFCC, let me know, because I have no recollection of a southerner ever heading the EFCC. But certainly we do now. But even controversially, this guy is a pastor from the RCCG, and a lot of people are actually querying if he's sufficiently qualified to occupy that position. Who be, so this is from a BBC Pidgin actually, so I'll look for it in something that I can probably read even better. So who be Ola Olukoyede, where Tinubu appoint new head of EFCC? So I'm not going to be reading you through the BBC Pidgin one, because of course you already know I'll be stumbling over the words. So that stumbling over the words, spending a little bit of time still with the Peter Obi space. Peter Obi bears different names in NYSC UNN certificate, Lamido Apapa's Labour Party. So a narrative of enemy from within, certainly that is what that is right there. A narrative of our enemies from within. So a narrative of our enemies, a narrative of enemies from within. But now this next piece right here, is this an enemy from within or an enemy from without? So if this, so now this space, I'm sure you've all seen it. Ruben Abati's delivery on the BBC fact-finding to debunk that Tinubu forged his certificate, and Peter Obi's press conference. So Ruben Abati responds to that, and that response has set the obedience space ablaze. It's got their knickers all in a twist, and they're doing cartwheels over there. So we'll have a little, we might just, should we watch this one now, actually? No, let's save it later. So I want it to be a bit more sequenced today. So we'll watch a bit of that as well. And then off the back of everything that is going on, people are actually speculating, even pushing for the government to strip Atiku Abubakar of his GCON title. So that push, but do you agree? Do you think Atiku Abubakar should be stripped of national honors for reasons of being treacherous, somewhat with his interaction with the Nigerian state? CSU, strip Atiku of GCON title, coalition tells Tinubu. So coalition tells Tinubu, let's actually get this one out of the way. A coalition of civil society organizations and political parties, let's do that again. A coalition of civil society organizations and political parties for good governance have asked President Bola Tinubu to strip former Vice President Atiku Abubakar of his national honor, the Grand Commander of the Order of Niger, GCON, saying there is nothing grand about a man who seeks to rubbish the office of the president for partisan reasons. The coalition argued that there is nothing honorable about Atiku for making such baseless allegations regarding the authenticity or otherwise of a Chicago State University certificate presented by President Tinubu for elections. Addressing a press conference on Tuesday in Abuja, convener of the CSO, Dr. XYZ, the name is too funky for me, Dr. Ene Lilian Ogbole. It's okay, so that's probably how you will pronounce that. Dr. Ene Lilian Ogbole. Often instances when I read Nigerian names, I try to relate them to my name or names familiar to me. And I'm wondering what the familiar is between this sort of a person and myself. Is that this name might as well be Ching Chong Chung, Dr. Ene Lilian Ogbole. Anyway, let me leave all that. You already know my thoughts on that space. Addressing a press conference in Abuja on Tuesday, convener of CSO, Dr. Ene Lilian Ogbole, also urged Nigerians to ignore the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, Peter Obi, for dragging the image of Nigeria in the mud. She said stripping Atiku of his national honor, usually reserved for vice presidents, will serve as a deterrent to others so that Nigerians can begin to henceforth attach some regard to the office of the president. Dr. Ogbole also lambasted Mr. Obi for questioning the identity of President Tinubu, describing it as childish, shameless, and laughable. So childish, shameless, and laughable. But wait to see the clip I'm about to play you, which really interacts with that space. She said, it keeps getting clearer that former president, she said, it keeps getting clearer that former Vice President Atiku Abubakar is in a coalition course with national interest and has never subscribed to true democracy nor respected the rule of law. These assertions were made even clearer when he revealed to the world during his overhyped, baseless, and error-reading World Press Conference how he single-handedly relinquished Lagos State to Asiwaju whilst they fraudulently took over the southwestern states by hook or crook during the 2003 general election. So you remember then that when we were having that particular session that dealt with this particular piece, that dealt with that article press conference, Ajanle Koko was particularly emphasizing this, that this guy has revealed through unguarded commentary how he acted in an anti-democratic way, in a way that, Ajanle Koko was highlighting all this. Do you remember when we were having a look at when Atiku had this press conference and we were analyzing, responding to it? This was the particular piece that Ajanle Koko picked out, and he kept on hammering at it, and nobody paid attention. But the real crime out of Atiku's press conference is actually the confessional that came out about his crime in 2003. These assertions were made even clearer when he revealed to the world during his overhyped, baseless, and error-reading World Press Conference how he single-handedly relinquished Lagos State to Asiwaju whilst they fraudulently took over other southwestern states by hook or crook during the 2003 general election. This, no doubt, is a mockery of our collective sensibilities as a people. This, no doubt, is a mockery of our collective responsibility sensibilities. That's why I'm stumbling over it. This, no doubt, is a mockery of our collective sensibility as a people committed to the ideals of constitutional democracy. It truly beats our imagination how a man with a long history of electoral manipulation, habitual disrespect for constituted authorities, and serial election manipulator who will stop at nothing, whether moral or immoral, and shamelessly come to the public domain to accuse a true and decent Democrat of attributes that are alien to him. Okay. It is common knowledge that most of the dirty characteristics that Atiku has falsely accused President Tinubu of are synonymous to his own name and character, as confirmed by his former boss Olusegun Obasanjo, who lacked words of expression to qualify Atiku's lack of patriotism. As stakeholders in the business of national building, we wish to use this medium to call on President Tinubu to utilize the authority conferred on him by the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria as amended to protect the image and interest of the country by stripping Atiku Abubakar Sadiq of the national honors of GCON. So that is really where the question lands. Do you agree that Atiku should be stripped of that GCON Act? Should he even have been stripped of it a long time ago? Not even using this as the test case to form that conclusion. Should Atiku have been stripped of the GCON a long time ago? you would agree with us that a man with Atiku's character does not deserve to keep the award that is meant for honorable men and women, the coalition pleaded. She added, stripping Atiku would also serve as a deterrent to others so that Nigerians can begin to henceforth attach some regards to the office of the president. On Obi, the coalition noted, if Atiku's press conference is aptly described as a faith-saving gimmick to capture power from the back door by whipping up casual sentiments via fabricating and speculating lies that have been globally verified and completely buried forever, then Mr. Obi's belated press conference over the same issue is at best childish, shameless, and laughable. So childish, shameless, and laughable. So now, this Peter Obi, he can never catch any break in life. As soon as he's wanting to have a masterful alpha moment, almost immediately, something happens to make him look pedestrian, childish, and puerile. You know, think of any instance that Obi has almost hinted as being a sort of a alpha sort of a person. Instantaneously, something happens that makes him look silly, jejune, and just like some sad sack. You know, this instance now, so he comes out to have that World Conference, trying to print and peacock, and that is rather, that is rather a sort of retarded voice. You know the way he's talking. You know, he's trying to sound masterful with that. And then within hours of that press conference, the BBC releases a fact check to tell the whole world that, look, these people are just idiots. And then he goes back to looking like the silly little what's it, you know. So he never catches a break. Essentially, is what I'm suggesting about Peter Obi. So he never catches a break. On Obi, the coalition noted that if Atiku's press conference is aptly described as a face-saving gimmick to capture power from the back door by whipping up casual sentiments via fabricating and speculating lies that have been globally verified and completely buried forever, then Mr. Obi's belated press conference over the same issue is at best childish, shameful, and laughable. It is rather inexplicable and hard to comprehend what manner of desperation we're dealing with, particularly Peter Obi's desperate attempts to create all manners of doubt around the documents and personal information that Mr. President submitted to INEC without a single proof of the evidence to substantiate his claim. Rather than providing evidence to contradict Mr. President's submissions to INEC, Obi laughably requested that the president should help him with evidence that will invalidate the certificate and information submitted to INEC, said Ogbeli. So now I think I can see some sort of kinship with this Ogbeli now, because that outlook certainly my outlook on life as well. So that outlook certainly my outlook on life as well. So next up now, yes, we already mentioned this. So the readout will come from here. The new EFCC chairman that has nothing to do with law and order. This is the Tinubu government that we're entering, Paddy government. Tinubu appoints new chairman to spearhead EFCC. So now let's meet. In a significant move to bolster Nigeria's fight against corruption, President Bola Tinubu has announced the appointment of Mr. Ola Olukoyede as the new chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. The appointment comes on the heels of the resignation of the suspended executive chairman, Mr. Abdul Rashid Bawa. Presidential spokesman, Aduri Ingalali, disclosed this development in a statement issued on Thursday. According to Ingalali, the president's action is in line with the powers vested in him under Section 2, Subsection 3 of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Act 2004, which stipulates that the chairman and members of the commission, other than ex-official members, shall be appointed by the president. Mr. Olukoyede, a seasoned lawyer, brings over 22 years of experience as a regulatory compliance consultant and specialist in fraud management and corporate intelligence to his new role. So I'm carefully reading through, no policing experience, not any intelligence sort of training. So it's a lawyer, which that's the thing though. You know that legal profession is a catch-all profession, because outside of specialisms like medicine and engineering, you can actually use it as expertise in virtually almost every field. Mr. Olukoyede, a seasoned lawyer, brings over 22 years of experience as a regulatory compliance consultant and specialist in fraud management and corporate intelligence to his new role. He also boasts a profound familiarity with the EFCC's operation, having previously served as chief of staff to the executive chairman from 2016 to 2018, and later as secretary to the commission from 2018 to 2023. Ngalale emphasized that Olukoyede's appointment aligns with the statutory requirements for the position of chairman of Efcc. So that Yorubanization narrative goes all the way through. We are actually at some point going to, maybe even starting today, we are going to have to start doing a Yoruba count. And by the way, anybody that wants to come join can come join. There's virtually nobody in the studio, so we do the readouts and then we see if a conversation takes place or not. Right. Yeah, so the Yorubanization agenda very much in full pelt. This is just what it is. Some lawyer with no backdrop in anything. Some lawyer with no backdrop in anything has been appointed to the chairman of EFCC. All right. President Tinubu's efforts to revamp EFCC did not stop there. He also approved the appointment of Mohammed Hassan, something or the other, to serve as secretary to the Anti-Graft Commission. Mohammed's term will initially be 5 years, pending Senate confirmation. Mohammed Hassan, a seasoned public administrator, holds a Bachelor of Science degree in accounting from University of Maiduguri and a Master's in Business Administration from the same institution. So there's nobody with policing or investigative experience at the top echelons of EFCC. This is what we're finding out. He began his career as a lecturer, so a lecturer and a lawyer. Those are the heads of EFCC. So we can leave that there. Let's go back to the article saga and the CSU whatnot. Tinubu asks Supreme Court to dismiss Atiku's appeal. President Bola Tinubu has said the claim that his credentials contained discrepancies were merely cooked up by the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar. Tinubu said Atiku resorted to cooking up allegations against him when he and the PDP failed to secure evidence to support their claim that he, Tinubu, was not qualified to have contested the last presidential election. In his respondent's brief in the appeal by Atiku and the PDP before the Supreme Court, Tinubu urged that the court dismiss the appeal and affirm the judgment of the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, which upheld his election. Tinubu said he was validly elected, having polled the highest number of votes, stating that he was validly returned as the winner of the presidential poll by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Tinubu added that by statistics, he garnered 1/4, 25%, of the total votes in 29 states of the Federation. He said Atiku and the PDP only managed to secure 25% of the total votes in 21 states of the Federation, as against the constitutional requirement of 24.7 states, which is the mathematical result of 2/3 of 36 states of the Federation, and the FCT making 37. Tinubu stated that having secured the highest number of valid votes cast and having fulfilled all the constitutional requirements in that regard, INEC had no option but to declare him winner of the election. He added that Atiku and the PDP, being dissatisfied with the outcome of the election on March the 21st, approached the PEPC on trumped-up allegations of non-compliance with provisions of the Electoral Act 2022, corrupt practices, non-scoring of the majority of lawful votes cast in the election, and non-qualification. So that's Tinubu asking them just to strike it out immediately and straight away. So immediately and straight away. We might touch base on this as well. CBN lifts forest restriction on importation of 43 items. So I'm only really interested in the hopefully the items are listed. I'm only really interested in the list of items. So let's see. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has finally lifted the foreign exchange restrictions it placed on the importers of 43 items 8 years ago. The CBN, in a statement signed by Dr. Issa Abdulmumin, the Director of Corporate Communications of the bank, said a significant change has been made in the foreign exchange market policy. Importers who were previously restricted from purchasing foreign exchange for 43 specific items, as outlined in the 2015 circular referenced XYZ and its addendums, are now allowed to participate in the Nigerian foreign exchange market to buy foreign currency for their transactions. As of October 2021, the Central Bank of Nigeria had restricted. I'm wanting to find the list of items, so I want to know which items those are. As of October 2021, the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) had restricted access to foreign exchange from the FX market for the following 43 items. So, rice. So no. So okay. So just from that rice alone, that tells you then that they're looking to tackle poverty. So if they are restricting, if they are lifting restrictions on the importation of rice, then it's going to be an open field. The price will crash, but then the homegrown thing that they're trying to do, though, that will crash too. But the price will crash. For the following 43 items, rice. And they're looking to break Dangote's back. Actually, I hope people do turn up, because there's a conversation to be had here. So they are lifting restrictions on the importation of rice, cement, margarine, palm oil products, and vegetable oil. But they're also lifting on meat and processed meat products and vegetable and processed vegetable. So they're going to flood the market with cheap food. But they also want to break Dangote's cement monopoly. Others are poultry and processed poultry products, tin fish in sauce, geisha and sardine, cold rolled steel sheets, galvanized steel roofing sheet, wheelbarrows, headpans, metal boxes and containers, enamelware, steel drums, steel pipes, wire rod, deformed and non-deformed, iron rod, and reinforcing bar. I think this might well be a business or a business portal for any of our subscribers here, if you are an importer or you are looking to, also on the list where wired mesh, steel nails, security and razor fencing and pole, wood particle boards and panel, wood fiber boards and panels, plywood boards and panel. So there's a lot of industries being targeted here. Some of them are just, I'm going to read you 2 more items. So, and then the third item that I'm going to land on, you are going to say, oh no, because let me get there and then you'll see what I'm saying. So, actually, let me take it from the top of that paragraph again. When I get to this, to the one that you are saying, just type it in the comment section that is where that you spotted what I'm spotting. Also included on the list were wired mesh, steel nails, security and razor fencing and poles, wood particle board and panel, wood fiber boards and panel, plywood boards and panel, wooden doors, toothpicks. So they're lifting the restriction on the importation of toothpick. And the frivolousness of the Nigerian importing system is always narrowed to that space that they're even importing toothpick. So it looks as though that the Tinubu administration will continue to be importing everything up to toothpick. Glass and glassware, kitchen utensils, tableware, tile, vitrified, and ceramic. And then it goes on and on. So a long list, but I think we've hit all the high points on that. So we've hit all the high points on that. Let me show you this. Let me show you a couple of statistics. These statistics actually, I'm showing you a nod in the direction of Thomas's section, the after hours. Ayo got it, toothpick, yes. They're importing toothpicks. Can you imagine that? They're lifting the restrictions on. But so how are we even? They said they want to build industry in Nigeria, and they open unfettered importation of everything all the way down to toothpicks. I mean, it's just how do you factor that? All right, let me show you this. So now this is just a table of data. This is a data statistics something. So this one now in the direction of the after hours show. Hopefully the session picks up for us to get there. So it says weekly worship attendance in most weekly, monthly. I can't read though. Weekly worship attendance is most common where life is shortest. So the countries with the lowest life expectancy are where people worship God the most. And Nigeria at the top of that table. So weekly worship attendance, 89%. Life expectancy in Nigeria, 52 years. And Niger, 88%. Do you know that the life expectancy in Niger is a good 6 years more than Nigeria? So the life expectancy in Niger is 58, but the life expectancy in Nigeria is 52. Unbelievable. So a lot of that, I'll probably just send that to Thomas for him to, deal with, should we get there. Okay, let me see. What else have I not? Oh, all right. Oh, okay. Let me play you this clip. And then when we come back, we'll have a look at the Sheung Okimbaloye clip. And then we pick the conversation from there. But let me play this one and get it out of the way.
When I saw the press conference by Mr. Peter Obi yesterday, I thought it was needless. If Mr. Peter Obi is considering a career in evangelism, there are many people who have gone from other careers into evangelism, but within the framework of the electoral process. What he did yesterday was just, in my view, just seeking media attention, looking for publicity. Why do I say so? the electoral process is effectively a process. If you, as a principal member of the process, if you have any grievances, the best place to go to is the court of law, and which is what Atiku Abubakar has done, the presidential candidate of the PDP, pursuing his matter in the court of law. The last time Waziri Atiku Abubakar had a press conference, he came out and said he wanted the candidate of the NNPP, Rabiu Kwankwanso, to join him, and also Peter Obi of the Labour Party to join him. The Labour Party released a statement and said they were not part of it. Okay, is it that now the Labour Party has changed its mind? The only appropriate forum that Mr. Peter Obi can adopt is to go to court to say he has issues to raise. But to come forward and then be giving a press conference and moralizing, it doesn't quite fall within the framework of the matter before us. But of course, for publicity purposes, for attention-seeking purposes, what he has said has generated attention. And I think that the response that he has received from Felix Moka of the APC is in place. What Felix Moka has said is that the 8.9 million people who voted for Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the election, in the presidential election, they were not groggy when they did. So there's clearly a division on the matter in Nigeria. And the only place you can resolve it is not through propaganda, it's not media attention, it's in the court of law. So Mr. Peter Obi must be very clear about the fact that the matter is now before the Supreme Court, and it's only the Supreme Court that can decide on that particular matter. What are the questions he has raised about identity, about qualifications, about this is like campaign after the election, as far as I'm concerned. It's campaign after the election. We have moved beyond the campaign. So you should stop campaigning after the election. If he has any issues, let him approach the courts. That's my honest opinion on that particular matter.
So now, Ruben Abati is going to pay a heavy price for that. The obedience are going to slaughter him. It's going to be hung, drawn, and quartered. Yeah.
We can barely hear that video. Maybe you need to put volume. You need to play it again.
No, it's as high as I could have it, but I can represent it. Let me see. Let me represent it here. Let me represent it here. I think this might well give you a better.
But in all of this, let the call through, let the call come out of this, and then the conversations definitely will continue to reverberate.
All right.
When I saw the press conference by Mr.
Is that better? Thomas, is that better?
Yeah, it's good, one man. Loud and clear.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Mr.
Definitely will continue to reverberate.
All right.
When I saw the press conference by Mr. Peter Obi yesterday, I thought it was needless. If Mr. Peter Obi is considering a career in evangelism, yeah, there are many people who have gone from other careers into evangelism, but within the framework of the electoral process, what he did yesterday was just, in my view, just seeking media attention, looking for publicity. Why do I say so? The electoral process is effectively a process. If you, as a principal member of the process, if you have any grievances, the best place to go to is the court of law, and which is what Atiku Abubakar has done, the presidential candidate of the PDP, pursuing his matter in the court of law. The last time Waziri Atiku Abubakar had a press conference, he came out and said he wanted the candidate of the NNPP, Rabiu Kwankwanso, to join him, and also Peter Obi of the Labour Party to join him. The Labour Party released a statement and said they were not part of it. Okay, is it that now the Labour Party has changed its mind? The only appropriate forum that Mr. Peter Obi can adopt is to go to court to say he has issues to raise. But to come forward and then be giving a press conference and moralizing, it doesn't quite fall within the framework of the matter before us. But of course, for publicity purposes, for attention-seeking purposes, what he has said has generated attention. And I think that the response that he has received from Felix Moka of the APC is in place. What Felix Moka has said is that the 8.9 million people who voted for Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the election, in the presidential election, they were not groggy when they did. So there's clearly a division on the matter in Nigeria. And the only place you can resolve it is not through propaganda, it's not media attention, it's in the court of law. So Mr. Peter Obi must be very clear about the fact that the matter is now before the Supreme Court, and it's only the Supreme Court that can decide on that particular matter. What are the questions he has raised about identity, about qualifications, about this is like campaign after the election, as far as I'm concerned. It's campaign after the election. We have moved beyond the campaign. So you should stop campaigning after the election. If he has any issues, let him approach the courts. That's my honest opinion on that particular matter. As for BBC, again, I've made a point repeatedly on this program, quoting Nikki Toby,
So sorry, can anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me?
I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you.
So you couldn't hear all the readouts and all of my commentaries and whatnot.
No, nothing. Nothing. Almost 5 minutes now.
Oh, wow. All right. I was wondering why the numbers were somewhat. All right. Okay. Maybe I'll stay on the screen then and do it that way. Maybe it works better. All right. Apologies for that. Okay. Let me take it from the. What did you last hear, Thomas? What did you last hear?
The video.
So you didn't hear
We
my
couldn't
commentary?
hear the video. No, the video was playing, everything just go blank. So replay the video of Abati.
Did you hear the Abati video though? Did you hear him?
No, you play half. You just play half of the video. We couldn't hear anything.
Okay. All right. Let's do it this way.
Mr. Peter Obi yesterday, I thought it was needless.
Court. I mean, the matter is already in court. Let the court rule. After the court rule, the conversation of public morality can continue. But in all of this, let the court rule, let the court come out of this, and then the conversations definitely will continue to reverberate.
All right.
When I saw the press conference by Mr. Peter Obi yesterday, I thought it was needless. If Mr. Peter Obi is considering a career in evangelism, yeah, there are many people who have gone from other careers into evangelism, but within the framework of the electoral process, what he did yesterday was just, in my view, just seeking media attention, looking for publicity. Why do I say so? The electoral process is effectively a process. If you, as a principal member of the process, if you have any grievances, the best place to go to is the court of law, and which is what Atiku Abubakar has done, the presidential candidate of the PDP, pursuing his matter in the court of law. The last time Waziri Atiku Abubakar had a press conference, he came out and said he wanted the candidate of the NMPP, Rabiu Kwankwanso, to join him, and also Peter Obi of the Labour Party to join him. The Labour Party released a statement and said they were not part of it. Okay, is it that now the Labour Party has changed its mind? The only appropriate forum that Mr. Peter Obi can adopt is to go to court, to say he has issues to raise. But to come forward and then be giving a press conference and moralizing, it doesn't quite fall within the framework of the matter before us. But of course, for publicity purposes, for attention-seeking purposes, what he has said has generated attention. And I think that the response that he has received from Felix Moka of the APC is in place. What Felix Moka has said is that the 8.9 million people who voted for Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the election, in the presidential election, they were not groggy when they did. So there's clearly a division on the matter in Nigeria. And the only place you can resolve it is not through propaganda, it's not media attention, it's in the court of law. So Mr. Peter Obi must be very clear about the fact that the matter is now before the Supreme Court, and it's only the Supreme Court that can decide on that particular matter. What are the questions he has raised about identity, about qualifications, this is like campaign after the election, as far as I'm concerned. It's campaign after the election. We have moved beyond the campaign. So he should stop campaigning after the election. If he has any issues, let him approach the courts. That's my honest opinion on that particular matter. As for BBC, again, I've made a point repeatedly on this program, quoting Nikki Toby, JSC, as it then was, in Atiku Abubakar versus Musa Yaradua, where he said that, look, public opinion, no matter how weighty it is of no consequence in the court of law.
Okay. Before Ruben Abati goes into that, and hopefully you can hear me now, I was just using the analogy that we are seeing the batification of you remember the Wale Soyinka novelette, or maybe a play even, the beatification of area boy. So what we are seeing now is the batification of Reuben Abati. And we started to see this after the election was fought and won, and slowly and leisurely, the tonality and texture of Abati's delivery on this particular on a rise, we could see the metamorphosis of it transmuting somewhat from being adversarial and combative to being compliant and now almost friendly. And this is the most potent yet that we have seen yet a declaration by Reuben Abati that he wants, that is headed towards the Batified camp. So this is a Batified pushback. And I was saying that for this, the obedience space are going to hang, draw, and quarter him. It's going to be sliced up like a turkey for what he has done. That is, if they are not already chopping off his head or his body parts and bit on Twitter already. So the batification of Reuben Abati happening on the screen near you. So the batification of Reuben Abati happening on a screen near you. What more do I? Yeah, there's a particular data that I'd like to show you as well. Let me show you. By the way, let me show you this because it's quite striking. So now this is just pure data, statistics, percentage who say they pray daily. So this is a global survey around this particular topic. A percentage who say they pray daily. So the most prayerful people, according to this particular data, is the Afghanistans. And then the second most prayerful, you'd have thought it was the Saudis, but they don't really care. That would be this sniffing white powder in London and places like that. So percentage who say they pray daily is Afghanistan, the most prayerful, followed by Nigeria, which is quite it's not surprising, but it's eye-opening, you know, because Nigerians are prayerful. That's the one thing. So the Afghanistans are the most prayerful. Nigerians are the second most prayerful. Algerians, Senegalese, Djibouti, the Iranians, Iraq, Niger, and Indonesia. So that's the top 9. But there's one thing that ties them together. Not just religion, it's underdevelopment. So these are largely, essentially, poverty-stricken and largely underdeveloped country with no such thing as human rights, the totality of all 9. Now look at the least prayerful countries in the world. The least prayerful country in the world is China. But then, of course, we know where China is. United Kingdom, Switzerland, Australia, Czech Republic, that should say, Germany, Estonia, France, and Denmark. So the statistic tells its own story. So that statistic tells its own story. What else do we have on the menu? What else do we have on the menu? It's a case of bring your own as well. So as the room slowly populates, we'll be inviting the panelists to tell us what struck them in the news cycle today. So what struck them in the news cycle today? We'll play the Kegite music now. And then when we get back, we'll introduce the panelists as assembled so far, and then we'll interact with this clip, and then we'll see where it goes from there. So first, I know you've all been waiting, and here it is now. Egbelemu, do you have your calabash to the ready? Egbelemu, the Kegite.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water, 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 water. Only water, where they see my. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. How about you don't come oh?
Do that.
How about oh night oh? Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀, the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So assembled, General Thomas already, you know, father of the bride, Ajane Koko, are present as always. Olajide joins us at this time on time. Eze goes to school, but here on the platform. A prince, Adewale joins us. Simba, but not a sailor, a doctor, he's here as well. And His Royal Majesty, King Emekus. So there it is, a stellar assemble, a stellar panel. So guaranteed then another banging session. So gentlemen, I'm sure you've all seen this, but let's watch it together, react to this, and then we kick it off from there. Let's take a little feel of this because it's quite gripping, this interaction with Chenwo Kumbaloye by this senator, APC senator.
Attention to our major focus tonight, which is what Mr. Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, said today. It is about President Bola Tinubu. He said he should come clean and tell Nigerians and he's Nigerian of this embarrassment about the true identity and the qualification of the president. I'm being joined tonight by one person that is very close to the president, the National Secretary of the APC, Senator Basiru Ajibala. He joins us live here in our studio. Thank you so much indeed, Senator, for joining us tonight.
Yeah, good evening, Shane.
Appreciate it. You are close to the president. I mean, you've been with him. You've been his follower for a while. Why all these controversies about his person, about his record, about his past, about his identity? What can you tell us?
What I can tell you is that it's unfortunate that Mr. Peter Obi allow the seeming trauma that has affected Mr. Atiku Abubakar to also affect him too. And I would say that perhaps there will be need for our school of psychiatry to begin to look at what could be traumatizing some people after electoral loss. For somebody to spew the kind of rubbish, with respect that I say it advisedly, that Mr. Obi spew in his press conference today, telling somebody who had been the Senator of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Chairman Senate Committee on Appropriation, somebody who had rose in his professional career to be Treasurer of Mobile, somebody who had ruled the most prosperous state in Nigeria, Lagos State, somebody who contested presidential election and won close to 8.9 million votes, to be talking about his identity, I think is preposterous. It shows, the kind of mentality and the kind of, shallowness of the perspective and understanding of Mr. Peter Obi and his co-travelers, particularly Atiku Abubakar or Siddiq Abubakar, whatever we may call him. So for somebody to rise to the level in corporate world, mobile, and then you are talking about his identity being shrouded in mystery. If there's any mystery at all, I think the mystery is in the brain and possibly in the traumatizing effect of the electoral loss on Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar.
Those are strong words,
yes,
Senator.
Yes, because when you begin to ask...
you're a senator. You've been a senator, the national secretary of the party. You know not to use some words against some high-profile Nigerians who may be offensive.
If somebody decides to be offensive to the #1 city of Nigeria, it does not deserve any other words except words. Offensive. If I ask you, Sinwo Kibaloye, as young as you are, and then because you contested an election and won an election, and somebody is saying you should come clean about your identity, it is argumentum ad hominem. That is argument ad absurdum. You are really live to the level of absurdity. So what I think,
Senator, you have a PhD in law, right?
Yes.
I know that you went to your first degree was probably in Lagos, right? You studied law. And I mean, these are some of the things that are known to a few people. But if anybody questions you, what would you do? Would you make it public? Because if you have contested and if you have made yourself available to public contest and public life, should there be a problem in declaring your identity to people if they are asking questions?
There is no problem. People asking questions, they're asking with respect. I don't like using some expression. The questions are very stupid. Stupid in the sense that in the context on which they're asking that question, they're asking it in the context that they even are the one that want to bring our country to a problem. I don't know whether you have looked at the website of BBC Today. Their team of 3 investigators, they investigated the alleged an issue of certificate forgery, and they came with forensic analysis of what transpired in the misadventure of Atiku Abubakar in the CSU. What are the findings? The registrar of the school admitted that Mr. Bola Tinubu, not Miss or Miss Bola Tinubu, attended Chicago State University. For any decent human being, I think that put paid to the issue. There were also evidence from Chicago State University that there were different formats for which diplomas are issued. And as far as the American system of education is concerned, they don't place premium on, what they call diploma, which is covered certificate. They actually place premium on transcript. And they release also the transcript of Mr. Bola Tinubu. And they also said in testimony under the position that the person they are referring to is none other person than person who is sitting as the president of Federal Government of Nigeria. What does any reasonable individual who is not, afflicted by a malady of electoral loss, will say and come to a conclusion? So if at all there is a doubt, there's controversy, it's self-contrived, ill-motivated, ill-advised, and of course, it's a journey just, to continue to lie to their supporter. The election has been won, and lost, and this is the first time in Nigeria, that people are now talking about election being manipulated. They are not talking about results, being written without any ballot in support of. They all think that they first talk about 25% threshold in FCT, and now they are dropping that one now. They talk about the so-called forfeiture in the United States of America. They've dropped that one. Now they are talking about the fact that somebody graduated. You are alleging me, Ajibola Bashiru, that I will forge my LLM, PhD, and BSc, and you have asked me to answer you. I will not answer you. I will just look at you that you are just, wasting your time. So for him to say, what is he saying today? The president should come and address the country. Somebody who had the mandate of the Nigerian people. I think they are descending into the arena. And I think it is high time that the Attorney General and Federation should begin to look whether their act does not even amount to treason. Yes, you have freedom of expression.
By questioning,
that you see that comment right there. That's the comment really that that's the comment really that inspired me, that led me to want to bring this this video forward. So this guy now, this senator, this APC senator Bashiru, he's suggesting then that what Tinubu, not Tinubu, he's suggesting then that what Peter Obi and Atiku are doing is tantamount to treason.
You have asked me to answer you. I will not answer you. I will just look at you that you are just, wasting your time. So for him to say, what is he saying today? The president should come and address the country. Somebody who had the mandate of the Nigerian people. I think they are descending into the arena. And I think it is high time that the Attorney General and Federation should begin to look whether their act does not even amount to treason. Yes, you have freedom of expression.
By questioning, by asking the president, their own president, the #1 citizen of the country, and you are attributing it to treason by saying that come and tell us these controversies
a prima facie case
that have
of
not been
treason.
established in court about the identity of the president. And I'd like to ask you,
what they're also doing, let me tell you something. What they're also doing is also, sub judice. Before Mr. Atiku approached the court with his application for fresh evidence, he first addressed the public. Why do you need to address the public? If you want to adduce further evidence, Then to be lying, claiming that you are doing this for the purpose of Nigeria, even the litany of lies of both Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi on issue of morality and issue of integrity is come to doubt. This is a person that Peter Obi, that was a governor for 8 years, did not conduct local government election, and he's talking about constitutional democracy. This was Atiku Abubakar, that the question of PTDF is still shrouded in controversy. There are issues about how the privatization policy have been done. He has not replied to the very damaging remarks made by President Obasanjo in my watch about his character, about his attitude, and about integrity in governance. I expect that somebody who places a premium on integrity, on morality in governance, should have President Obasanjo in court.
Let's not get distracted. Let's focus on the fact of the matter tonight. And it is about the identity and the profile and the records of President Bola Tinubu, which has been called to question. And I asked a question, Senator, that if you say you have a PhD in law, it's been questioned, you are running for president, what would you do simply?
I will not answer such people. Maybe my supporters can answer them. I would think that they are being, very stupid. I'm sorry to use that word on national television. For somebody who rose to be treasurer of Mobile.
So you are thinking that the president should not answer
he has no basis.
Nigerians who are
they are not Nigeria, they are litigants. They want to go to court. They have gone to Supreme Court. Let Supreme Court decide on that. They are not ordinary Nigerians.
Are you aware about the dovetailing effect, what this has caused, the traumatic effect of some of these arguments and debates outside of Nigeria to some Nigerians whose credentials and qualifications have not been
Nobody, you see, Chicago State University has not said Mr. Bola Ahmed would attend university. What they are saying, when they went to Chicago, the misadventure of Chicago, let us Nigerians know, was to show that Mr. Bola Tinubu did not attend Chicago State University. Also to show that if anybody attended Chicago University, is a female. When those are now filled, the argument they are saying is that the fonts and the character of the certificate has differed. That there was one font in 1990, there was one font in 2000. For me, the issue is, did Bola Tinubu, was he a student at Chicago University? Two of his classmates, one of them who contested student election with him, deposed to an affidavit, and yet you're asking him to switch your identity. What I think is done, and happily enough, in a matter of weeks, the Supreme Court will decide on their election, petition. They are just saying, these things because they are bad losers. Elections are won and lost at the ballot. I contested election in 2023. I lost. I did not have to, go into banalism. I did not have to scandalize, anybody. I did not even go to approach the tribunal. So they should be man enough, be democratic enough that elections are won and lost at the ballot and not on the basis of, raising baseless allegations that even, our students in kindergarten will be asking questions.
Let me ask you, since you're close to the president, I'd like to ask you a few questions. What is the official age of the president? The year he was born, do you know?
I was born.
So this was meant to be a trick question. And by the way, Shewa Kimbaloye is anything but obedience anything. If you actually want to, if you want to think to the nearest we have to an independent journalist or journalism, as it should be practiced, this guy is a good representation of it right here. He, above anybody else within the Nigerian space, he tries to be as neutral and balanced while still being pushing for the pertinent answers as it can be. So this guy right there, he templates what Nigerian journalism should be. It's not an obedient, but the questions are out there and he has to push it. So he pushes the question on Tinubu's age and Bashiru comes ready.
Born in 1972, so I wouldn't know when he was born. So you can possibly look at his record.
Is that infamous? Do you remember that clip of some rather rascally wayward new reporter that was out on the field reporting back to the studio and inviting Ruben Abati, calling him Ruben. Back to you, Ruben. And that irritated Ruben Abati, and then he tried to manage it and then couldn't stomach it anymore. And then he invited her that were you at my naming ceremony, that you should be referring to me on first name terms. So this, along those lines, is the response of this guy now to Sheun's question. So let's take it from the start of it and run through.
Gatting will be asking questions.
Let me ask you, since you're close to the president, I'd like to ask you a few questions. What is the official age of the president? The year he was born, do you know?
I was born in 1972, so I wouldn't know when he was born. So you can possibly look at his record, which was not in issue. Chicago State University, they mentioned the date of his birth in that record. So I was not born then. So I can only give you hearsay evidence as to the date of somebody who is older than me. It would be that somebody told me Bola Tinubu was born on so date. And as a lawyer, I don't engage in such kind of hearsay evidence.
So I imagine that because you're close to him, you might be privy as the leader of the APC. Some of these issues will come to your table, and as a lawyer, perhaps you are privy to it because he submitted.
You know who this guy, not Shewo, his guest, you know who he reminds me of, both in tonality and the sharpness of his brain. He reminds me of our very own Ogbeni, both in the way he speaks and the speed of his thought.
All of this credential by the authentication or authorization of your party, and there are issues about 1952, 1954. But let me ask you,
he contested an election.
Just a moment.
Did he put 1954
just a moment.
There?
You're an ardent follower of late Gani Fawemi.
I'm not his follower. We are in the struggle together. I don't follow. I don't have anybody I follow. I respect
someone
him.
That you respect very well.
Yes, I
respect the practice
him.
of law. No, are you aware of his own debate and his own the question that he raised about Mr. Bola Tinubu?
You know, people also raise questions about Gani Fawemi too. Festus Keyamo raised also issues about Gani Fawemi himself. So Gani Fawemi is not a saint. Gani Fawemi is not, fallible.
We're not talking about Gani Fawemi.
Even the issue that Gani Fawemi raised, he raised at that point in time. I think we must be able to realize. And Tobeka Kuyomi, who filled the form at that particular point in time in 1999, owned up that he made, error in filling the form for Ashwa Bola Tinubu. He even went personally, he's still alive, to meet Gani Fawemi. But Gani Fawemi, still related in public what he discussed with him in private. He litigated the matter up to Supreme Court and not came out of it. So if a matter had been litigated 1999 to 2000, since that time, he contested in 2003 and won the election. He contested in 2023. Then after you lose at the election in February 25, you are raising the issue. There are so many issues people can raise. But the question is that the fact that Gani Fawemi raised the issue was able to establish it in law court. Law courts deal with concrete controversies.
Let me ask you, do you know or can you tell us the primary school and secondary school of President Bola Tinubu that he attended?
How would I know?
You are a party leader.
It's not
your party.
Let me tell you publicly.
Who submits?
I attended a primary school in Oshobo, Salvation Army Primary School. I gave a copy of my certificate to my stepmother, and I've not seen a copy of it today. So are you going to say that because I cannot lay hands on the copy of my primary school certificate, I did not attend primary school?
Is that the case with the president?
I'm just giving you an analogy of circumstances that could occur. So on the issue of primary school, it's not an issue in the election. What they are saying is that they have gone on a misadventure, wasting their ill-gotten money.
It's really quite a thing, that there's a push to identify Tinubu's primary school. It's quite a thing, The one thing that we know, let's start from what we do know. What we do know is that Tinubu is a human being. We know that. We know that Tinubu is a male man. We know that as well. We know that Tinubu must have been given birth to by some person. We know that as well. And for that to occur, there would have been two involvements, a male and a female. So we know that Tinubu has a mother and a father. We know that as well. We know that Tinubu went to Chicago State University. We know that as well. We know that he was an honor student there. We know that as well. We know that Tinubu went on to become a senior auditor at Mobile. His boss, I can bring you his boss. That will not bring him. Show you a clip of his boss where he's eulogizing in flowery language about Tinubu's performance at Mobile. So we know all that. So knowing all that, then that cannot be the case if he doesn't have a background of education in order to be able to access Chicago State University and be the best student there. So certainly he went to some primary school and he went to some secondary school. So there's a grounding of education to lead him to that university. So there's that grounding. So whether he went to Iyalamala Primary School or Madame Fuagua or whatever, or Madame Fuagua or Iyala, it doesn't really matter. He has a grounding in education. He has a degree. He has a stellar work history in accounting in blue chip firms. That's public knowledge. There's very little to dispute that. So now, which primary school did he go to? Which primary school did he not go to? They are saying the guy is a mystery, it's an enigma. He was a senator of the Nigerian state. I can't quite recall. If you know the constituency he represented, put it in the comment section. We know that. And he headed several committees in the red chambers when he was a senator. We know that. He was a two-term governor of Lagos State. We know that. He was the chairman of the APC. We know that. So we know his life history. It was a struggle for the birthing of the Fourth Republic. We know that. We know his fight with Abacha regime and all of that. So why quite how this guy suddenly that has played out the entirety of his adult life in public glare now becomes some sort of a mystery man because Sadiq Abubakar is telling us and Peter, name unknown, because they are questioning his name also in his Labour Party, his own party. They are now telling us it's a mystery man. It's no mystery. There's no mystery to Tinubu, you know. He lived the entirety, the majority of his public life, of his adult life in public glare. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. But the one thing I did want to add as well, it will not be easy going for that obedient sort of narrative, or more to it, that Ipobian sort of narrative, which transmutes into the obedient narrative in the Tinubu administration. So it won't be the easy, conservative, very civilized sort of handling that they had under Buhari, who wanted to remain aloof to their wildling sort of behaviors, Dubril as-Sudani and all of this. So the potency is what this guy is showing here. And this is not this guy on your screen right here, this Bashiru, it's not a punch, you know, it's a jab. If you've ever watched boxing, you'd understand that. You understand that metaphor. This Bashiru here now that is slaughtering all of them is not even a punch, it's a jab. So when the big hitters come in, they will decimate that space. So it's not that easy going, pat it along and say whatever you like that they had under 8 years of Buhari, which has whetted their appetite and just giving them that sugar rush. So that sugar rush comes to, you know, they are going cold turkey, and the coldness of the turkey is what Bashiru is presenting. Let's hear the tail end of it.
And with lawyers in the United States to seek to establish that Bola Ahmed Tinubu did not go to Chicago State University. The registrar said, yes, he attended. He was one of our brilliant students. And I think decent people should apologize to Nigerians for, believing, for trying to seek Nigerians to believe that our president did not attend Chicago State.
It's the way the narrative transmutes, you know, the narrative of that obedient, Ipobian, Sadiq Abubakar, you know, that sort of space. It's a moving target. So the original thing is he has no certificate, he has no education. So the school he went to said he was a brilliant student and we are proud of him. So now they are saying the certificate doesn't quite have the texture of the university. And the university bought a sample to show that, look, it's exactly the same. So now they are now saying they're now going back. So, yes, but which? So it's a yes, but narrative. I've used this analogy before on this platform. There's something called I think from memory they call it the true Scotsman fallacy. The true Scotsman fallacy. Scotsman, the man from Scotland, the true Scotsman fallacy. So go and look it up. I'm not going to re-explain it here, but if you look up that term, it will give you a broad feel of how that obedient hypobian space is playing out. It's a true Scotsman fallacy.
Senator, what records were submitted by the president to your party that was submitted to INEC?
You only require, of course, you're going to expect me to be record. The record that was submitted was not even an issue in any of these contests we are talking about. And I said it, go and pick the copy of the petitions, both by Atiku Abubakar and also Peter Obi. They are not raising issues about this thing. They are only raising it for the unsuspecting members of the public. I read Atiku's petition. Paragraph 146 of his petition only said that the president, that's the second respondent, was not qualified to a contest because he did not meet constitutional threshold. They did not specify what are the constitutional threshold. They did not specify the issue of age you are talking about. They did not raise the issue of a certificate. They did not raise any issue. It was after the petitions had been filed, responses had been raised. At the level of reply, they did not even raise this issue of Chicago State University. They are only raising the issue of dual citizenship. And the Court of Appeal said, you cannot amend your petition after it had been filed. So there is no legal anger upon which all these, irrelevant arguments could
we just have 30 seconds to go. And I know, surely, that being in office, especially the highest office in the land, which is the presidency, is not only by legality, it's also, there are moral grounds. The issue of legitimacy of office is also there. The questions about those who feel that there is a moral burden on the president to be able to clear the air. Do you think that the president, for the sake of those who think that there is a dent or a sort of illegitimacy drawn into some of these?
I'm not quite sure how he responds to this, but I think he's responded to it in an earlier submission. He described it as a self-contrived controversy, which is to tell you that all of this controversy was artificially, superficially created by combatant political actors who are now trying to transmute it as the will of the people. So all of these things that are just ricocheting around the space, they are not the wants and agitations of Nigerians. They are political actors trying to put pressure on the sitting government. So there's no need to respond to it. And I will invite that Tinubu does not spend too much time on it.
The president might be able to speak to Nigerians about this issue. Do you think?
The president is busy dealing with serious matters rather than irreverent comments and the argument ad absurdum by losers and perennial losers at elections. So I wouldn't,
does this guy not sound like when he does?
If I such people with a response, and I wouldn't want the president, I wouldn't advise him to even, think a bit about responding to them. If they want answer, let them go to court. They have approached the court, and the court will answer them.
That's the response of your party in this matter. That's how your party sees this.
Of course, that is what a reasonable person will see it. They are losers at election, and they are suffering from trauma of the loss of the election.
You don't think that it will be seen as a sort of arrogance?
Of course, anybody can say anything arrogant. You don't respond to arguments.
It's funny how words are probably the most powerful things, the most potent, the most dangerous thing on this planet. It's not a nuclear bomb, they are words. And words can either give you context or lead you astray. This guy has contextualized the whole of everything just with that little thing that he just said right there. I can't quite, let me just give it to you again.
Be seen as a sort of arrogance.
Of course, anybody can say anything arrogant. You don't respond to arguments ad absurdum. They have reduced their level to the level of absurdity that no reasonable person will.
They have reduced their level to the level of absurdity. And we've been trying to put it in perspective, though, but that's a perspective right there.
In order to be responding to them again.
Those are very strong words that you are using for some eminent Nigerians who have legitimate reasons to debate this matter. But thank you so much indeed, Senator Ajibola Basiru, National Secretary.
Well, so that's a discovery right there. I never knew this guy existed, but certainly I'll be following him now. A firebrand, as Enigmatic is describing him, a firebrand. So I'll just your indulgence, one last video and then we launch straight into it. So now this next video was submitted by one of the subscribers. They want a reaction to this. This is a narrative of misadventure gone awry. And if there's any female listening and you want to hop on, we probably need a female perspective on this. So let me resend the link. If you're a female and you want to hop on, we probably need a female perspective on this. I'm going to leave it as ambiguous as that so that you can see it and then form your thoughts without me leading you in any direction. But it's a narrative of misadventure gone awry. Listen to this. It's quite sad. It's quite sad, but here it is.
Sleep like after, so in case sleep like after, so
well, okay, let's just watch this.
Before we get into the video, it's the narrative of some club owner in it's the narrative of some club owner, some nightclub owner that was that was pied. Let's use that word. That was pied in Abuja. But how what led to its demise is what this young lady is about to describe. Misadventure gone awry.
so that we'll be able to leave. So my friend poured it in her hand, and when she tried to pour it into his mouth, he turned his face away and it didn't enter his mouth. He said he didn't need it to lighten up his mood. So I think at that time she was now getting impatient because it was raining before. And as the rain stopped, everywhere became quiet and like we were running out of time. So that was when she took the phone and she was placing it in front of his face. I was even surprised because before she even picked up the phone with
all right.
everything that was going on, it was not suspicious. It did not, like, it was just like willingly doing everything. So I was also like surprised that how come he did not even like think about anything, like he allowed us tie his hand and his leg so easily like that. So when my friend put the phone in his face, he thought we wanted to video him. So it was not like we should not video him, we should not video him. That was when he now pushed me off the bed because I was already sitting like on his leg before. That was when he now pushed me off the bed. So my friend got on him and she put the phone in his face and tried to like unlock the phone with his face, like since he didn't have, because the man is like, he did not have like cash or anything with him that day in his pocket or anything, and we didn't go to his car, so there was nothing else that we could do except if we were able to like get money from his account. So when my friend put the phone in front of his face, that was when he now freaked out and he now started like shouting and everything. I don't know how he managed to lose the rope that was used to tie his hand, and he started hitting my friend. So as he started hitting my friend and he started shouting, she took the pillow and placed it over his face to muffle his screams from shouting. So like during everything, suddenly it just went calm, and like as it went calm, I got down from bed and I asked my friend that like I think this man is pretending because like he wants us to like let our guard down and he will try to stand up and try to hold us again. So I kept telling my friend that I think he's pretending to be asleep, that he's pretending to be asleep. So my friend went to the door and she turned the key of the door, pretending like as if we were leaving. And she said he opened one of his eyes. So when she said that, we now went to him and we're now begging him that, okay, please, can you wake up? We are not doing anything to you. Just wake up. We want to go, because we felt he was pretending, but he didn't answer. So that was when I now went outside to the reception, because before we entered inside with him, he gave us alcohol to drink, even though he didn't take any. We asked him why he did not take any. He said he does not need alcohol to get in the mood, that we should just drink the alcohol because he was going to deal with us tonight, like sexual talk and everything. He even touched my friend's breast while we were in the garden there, outside in the open space there. We did not discover he was dead until when the police apprehended us. Me, I went home to Mowe. So it was while I was in Mowe that the police came to apprehend us. I even thought that it was because we left with the man's phone, that was why they came to apprehend us. And we gave them the phone and the SIM card, only to find out later that that time that we thought he was pretending, he was already dead. we went with the rope, Refno, and one small kitchen knife that was blunt. Because when he started eating my friend, the kitchen knife that was in my hand, he tried to bend the knife, but the knife didn't cut his hand because the knife was blunt. We held the knife just to make him scared. Like the knife was not even sharp at all. It's like all these birthday knife they used to cut cake. So instead of that, when he was eating my friend, that pointy part of the knife, I was using it to like pierce him a little and begging.
All right. I think you get the gist of that. So somebody actually sent me this earlier. Whoever sent it to me, can you resend it so I can download it and put it on in the studio so that if Thomas wants to use it later, he can. But those are two school girls who are in the Nigerian parlance also double as runs girls. So I think that's the parlance. So I think that's so this guy he knows the one that is speaking to the mic, and then they met for whatever it is, big guy, school girl, uni girl. Anyway, they met. He wanted to sleep with them, but they had no intentions of sleeping with him. They were going to rob him. And the original plan was that they were going to have what they term as car sex. So something they do, whatever it is that they're going to do in the car. But the guy then led them into a room, but they still had no intention of sleeping with him. Their intention was to rob him. And then they said they invited him to do BDSM, which is some sort of a sexual kink where you tie people up. It's some sort of bondage sexual kink. So he agreed to that, and they tied him up. And after tying him up, they then attempted to rob him. He showed some resistance, and then they put a pillow on it because they didn't want him to shout in order not to attract attention. They put a pillow on his face, and in the course of trying to restrain him, they ended up killing him. And that is the misadventure of these two young girls. So that's the misadventure of these two young girls. So let's kick it off, and let's kick it off with let's kick it off with Jide, who joins us from Nigeria. Jide, are you ready to go?
One man.
Okay, kwata.
Good morning, sir, from Nigeria.
Salam alaikum.
How you doing?
I'm good. Good to have you here. Yeah, yes. Early today.
Yes. I came in because of I was expecting to see Madam Zita here today. I wanted to ask a question, and I came in purposely because of Baba Janle Koko. Baba Janle Koko.
All right. Janle Koko is here, but let's do it this way.
Baba, thank you very much for yesterday. I enjoyed your submission, enjoyed everything. I listened to it this afternoon. You see, I think you
go Fuji Megastar lánàá, Owa wálé ní.
Ijoyoyo, was the icing on the cake for me.
We continue to discover more and more about Ajale Koko.
I did not know Baba Ajale Koko was that talented. I think sincerely, I'm not saying this from the point of I'm saying this from looking at Baba Janle Koko. He displays what I call complete patriotism, and to this effect, if I was to recommend anybody for an award, I think I would recommend him to get a national award, because Baba Janle Koko is not somebody that supports any of the candidates in question that are fighting themselves, but he has been able to maintain this neutrality and see things from the point of view that would push the nation forward, not always being partisan. And that's one thing I like about him. That's why I always say, if Baba Janle Koko is talking, I want to listen. Baba Janle Koko, thank you for yesterday. And that Ijoyoyo record, you should do it on. We should take it to the studio.
Well, Ajale Koko on Spotify, available on the Spotify near you. Look at that. All All right, let's do it this way. Because we've been doing it this way and it seems to be working. So, like about a 5 to 7 minute monologue from you, either to the talking points or whatever caught your attention in the news. So we do that, and then after everybody has had their 5 to 7 minutes, then we open up the floor for a free for all. The interjections are allowed, but let the interjection be pertinent to what the person is saying, so they don't lose their flow. So, Jide, you're up first.
Oh, okay, woman. Let me start by saying two things or three things caught my attention in the news today, or let me say four. Yes. This man, what's his name? Ifeanyi Uba, cross carpeting to APC. He has left YPP now, and he was interviewed on channels, and the man was saying that this is the best thing to do for the Southeast, that he's doing it for his people, and they asked him a lot of questions. They asked him about Nnamdi Kanu. I liked the fact that he did not hide his feelings. He said he would want the man to be released for peace and things like that, and that he is going to negotiate that with the presidency, and that there is still a lot of political gladiators from the Southeast that might be cross-carpeting. And for me, I feel now somebody is getting the gist. Somebody is getting the true picture of what is on ground. You cannot stay aloof, and that's what the man said. The man said you can't stay aloof. You need to stay in the center of power. In his own words, you need to join the party that has the power and play the politics along with them. And I think I really appreciate him. And the way the man spoke, is a very good politician. He's a very, very good politician. And I give him that. He has earned my respect from the interviewed, not because he joined APC, but because they asked him some very, very important questions that dwell on how the Southeast see things. And the man was not ashamed to answer it, in a way that represents the view of the Southeast. But he's saying we will dialogue, we will talk to the government on this. And I really appreciate him for that. And this is what we've been saying on this platform, that the Southeast should drop this approach and change their approach, and then see how things will go. And that's the first thing that caught my attention in the news. The second one is that of Soludo. I wish Kene was here today to come and tell me that Soludo is not doing anything. That man had a meeting with the teachers in the school today, in the state, all public school teachers, and he's going to be recruiting another 3,000 for the public school, 3,000 teachers. He has recruited 5,000 for missionary schools, and he has promised 3,000 today again. And from that meeting, he went to meet the missionary schools, and he gave them 1.5 billion naira check today. Gave it to different schools to renovate the school, to bring up the school. And he was saying that he wants all those schools to have smart learning tools and things like that the government will commit to it. And anybody that takes education as priority, the way that man is going about it, this is not the first time I'm talking about Soludo. I think the man is doing a good job. And just like Ifeanyi Uba said,
I think Soludo, Sanwo-Olu and Zulum, for different reasons, but they are probably the three best, and Makinde as well. They are probably the best governors that we have so far, at least in this cycle.
Yes, woman. And Ifeanyi Uba said, he said his people are playing the politics of sentiment and emotions. That was in his own words. And that is what I see with this Soludo narrative from from Anambra people or people from the southeast. This man is really pushing hard and is doing what you should. If a governor like Dapo Abiodun was doing what Soludo is doing, people will be shouting his name everywhere. That man, people are just saying that he's not doing anything. Those are some of the governors that are not doing anything, and nobody can say this is what he's doing. So, but the truth of the matter is, Oludo is doing his best, and it's just a pity that out of sentiment, people will still not see it. So that's the second thing that caught my attention in the news. The third one is the IDIs, this empowerment for the Tuji Bosun's scheme. Wants to train 3 million Nigerians, and they are starting with 30,000 Nigerians tomorrow on IT skills and software development and things like
Are
that. So,
they employable skills though? Because IT skills vary, of course. It's just it's an ambiguous term, isn't it? IT skills. You can teach somebody how to open a computer, but can you show them how to earn money out of it?
oh, well, one man, I think the way they are going about it is they want to replicate the same thing he's doing at Yaba, to turn those people into um, um, employable IT or software developers. So that what he said is they are taking all the 36 states and they'll be taking it. He mentioned number depending on the population, I think 500, something like that, and they are rounding it up to like 30,000, and they will do that first phase. And he was saying that they are looking at breaking it down. They take 30,000 first, they move to like 100, like that, till they get to the 1 million mark, the 3 million mark, and they don't want to do it at once. So they will be doing it. Once they do it, they will fix these people up, get them companies. And he was saying that some French companies are already interested in employing those people and interested in training and things like that. For me, it is a good way to go. It is one of the good news I keep looking for in the news. So that is the second thing that caught my attention. And this minister for health that was talking about extending the NHIS to the poorest of the poor, and they are thinking of how to do that. They are still working on it. So these are the four things that captured my attention. And to the interview that you just showed us, woman, this senator, I watched it live. Channels have tried. They've cut off a part where Shehu Okibaloye was saying, "Do you know you are talking to eminent Nigerians and you are talking like this with this language?" And the man was like, "Come, if these people can speak to the president of Nigeria the way they speak to the president of Nigeria, I have no apology with my statement on this channel."
You know, there are a lot of things that I delighted in that interview. The sharpness of that guy and his I won't say combative, but his forward thrusting sort of interaction with the conversation. I liked that. I liked the unforgiving responses that he was giving. I even liked the fact that he wore that red cap. So all of that is to indicate that, look, it's not that patter cake, soft gloves that you had with Buhari. You know, energy for energy is essentially what he's telling them.
And I think that's the way to go to this to handle these people. They need to really push back. But the presidency itself doesn't need to do anything, doesn't need to say anything to this matter. Those people that will say are his people, like this man that has come to grant interview, they should be pushing the best of the best in terms of brains and people that have very good response. I would like to have maybe an Adams or Shio more than less on channels grant this kind of interview. I know the man will.
You know, by the time they start throwing Femi Fanikayode and people like that into the ring, then it will be a slaughter fest. You
No,
know,
they
there'll be heads rolling on the carpet.
exactly. I know. Yeah, I know. Such people will slaughter them, and it will be taking. It will be a visit to the butcher. So what I wanted to say is that I like the way this man has presented his case, and I really appreciate that. But one man, the silent thing I noticed about the whole thing was that hmm, we now have new EFCC. Wahala is coming because the way the government will fight his own battle is different. Oh. Power is
Oh,
different. Oh. I
oh, oh,
believe that EFCC man. By the time he start going after these people, one after the other, and their cohorts and their accomplices, and they start pursuing them left, right, and center, and some of them will be sorry for what they have said because they have
all right.
dragged the presidency, the office of the presidency, in the mud. And this man has tried enough keeping quiet.
Oh,
So
all right.
that
All right, brilliant. Hold steady, Jide. We'll still open up the conversation, and especially those girls that did whatever it is
Can
that
I
they did.
interject 1 minute?
Yes, carry on. Interject, Ajali Coco, and then give us your 5-7 minutes as well.
Okay. Jide, thank you for all those accolades you gave me earlier. I will give it to the platform because what the platform stands for is for the truth, and this is a factual-based platform that is not driven by emotion. It's not driven by propaganda, but for absolute truth, and give it to the people, the way it is, and not by a way of manipulating people, intelligent or stuff like that. So this platform does not stand for that. So we always continue, doing our best here, and I give it to the platform. So, but on what that lawyer did, every other thing he said, I think he did well, except when he said he was suggesting that maybe they should take up, treason. I think it went too far. I mean, he's a lawyer, he had PhD. How can you say because some people are criticizing the president for his certificates or asking questions, and you are suggesting that maybe the attorney general should look into charging them for treason? That is the worst I can hear from a man that call himself a lawyer. I mean, attorney general is not working for the president. It's working for Nigerian state. It's working for, it's working to manage the Nigerian constitution. Is the manager, is the custodian of the constitution of Nigeria. So I'm disappointed in him that he can be so emotional, and it can go to the extreme by suggesting that, let's start looking for treason against it. No, that is not good under democracy. They didn't carry up arms against the state. They are not saying, they want to, kill the president, or looking for the president to kill him. No, they were just asking questions. Yes, some of their the way they are saying things could sound extreme or abnormal, but it doesn't suggest that, yes, we should start looking for a way to charge them for treason. That is where I am disappointed in him. And you can hear what do you call this guy too? What's the name of that interviewer, that channel guy?
Shane Wakimba.
He was asking him that, what do you mean, for treason? For treason? And he quickly, digressed. I believe he realized then that, I think, yes, I'm crossing I'm crossing the bar here, and then it quickly digress into another topic of discussion. So I'm disappointed in him in there, but in every other thing that he said, I think he stand out well in defense of his party and the president, and that is what the secretary of the party should do. The secretary of the party or the publicity of the party should be speaking for what the party represents. And, I don't know why they are too cold, but he said it that they don't see anything in it. They don't see an issue in it, that they are quite confident that the president attended the school. The school confirmed that the president graduated with honor. So they don't really care about their noise, stuff like that. So that's my criticism. I mean, that's the only thing I think that it did wrong there. So, what else do I have to talk about, woman?
There is actually, let me show you this headline. Ajanle Koko. It's off the back of what Jide was just saying there. Ifeanyi Uba, 80% of Igbos derive their wealth from Tinubu's legacy in Lagos. And you won't go too far to meet the Igbo person that made his fortune from Lagos. Even their golden boy, Alan Oyema, is entirely a Lagos story. Ifeanyi Uba, senator representing Anambra South, says 80% of Igbos got their wealth from President Tinubu's legacy in Lagos. Lagos is Nigeria's commercial hub, and Tinubu governed the city between 1999 and 2007, speaking after he was formally received into the fold of the All Progressive Congress APC on Thursday in Abuja. Uba said Tinubu has the capacity to govern Nigeria. I want to be sincere. It has always been difficult for the Igbo people to key into the National Party because of our sentiments and emotions, he said. Since our president has emerged, and I put that challenge to each Igbo man today in Nigeria, 70 to 80% of them derived their wealth from the legacy that the president left in Lagos. Our president is the politician that understands how it pains and how to console people. He has that capacity. But really, that statement, 80% of Igbos derived their wealth from Tinubu's legacy in Lagos. But would you have that be the case? Do you concur with that?
Yeah, thank you, woman, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Look, I agree with him. The percentage, who knows? He said 80%. If he said that 80% of people living in Lagos, well, that is debatable. But the fact is that Tinubu, during his terms of office, and the guys that took over after him up to today, created enabling environment for all Nigerians to come in and invest, run their business, and be successful financially and economically. That is what I will agree with. You might not like him, might not like his politics, you might not like his personality, you might not like everything. But the evidence is there that he do some things in terms of, creating enabling environment that is very attractive for Igbo people trooping into Lagos every minute by minute. They are coming into Lagos. The fact is there. If you are looking at the percentage of people or tribe that come into Lagos the most, Igbos are number one. They share a greater percentage of people of other tribes coming into Lagos. The fact is there. He did not only created enabling environment. He even into this government service. A lot of people are hired into government service in Lagos. So what this senator or this guy that crossed over to APC is, to APC is saying, it's not lying. It's absolutely true. It's not lying. So, but Tinubu have done well, not only by making example, not only by making Lagos State example for others to copy, but as well make Lagos State attractive for foreign investors. If you want to look at the statistic of foreign investors into Nigeria, you will see that greater percentage of them invest in Lagos. It's just because of what Lagos represents and the people that have been governing it. Yes, we can say, yeah, there are some areas that they fail us. Maybe in education, they didn't do too good. Maybe in healthcare service, they didn't do too good. But when it comes to the economy of the state, when you have a buoyant economy, you'll be attractive to investors. So, and that is what he has done. And he not only make it attractive, like I said, to only Nigerians from other parts of Nigeria, but us as well, the foreign investor. And the record is there that they manage the economy well and make it the number 5, the strongest 5th economy in Africa. Can you? How many countries do we have in Africa? Is it not 52 countries or 50? We are talking about countries now. But Lagos State, an integral part of Nigeria, Tinubu and his team build it economically to be number 5 economy in Africa. That's whether you like it or not, you have to give credit to him and his team. Might not like them and say they're corrupt. Yes, they stole so much money, but still, when you open the balance sheet of Lagos, every investor will see this is the place that I should invest in. So, we are seeing the infrastructure, the light rail service, and all those things that will further, expand the infrastructure base, which will bring more investment and bring more development, to Lagos. So I agree with that, Senator.
Sorry, Angelica, if you don't mind, quickly.
Yes.
I just checked right now. The population of the entire New York State is 19.84 million people. And I think Lagos is about the same size also in terms of population. But here's the kicker right here. The budget for New York State 2022 to 23, $220.5 billion. The reason I'm giving this stats is because Lagos don't get a lot of credit, but at the same time we undermine what it takes to run a place, a state with almost 20 million people. It's a lot of resources and manpower. So the shortcoming of Lagos, if they had that kind of a budget, even half of it, I think they would do very well. I think it would be something to be proud of. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Prince Daddy. Yeah, Lagos is a blessing to to Nigeria, and so far since 1999 to date, I think Tinubu and his team they make it so much. I mean, a place of excellence, as it's called, is number 1, and most of the policy that they position right there, a lot of states across the country emulate that policy in order to develop their own space. Even federal government, you know, I've subscribed to some of the policy implemented by Lagos State government. So they have done well. Might not be where we expected them to be, but at least in Nigerian context as today, yes, they are number one, and they will continue with.
There is nowhere certainly in the West African sub-region, probably in the wider African space, that has the sort of metro intracity system that Lagos is putting in place.
Oh yes, when it's completed, it's going to be the best. It's going to be the best,
and certainly the first in West Africa. I think Egypt has some tram system, but that's different from a metro system. I'm not quite sure if South Africa has one, so that's why I'm sort of faltering in saying that it's the first in Africa. But certainly, it's the first in West Africa, and it will take the rest of them at least a good 100 years to come anywhere close.
Yeah, it's when it's completed. I mean, it's going to attract more investors.
All right, bring it to Majale Coco. We're getting heavy back. Bring it
from
to
someone else. Yes, not from.
Was it?
It's going to be more development to Lagos, and when more development comes to Lagos, more wealth will be created, and Lagos State might even move up. It's possible to be the second largest economy, or even the third largest economy in Africa, if when all the infrastructure that they are building now, when they develop to what we are all looking up to, man, Lagos State might be maybe number third largest economy in Africa, third or second largest economy in Africa. Can you imagine? Lagos State economy is bigger than that of Kenya. It's bigger than that of Uganda, and sir.
Even Ghana.
So,
I mean, the temerity of some of these people that Ghana, they go around social media.
Ghana is a small economy now. Even you understand?
Is the Kenyan economy not even bigger than Ghana?
Yeah,
Ghana is not even
bigger, far.
Yeah, but Lagos State economy is even bigger than that of Kenya.
And one man, I wanted to you said something the other time. South Africa has this metro line, but it's nothing compared to Lagos. At least when I went there in 20, except they have improved on it. When I went there around 2015, it was just from there's a major city in Joburg there, a major part of the city in Joburg. It's just from there to the airport, kind of. That's all. It's not. It's just one line or something like that. Nothing compared to Lagos.
So, one man, I agree with the senator, and Lagos will continue to grow. Nothing can stop Lagos because that is the economic powerhouse of Nigeria. So without Lagos, Nigeria cannot function. That is the absolute truth. Without Lagos, Nigeria cannot function. So if you take Lagos economy out of Nigeria, Nigeria will be like one of those other countries in Africa that are backward country. So Lagos, let's give it to Lagos. So the senator said it right. And it's very courageous to even say that. He said it right.
I was going to go to Solid next, but it dropped. Solid, come back. You dropped yesterday as well. Yeah.
He said it. He said it right, and it's very, very courageous to have even said that look, Tinubu administration policy and make a lot of people, a lot of Igbo people, richer and wealthier than ever before in the history of that country. The policy implemented by Tinubu and his team and made them richer, wealthier than ever before in the history of that country. It should be acknowledged. We got nothing to lose. It's true. So,
Ajaleko, sorry. Ajaleko, do you know Lagos had made the Southeast indigene richer than all the Southeast states put together?
that is the truth. There's nothing.
Than
Look,
the way all the Southeast has put together has contributed to their people. Lagos has contributed more to their wealth.
look, the contribution of Lagos to the GDP of that country, I think, will be around 20-something%, 22 or 25%. If we didn't add the other part of the Western state. But that of the Southeast is less than 2%. It's less than 2%. It's even maybe less than 1%.
We did the data here once.
What do you want to talk? Yes.
Do you remember?
Yes. It's less than 1%, less than 1%.
Oma, can I say something?
Let's leave it there.
About that too.
All right. Have that interjection, Ekene, and then after that interjection, we go on. Unless Adeleko still wants to say more stuff, or wants to round off.
I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there. One more.
Okay, have your interjection, and then after that, we go on to Emeka to have this 5 minutes 5 to 7 minutes monologue. Good to see you, Ekene.
Yeah, thank you, Oma. Well, for me, I came because of this Ifan Yoruba of stuff. Because I respect him.
Did you see the interview?
Yeah, I watched the interview.
Okay.
I respect his opinion. I don't know what led him to dump his party because he's the leader of that party. But any decision he has made, we know what he's targeting towards. So yeah. I respect him because during his time, all his time in the Senate, he did well for his constituency. So, but that doesn't take the fact of the kind of person that he is, which I know him for. So the politics he's playing, I don't know the kind of politics he wants to play this time around. But I know that he wants to be the governor of Anambra State. So having tried in YPP, the last time he came third, so maybe he wants the APC to now help him to get that seat. So, but I don't blame him. But I know his personality. And the Anambra people also know his personality. So we are waiting for him. Let's know how he wants to play the game. So
Ekene. You just said that when he was a senator, he did well for his consistency. What kind of personality are you talking about now? Because the way you are standing, you have your reservation. It's like once it's not obedient. It's not
because I'm obedient. I know his personality very well. So, but that is
you are describing this. So what you are describing in two ways now. So you said he did well. So what else do you want from a politician?
That's what you wanted.
Not the bad Jew. I know the politics he's playing. I know what he's playing.
Hold on, Patrick. Rational mind, switch on your mic because your device is not connecting properly. Sorry, carry on.
So I know the politics he's playing very well. So I don't want to, I don't want to castigate him here. But when that time comes, when he wants to run for that governorship candidate under APC, his record is out there. We'll tell him because he's not the one to direct us. I heard everything he said on the national TV today, all that. It's not today. It is just today that he knows that the Igbo people have to go to the center. When it favors them, they come to national television to say nonsense. So all that kind of hypocrisy, don't want it in our space. He can join APC. We don't care. Yeah. So when the time comes, we open his chapter for him. Thank you.
But can I real quick? But the same thing that Emeka was talking about for the past few days about the Igbo should play their politics more nationally. It's the same thing. Isn't that the same thing?
Nobody should tell Igbo how to play their politics. We don't play such politics in Igbo land. So anybody can begin to argue that. Yeah. No, people like me, other people in our space, we know how we play our politics. I know, and everybody in Anambra knows
how our election would go in the next governorship election. So all this one is doing, he doesn't have that capacity to do it. Because even the people like Andy Oba, that even have more capacity, have played this thing that he's playing, and they never work out for them. You understand? So nobody should tell an Igbo man how to play his politics. I'm not against anybody holding power for too long. I'm only after, when you get power, what did you do with that power? Did you use it to develop the state, or you just use it all throughout just for politics? So if it's all about politics, you can continue to play politics. We don't play politics. If he wants to play politics in Anambra State, we don't play politics in Anambra State. You understand? So for him, he should have learned that very well. Nobody is stopping him not to decamp to APC. He can decamp 100 times as far as we want.
Okay, you know
He should
that is
have
an interjection that you are making. No, it's an interjection. No, so it's not. So I think we
Okay,
understand what you are
I'm
doing.
sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. It's just that I want you people to know, sir, that when people decamp, APC people begin to. I see all the praises he's gotten on this platform today because you people think that you have arrived. That is now Igbo people talking, because you have seen one man just decamp to APC, and you people are happy about it. So that's all.
I can ask you a question, please.
Ask me.
Like Wole Soyinka once said that doing the same thing repeatedly and expecting a different result is somewhat a form of craziness or malady. This man is trying to do something a different way. The reason why I praised him today is because I acknowledge his boldness that when it came to the topic of Nnamdi Kanu, the man did not shy away. He said he wants Nnamdi Kanu out and they would discuss with the government.
All right. I think he lost connection
It
there.
is
So
of this.
that leaves the window. So Emeka, you're up next. A 5 to 7 minute monologue from Emeka. Emeka, you're up next. Oh no, we can't hear you. Can anyone hear me? Can anyone hear Emeka?
Yeah. I can't hear Emeka. Emeka is some noise is coming from his side, but I can hear you, man. Emeka, go out and come back in.
No, we can't hear you, Emeka. We can hear a waffling sound, but not you. Try again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now. Carry on. 5 to 7
All right.
minutes.
Good evening,
monologue.
everyone. Good evening, panelists, and those in the comment section. Share, like, and subscribe. All right. Today is is a, like we spoke yesterday. I commented on why would P2B turn to a sidekick for Atiku Abubakar. Now he's feeling the heat. The reaction from it is not what he anticipated. We've all expressed our opinion about how he's surrounded by inexperienced individuals who are telling him to tag along to Atiku's initiative. Now the focus is now on him. You see the senator on channels, he came out blazing. He left no bullets in his MI6, and he was shooting sporadically and shooting and aiming and giving it to Obi and Atiku concurrently at the same time. He spared no words, and he lost respect for them. Those are the kind of follow-up. You saw Loretta Onoche coming out from her place in the UK, firing her own shot and throwing it at Obi and saying, Obi, you failed. Go home and go and rest. Who else again? A lot of people have from the APC started, throwing their shot. And you saw Abati coming up. Abati was like, what the hell is this? Are you losing some attention at home? Are you not loved? It's high time you enter into evangelism. From politician turn to a preacher who is convincing you to become, to be dancing around looking for attention, So it all shows, what we're saying is that Obi should have thought better about going into that space. It is Atiku. Leave Atiku to do damage to himself, because you will be the one to benefit. That is what his handlers or his aides didn't understand. Now they are going back to grant more media attention to correct the anomaly that they've already done. If I was Obi, someone would lose his job. You don't have to give me such naughty and useless advice. And now everybody is flinging my WAEC and BSc certificate all over the internet, and people are just making a mess out of me and a mockery. When you
Yeah,
throw,
Emeka, sorry. Don't you think it still speak to what we have been seeing earlier, even before he came out to do this conference that he had earlier, that the man does not even have the intellectual capacity. He tends to be moved by what people are saying and doesn't have his own
yeah, I
own
agree. I agree with what you're saying. He's not experienced. That's the lack of it.
and
And then
even his educational attainment also speak to that. Look at his WAEC result. It shows that
yeah,
he's not even
yeah,
intellectually capable.
typically, you understand. If he was of sound mind, he won't. Initially, his party said, "No, we don't want to be an interloper. Go on your journey. Article is for you." Then all of a sudden, you were convinced by Aisha Yusufu, the dancing queen of the Labour Party group. Then you now decided to go and read out what she wrote for you. Now you are feeling the heat. It's a mess for him. Regardless, people sharing your WAEC. You say you want to reintroduce yourself to the public. We know you already. A lot of people have said you got a 2-2 in philosophy. That is well known. But to the fact that people are now making a mockery of you and sharing your report all around and just lambast. No, now, Arise News that used to be your darling, you have an Abati telling you that you should be a preacher, that you are looking for attention, like you are not loved at home. That's why you're coming out and looking for attention, media attention and relevance. That's a slap to your face. So he should think, if I were in his position, I said it before he went to, and I said it again yesterday. This is not how you play opposition party. It's a lack of experience, and that lack of experience is now turning out to backlash, attack dog, and APC members coming out so harsh on you. Now, I like what the senator did, right? He took it to the next level personally. So if you want to attack the president, you begin to think carefully on what you say. You anticipate if the attack dogs would come out and tear you off your head. I think Baba Janiko was saying treason is too much. No, you take it to the top. You take it to the top. When they are saying this, all of them will be looking, why is this guy saying that the Attorney General should be reviewing the matter for treasonable offense? You make them scared. You make them begin to think twice. If they don't know how to play opposition party, they should go and get a handbook. They should borrow it from the UK. Look at somebody talking about morality. When he's someone that they told that you have identity crisis in the UK. Somebody who was doing yesterday and said he was going to sue People Gazette. And when the People Gazette say we are not backing down, this is authentic. Where is he? Where is this lawsuit? And he's busy talking about reintroducing himself. Have you introduced your yesterday personality? Someone who turned our election into a Christian fight.
Onward Christian soldier.
Exactly. It's not Bishop that was it? Is it Bishop? Yeah, it's Bishop that was saying if you open the bomb, regardless, even if you have clean it, you use sponge, iron sponge. You even use a suction pump to suck it out. You will still find something. So these politicians, I said it yesterday, I said it the previous day, and I said Obi is inexperienced. It is his lack of inexperience that is pushing him to make a lot of mistakes. And if he does not surround himself with people with the right skill set, he needs to start poaching people who have been in politics for quite a while. They will mislead him to his pulpit. Obi should be working on converting, getting new votes, and not playing to the gallery. You are playing with people who have been doing this for a long time.
Emeka, I don't think we deserve Emeka. I don't think we deserve somebody like Obi as our president. He should not even be speaking at his attempt in contesting again. He should go and resign. He should go and retire and he should not contest again. No, believe me, we don't deserve such a man as that. Is not capable to be a leader of a country like Nigeria.
I thought I should jump in real quick. He keeps saying he keeps saying Peter B is not experienced. After being a governor for 2 terms, VP candidate, run as a presidential candidate, and he's saying he's still not experienced. Is that
no? He's not experienced as to the role of an opposition party. He's not playing the role very well. He short. As a matter of fact, he has not even come to terms that he's an opposition party. He's in the opposition. You understand? He has not come to that terms yet. That's why he's
My brother, you are right.
He's
You are right
unstable.
to say that he's not experienced, though. You are right. Because you can
He's
even
not.
be in an office and not learn anything.
Opposition. Sorry, Emeka. You are also right to say that he's not come to terms with the fact that he's an opposition. He probably thinks that it's a government in waiting. That's what he seems to sound like.
He knows he knows he didn't win the election. He knows. He knows he didn't win the election, right? He knows the Supreme Court will amount to nothing. But because they want to keep deceiving their supporters and pretending that there's some glimmer of hope for them, and just to keep that support base to the fact that they've gone to trademark obedient at the Nigeria trademark this thing, and saying that obedient are the sole supporters of Obi. You understand? Is the confusion going on in the camp?
They've done that.
No, they've done that. They've trademarked it. Listen to the interview. They've trademarked it.
My goodness me. Yeah, who's that? Joseph Ed? Yeah, Emeka has the floor, but if you allow, say let's hear from you.
I want to speak. Like Emeka was saying, Obi is inexperienced. Like Obi, like I know he's against Obi from even listening to what he's saying. Obi is not his candidate. And let's put it here. See, if you see what we are talking about is the person in the form of Tinubu, that is our president, to President Tinubu. So what people are saying is that this guy, if you look at the whole, like I've looked at the whole case in Chicago about his certificate. You know that this dude forged his certificate. But people here, I know you.
Hold on.
Okay. When you get to your turn, you can say that, right? I have read the disposition.
Emeka, just pause for a moment. Sorry, I beg your pardon, Emeka. You still have the floor. But justify that statement, Joseph Ed. Justify you saying he forged the certificate. And what does that even mean? That he forged the certificate?
Excuse me, one man. You see, I respect my brothers, my Yoruba brothers, well-educated people. But I want to tell you, see, Gani Fawemi is not stupid, fighting Tinubu on that. And if you look at what his statement over the years, Tinubu said he went to University of Chicago. When he was caught, he changed it to Chicago State University. Even if you look at the case at present now, you see that it shows clearly that this man forged it. I don't know why.
Let me ask you a question, Joseph. Let me ask you. Hold on. Let me ask you. The Chicago State University has been contacted regarding this matter. So what did they say?
You see, they said the certificate Tinubu has did not come from them. It did not come from them.
They said that
forged his certificate. That's what they said. They said that thing didn't come from them. But there was a Bola Tinubu that attended Chicago State University. And recently,
now, who is that Bola Tinubu?
Hold on. If you go to Tinubu's Wikipedia now, they've changed it. They just changed his Adekunle now. They changed Adekunle, added Adekunle to it. So his name now.
You know that Wikipedia is an open source platform. Do you know that? And do you know what that means as well?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Continue.
All right.
Okay, all right. Let me just debunk what he just said correctly now. Page 106 of the sworn disposition of Kalberg said Olajide Adeniji gave an affidavit that Bola Tinubu went to CSU, and the registrar confirmed that Olajide Adeniji was a CSU student and was on campus at the same time with Tinubu. How did he do that? How did he know? He went to the students' farm. Hold on. No, don't interject me again. I will not permit you to interject me again. I will not permit you to interject me again. Sorry, sir. I will not permit you to interject me again. You have said something. I want to debunk it and then proceed to what I was saying. I won't permit you to interject me again. So, how did he know? He went to the guy's Adeniji's record on file and looked at it and confirmed, okay, this person was on campus at the same time. Page 56 of the sworn disposition showed that Enaro Eba, through his lawyer Kowa, gave a subpoena to CSU, and the register produced the transcript, official transcript of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and that subpoena was also requesting for passports, social security number, driver's license, and the school said we don't keep such. Now,
Emeka, can I come in?
I will no interjection. No interjection for now. Let me debunk what he just said. No intervention for now. Now, let me no intervention for now. Page 42, line 19, which is an entrapment question, because Ms. Liu was asking questions, the same question, different ways, different manner to entrap him. Entrapment question. He responded and he said, CSU has no record of issuing this INEC diploma to the president in 1979. Now, okay, what they are trying to say is that that's INEC certificate, which carried the date of issued, is not when it was requested for. Issued. When it was requested for. And he came back again and he said, this looks like what we had in the 90s. He quoted 1999. Ms. Liu said, is it the 90s? He said, yes. Correct. So you guys are just beating about the bush on this. Listening to social media echo chambers. That is where I will leave it. Okay, and no interjection. Then also page 109 of the sworn oath of the disposition said replacement diplomas are done off site. Ms. Liu asked him, what about 1979? He said, I am not sure. Probably that would have been done in-house. He said, are you speculating? He said, I am speculating. I am not there. I have read the disposition. I have even marked the numbers. What you say. And again, let you guys, I will go and read the disposition again tonight. I will read it tomorrow again. So anybody who is coming with this falsehood, get ready to be debunked. If you are coming with this falsehood, get ready to be debunked. Did Bola Ahmed,
you sure read that thing? I can confirm you read it truly. Because anybody that have read that disposition will talk the way you are talking. But those people beating
Emeka has read it about 3 times. Yes. 3 times.
No, even tonight I will read it again. Page 48. Page 48 said they were getting inquiries 5 to 30 a day, to the point that Kalberg was now upset and had to contact the legal group on what he will do. That he doesn't want to be putting his name on, because they had a format, a template. He doesn't want to be putting his name there. It's like they were already harassing him on social media. So I will debunk. Please let me go back to my monologue. Sorry for that. I just wanted to debunk. I just wanted to debunk what he was saying. Let me go back to my monologue.
Sorry, before you go back to your monologue, let me just ask Josephette a question, and I just want a binary yes or no answer. Josephette, have you read that deposition? Josephette. You see, now radio silence. Back to you, Emeka.
Okay, finally. Sure he hasn't read that.
No, he hasn't read it now. Let me just close with this. Page
TV, and that's it's coming
page 42. Page 42
what of rational mind? Has he read it?
He has not read it now.
Page 42 of that disposition.
Obidati TV, and then come here.
Page 42 of the disposition said,
when I was countering rational mind now, I told him that because I quoted pages, ignore the first 10 pages, then go read from that 11th page to around 40 something of those pages.
Page 42. The registrar, Kalberg, he said the student graduated on June 22nd, 1979. There is also a June 27th, 1979 certificate, diploma certificate that is still in Tinubu's file. Actually, it's not in his file. It's in the file cabinet within the registrar's office.
Yeah.
It's in the file cabinet within the registrar's office. He didn't pick it up. He did not collect that June 27th, the one issued when he requested for it. He requested for it later on. And they asked him what happened today. He said it's a clerical error. The Miss Luna said, you went to this school, you went to that school, you went to this school, you had this job. Clerical error happened. He said, well, I can't say that, but clerical errors do happen. Page 42 is saying the student graduated on June 22nd, 1979, and CSU is not qualified to verify whether the INEC document is authentic, given that it is not in their possession. Given that it is not in their possession. So all these things you people are saying, please, who is better than the school? Who is better than the school to say that this guy was their student? Who is better? They don't ask him, how do you know that this guy is your student? They say we kept a record of him. Where did you get this document? I went to the student's record and I got it from the document. 1970, I went there. So you went? He said yes, it's in his record. How do you know he's a male? What was the issue? It was a male. How do you know he's the president? He answered that. So Bola Tinubu is a unique name. Bola Tinubu is a unique name. Proceed so that I can go to my monologue.
Okay. You have made your submission concerning the deposition. That suits you very well. You just send it the way it suits you.
It not suits me. It's an objective document that you two should go and read.
I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there because my own submission was based on what one man read, and I just got it from what he read that the people that signed those things were not there when those certificate was given. So, and that was what one man read here. So, but that is not my main point. My main point is this: when you say that the OB is not the experience or that and all that, well, I don't want to go too much deep on that. But for me, first thing you said in this platform was that OB was not going to win any state in the South.
Yes, yeah. I said that.
So, you have never apologized for that up to today. You have never apologized for that.
I was corrected by Kolata. Kolata corrected me. Who else corrected? I think Baba Janil corrected me. Who else again corrected me? Though I held my ground. Right?
So another thing is this. You say that he's not experienced. But there are a lot of pictures I would have been sending to you because it is Labour Party and it's our privacy. I will not be sending those things to you because you guys will not.
Listen. I think you guys, right? There's you guys listen emotionally. I said
no, it's not emotional. It's not emotional. It's not emotional.
You know what? Let me continue with my monologue. Let me continue with my monologue.
Hold on. Let him respond to what you said. Yeah.
What I meant, he's not.
I'm not even saying anything. He didn't want me to say anything. He just where he wouldn't even allow me to talk.
Obi is not experienced to play opposition party. Obi is not experienced to play opposition party. Obi is not experienced to play opposition party.
Emeka, just hold steady. Let Ekene put a position to you, respond to that position, and then carry on with your monologue. So Ekene be succinct though, condense it, put it short and to the point, let Emeka respond to it, and then because I wanted Emeka's thought on the liberalization of importation, especially these 43 items, but put that position, let Emeka respond.
Yeah, the position I want to put for him now is that he said a lot of things that Obi is not experienced, but I want to tell you here and now the Labour Party is doing very well. And I'm not going to speak more on that. Just continue to say that he's not doing well and he doesn't know how to play his politics. Continue to say that. I like the way you are putting it. We in the Labour Party know what we are doing and we are doing it very well. And I'm commending the party for the position they are taking right now and the way we are building our party. So you can continue to say, I would have been putting those videos to one man, but I will not put it. I've decided not to put it. It's our privacy. So maybe in the next election, or maybe in the next other things that are coming in our space and all that and all that. So, but I want you to continue to say that the man is not doing very well, or he doesn't know politics. Continue to say that. But what I'm sure is that,
Let me say something.
yeah,
Can I say something real quick?
yeah.
One man, you said 7 minutes. And I remember yesterday here, I just want to say something here. When I was moderating, the Agbadorians here, they just swoop on what's his name? Emeka and this guy, the other obedient people. You see this hypocrisy. I keep saying it. Hold on. I noticed that on this platform. I know not one man. I know some of you hijack it from one man sometimes, but it's not fair. It's not fair. Everybody has a voice. Emeka has been talking here. I've been timing him. You said 7 minutes more, right, one man, but people just kept quiet. They allow him to continue. But if it's somebody like Kenena or me or somebody talking now, you will hear them. They will swoop on us. I mean, you guys need to sit down and think about this. Your hypocrisy. We're talking about. I mean,
are you saying Emeka was not interjected when he was speaking?
Good.
Simba interjected him. Joseph, everybody interjected.
I was interjected here yesterday when I was making my own monologue. But you see how some people were saying, "Oh, let us move on. Let's move on." You see, I understand interjection comes in every time, but Ekene spoke for over 5 minutes, uninterrupted, until maybe when he got interjected. Maybe around 3 minutes he got interjected. Then he's continued speaking for over another 3, 4, 5 minutes.
One man. I want to.
When we hear things that suits us, that tickles our ear, like we want to hear Tinubu praise Tinubu to high heaven, we'll just keep quiet and we're like, and then when is somebody now trying to talk against Tinubu?
No, one man. I think rational mind is unfair because I was here.
Hold on. I think in rational mind may have a point. Now. I think it may have a point that somewhat they but maybe it's not to Tinubu's narrative, but because somebody like Emeka, he has that texture that the audience enjoys. So maybe we're too liberal with the timing with him. Maybe he has a point. Yeah.
One man, I was there because I was even pleading that they should allow Uptown to speak. Because now it was even the rational mind and Mike that were creating the chaos. Now the point is this: once Uptown was speaking, Uptown will be speaking. Once rational mind says something, Mike will just come and Mike will just make sure that he will not speak. I had to be saying, no, it is unfair. Allow this guy to speak. Ekene was here too. So the thing is this: if rational mind too was able to even caution his incursion, then it wouldn't have given Mike enough time to come and interrupt. So when Mike is doing something, it would be unfair to now use the same brush to say, oh, all Agbadorian. No, to me, if I was not there, then I would say, oh, you are saying this thing because I was here. I was among those people pleading, allow this guy to land. So rational mind, your politics, no enter, please.
Ogbeni, please. I want to say push back on that too. Rational mind.
No, we don't want to go too heavily. That's not really a topic. That's just rational mind flashing something up. So it's noted. Because it's talking about the timing. So let Emeka continue with this monologue so that we can go on to the next speaker. Emeka, back to you.
All right. Okay. Just to point out something, and I would move on. So. Page 36 of that disposition said, if a student reorders diploma of 1979 today, it will appear like the diplomas issued in 2023 template. It will be signed by the current president and the board chair. All right, my monologue. So what I meant by Obi being inexperienced is he's inexperienced in playing opposition role. I'm not saying Obi is a politician, right? Despite the fact that he claims not to not be a regular politician, he's a proper Nigerian politician. Nobody can dispute that. So I think I'm done with the Obi and his ridiculous pressing conference, and as well as the backlash and retaliatory attacks given to him.
Have you paid any attention? And just a very brief thought on this one, if you have any thoughts. Have you paid any attention to this headline on the screen? Because one of the subscribers sent it in, and it struck me. It's CBN lifts forest restrictions on importation of 43 items. So very quickly, I wanted to know what those items are. And when we got to the items, they've lifted forest restrictions on rice and things like that.
Cement, palm oil, groundnut oil, vegetable oil, soap, cosmetics, even toothpicks.
Is this not going to lead to another round of dumping?
Well, that was why the restriction were there initially, right? But as you can see, the importation still continued because these importers are sourcing their funds from the parallel market. So, as you know, if it's just the preference of the Nigerian consumer, we prefer foreign goods to what we produce locally, right? We prefer foreign toothpick than what we produce locally. We prefer foreign toothpaste too, as well as foreign rice. You know, so once the demand is there, and the supplier sees the demand is there, and CBN is not giving them the forex, the FX to go and make import these goods, they go to the parallel market. So I'm not going to blame the CBN governor or the CBN itself for removing the restriction, because the dollar to naira is sparring in an uncontrollable manner. So let's get it controlled. Like the circular said, there will be, controlling the market through various intervention, right? Let's see if that will control the pricing before, because Christmas is coming, right? And with Christmas comes heavy spending. And, we don't know what the price of naira against the dollar would look like towards the Christmas season. So people will begin to complain and shout, because that's when a lot of demand and consumption occurs in the country. Hopefully, maybe to protect in-house production and the Nigerian production company, they might see a way to intervene later on after this whole thing has been properly controlled. But for now, I think the removal of any restriction is the way to go. Then, but the problem is, when we produce in-house, it's quite expensive. So if someone is going to import, it's cheaper than what you have in-house, and people definitely is a no-brainer. You pick
will this policy not kill the Buhari rice, indigenous rice thing, which was one of the marquee policies of its administration, and which a lot of people thought was yielding some sort of a result?
I agree.
Will it not still birth it?
I agree. Let's see with the price of the FX price at the moment for dollars. Let's see if those who can import rice can compete with the local rice production. I think the last I checked when I was in Nigeria, July, it was 8 kg was going for roughly 22,000 naira. I'm not so sure. I'm not clear about, but I will check. I might call to find out. So if they factor in the FX, the importation costs, transportation costs, haulage, custom duties, which will be high, definitely, because you are importing something we produce locally. And then let's see how the price will look like. Definitely, when you go into the shopping mall or you go to your local Malam shop and you see let's say 8 kg or 25 kg is selling for 25,000 naira, and an imported one is selling for 50,000 naira. Except you just feel you want to eat Uncle Ben's rice and you want to feel funky with yourself. Then if you want to waste money, you go ahead. But if you don't want to waste money, you pick something that you've actually tried, and there's no difference in terms of taste and quality, and you save yourself some bucks. So if that is the way, if a rational individual, if he looks at it based on pricing, he goes for the cheapest, which is the local goods. Then those who are importing will know that they're out of business. They can't compete. But let's see how it goes. And
can I ask you a question?
No, I want Emeka to round up. So
no, it's here I want to ask. It's here I want to ask one man. I want to ask you a question.
Right, go on.
Yeah, okay. Before then, rice is 56,000 naira now, not. So, but what I want to ask you now, do you now agree that Nigeria is not ready for production?
Nigeria is ready for production if they put protectionist policies around it, which is what Buhari was trying to do, but which this policy now seeks to undo.
When he says rice is 56,000 naira, is it the local one the one produced in Nigeria, not the imported one from Thailand?
The one produced in Nigeria is about 52.
52.
The other one
the
is
one from
56,
Thailand
yes.
is how much? 56.
Yeah, 56. Both Taiwan and India.
Oh, all
So
right.
what may not happen is
Emeka, round it up. I don't
yeah,
want to get bogged down
to
in
answer his question,
Yeah.
probably yes, it opens room for if the in-house guys, because they have been protected for quite a while, if they see that the pricing for the imported goods is quite cheap, they may reduce their own costs too. It's competition. I think it's win-win for the Nigerian people. It could be win-win, and hopefully the government may come with some tax relief to help them subsidize their production costs. But let's see how it goes. The main thing is to get a grip of the FX going out of control and FX rate, and see how we can strengthen the naira. Hopefully, in the future, maybe other economic policies will be able to be implemented for Nigerian producers.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the inimitable Emeka, of course, one of one. You can't have two Emekas now. That you have a sugar rush if you have two Emekas, one of one. So gentlemen, I want us to do it this way. I want us to be a bit disciplined with the interjections and the monologue so that we can get to people quicker, because I think it's the waiting around that always rankles with people. So the interjection still, but not just any random thing. It has to be pertinent and germane, and you have to really condense it. So the interjection doesn't have to be some long end essay, just a short and to the point something, and so that the speaker can sweep it up in the course of their delivery. So for counterbalance, I want to get to Joseph Fed very quickly, but I'm conscious of how long Simba has been waiting. So we go to Simba, we go to Joseph Fed, we come to Prince Daddy, and then we do Ola and Patrick. So Simba, you're up next. A 5 to 7 minute monologue, either anything that caught your attention in the news cycle or what we're discussing today. Good to see you, Simba.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Yes, so I just want to continue speaking on what Emeka just finished with just now. This lifting of forex on some goods, especially the one that concern agriculture, like rice and the meat. Because presently with Buhari policy, that one has really helped poultry industry in Nigeria, especially those people who are producing the meat one. The broilers, and has attracted a lot of foreign investors into that sectors, which I'm aware of. But with the introduction of this one now, and the lifting of the ban and the forex on this, I think it's going to impact heavily on the local production. So I don't know what government want to achieve by this policy. If it is to actually help the forex, I don't know how to impact on that, but definitely it's going to affect local production. Because
Simba, is it not exactly because of that people are suffering? So if they liberalize that space, then the cheap goods or cheaper goods are more cost economic beneficial goods will be imported by the importers, which will affect the pricing. So because Nigeria used to be the largest importer of rice, until Buhari came in and tried to encourage local production. So if they start to flood the market with all of these goods, that will crash the prices, would it not? And ultimately benefit the man on the street.
I think, yes, I think that is what is motivating them now. Maybe because of the cry of Nigerians that some of these staple food are very expensive. That's what, but that's short term, yes, but long term is going to create a lot of unemployment. and then it is going to affect local production. And in long time also, it's going to have an adverse effect on this same forest that they want to, because the majority of, if you kill the local production, that means we have to increase our importation, and which is going to also have effect on demands for forex to import these goods. And so it's going to mean, I don't think there's any, it doesn't make sense. This policy doesn't make sense at all. No matter how we look at it, it's going to, the forex is going to worsen it. The local production will reduce, and it's also going to create a lot of unemployment in Nigeria. So I don't think, look at it now, palm oil, rice, and chicken, meat, and all those things that can produce in Nigeria. Why should we be importing palm oil, for God's sake?
Yes, and toothpick, the famous toothpick.
So to me, I don't think they thought through this policy before. Maybe we don't know the details, but if we look at it from our own basic economy, it doesn't make sense at all. So then another thing I want to speak about is that video that you showed us about those two ladies.
Yes.
One man, I know this man is the father of this guy, is a friend of mine. Though the man, we are not of the same age, the man is about 86 years old now. The father of this guy that they killed is a very good friend of mine. He's an hotelier in Ilorin. So this incident actually took place in Ilorin, not in Abuja. And sometimes ago, around the 2017, 2018, I was with this man, and we are discussing the father of this guy that they fired. And the guy was telling me, the man was telling me that if there's any one regret he has in life, is that his children are not interested in his business. He has fleet of hotels in London, big ones, and his gang is a millionaire. So, but he succeeded in bringing this guy to come and actually help in his business because the man is getting old. The guy just came around 2 years ago, and you can see how they ended the life of this young man. So it's actually, it was inside
it was an unfortunate set of circumstances. I think they were just intended on robbing him, certainly not killing him.
These are students. They claim to be students of Kwara Polytechnic in Ilorin, though the polytechnics are debunked that they are not they are students, but that's what they claim. So it's an unfortunate event, and I don't know why that guy also engaged in that kind of activities with these ladies.
What do you mean? You don't know? Oh, you know why you engaged them. What are you talking about, Simba? Eh? Man must work now. Man does not live by bread alone. But
and I think the man will be very devastated, because he was one that actually forced this guy to come and actually take over his business from him. So it's a very sad, because last year I saw this guy. We were together in his hotel in the flower garden in Jerry in Ilorin around August last year. I was with him with this same guy. So he's somebody that I know personally. So it's a very sad event. It's a very, very sad event.
Do you have any sympathy for these girls at all, or do you have any understanding for their circumstances? Because their life is gone now, that's the end for them.
Simba, is that guy married?
Yeah, he's married. Yes, he's married.
So I didn't cut down, so. Ọlọ́run máa ṣọ́ wọn káàkiri o.
Ìjẹkújẹ ló pa bàbá kan.
One man, I think was it not last week Thursday that you play a clip about it's something like this that we were discussing about the way things are going, the way our ladies are behaving, and all those things. In Nigeria now, people are not ready to work, and the expectation is so high. People just want to make money in an illegal way, and they just don't want to. So look at what this lady, they had a plan for him. They came in with rope and everything. He
They even
thought
came.
that
They even
they are.
came with. They came in with a drug as well to knock him out, which they were trying to
No,
force on the
that was
kid.
what they used. That was the
Yeah,
drug they gave him. It was poisoned. You understand? Even the
yeah.
staff of the hotel, they saw this lady when they entered with him. You understand what I'm saying? So, and I don't know why the guy couldn't shout when they started all this kind of thing that they are doing for him.
Oduntini.
So it took them hours. It took out. In fact, it was when they wanted to. They expected him to have come out because during the closing time, that they have to go in and say, "Oh God, where are you now? We have been waiting for you," and all those things. That was when they found his lifeless body on the bed.
You know something
So
funny? I always feel some empathy for pretty girls. Look how pretty this girl is, and in such a way, it's pretty young girl, and she's still doing lab. But look at that, she's still doing. Look at that. What's it all about? Eh?
well, but you know, okay, look at the whole family now. Look at this old man. Look at the wife of this guy, his children. So what will become of them? These ones now, they don't have a future, but now they are ruining some other people's future. So if you look at the whole scenario now, it's actually they didn't do anything.
It's not a victimless crime though, because he wanted to take advantage of them and they wanted to rob him. So it's not a victimless. It's not a victim or exactly. Yeah. Or
Probably
would you say?
he paid them for the service, and but they have an ulterior motive.
Was he trying to have a threesome?
Havoc.
Yeah,
I want to ask him, was he trying to have a threesome?
Exactly, that's what he was trying to do.
Do you know what a threesome is?
Àwọn àfa àgọ́ lọ burú jù ṣọ́ra o.
Àfa wa ní Ìlọrin, Simba.
Èwo ló mọ̀ rational mind, ìwọ ló mọ̀.
Àṣírí àfa àti tú, àṣírí àfa àti tú. Àfa sọ pé òun mọ̀ nǹkan tó jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Àṣírí àfa àti tú.
Ò fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ni, Simba ò fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ni.
Àfa àti ṣerú ẹ̀ tipẹ́tipẹ́.
Àwọn àfa wa ní Ìlọrin.
Ẹ̀yin lẹ mọ̀ bàbá Jálé kòkò. I bet it's
it's unfortunate, isn't it?
And you know, if I want to even extend it further, one man, I don't know the way we do business in Nigeria, whereby everybody is just you have a big business, and the only thing that you'll be thinking of is your children to inherit your business. I've seen that a lot, and a lot of people are now forcing their children. They might not be interested in what they are doing, but they will force them in the name of that. I want to hand over to my children, and it's not working for most of the people. Though this one headed in killing, but some of them they even come and they will come and mismanage because that last year, the old man was still the one doing all the work. The guy came late to work and he was not looking serious. You know, it's like somebody that was forced to just come, and he was not actually, committed to the work and all those things. You understand? And maybe he just came and made the money, and the guy was just enjoying himself, spending the money of the old man. Are you not the one that asked me to come and all those things? And so I think maybe we should have a way of, maybe by the time we have a business that is thriving, so that I make it a public business, so that the legacy will not be lost at the end of the day when the man died. Because like now, what is he going to now invite another one to come and be managing the business? So what will now become of his business when he eventually dies? So those are the issues now.
Talk us through this headline, Simba. Tinubu appoints new chairman to spearhead Efcc. So, Mr. Ola Olukoyede.
Yeah, I listen to your when you are reading it. I think initially you said that the man does not have, but so when you read it further, you discover there is a lawyer, and then but the only thing that you are saying is that maybe he doesn't have a kind of intelligence training.
Yeah, policing background. He doesn't have.
But I don't think it's actually necessary, because if you look at the EFCC, the operation has to do with intelligence and some kind of law, understanding of law. So we have a lawyer there because most of the problem they be having in EFCC is actually how to pursue their case to logical conclusion. Because most of the time, somebody will be arrested, then by the time they get to court, then they lose the case in the court. So maybe now that they have a lawyer that in the hem of their affair, they have also other people that are working with them who can deal with that intelligence. So I don't think there's anything wrong.
Woman, can I interject? Just on
Yeah,
this topic here.
Yeah,
See,
come in.
I don't know the guy's name that is just speaking now.
Simba.
Simba. The problem we are having is it's not like if you go to EFCC, there are a lot of lawyers there. It's not about lawyer. It's not about this. The thing is that somebody like Akpabio, most of these politicians, they have cases in EFCC, but the power that be prevents them from being executed. You understand? That's the problem we are having. It's not like the EFCC. The EFCC is just there for how will I put it? It's just a charade. It's not effective. We have enough lawyers in that EFCC to do the job. It's not about lawyer. It's just about the power that be. People like Akpabio is above the law. People like all this, they are above the law. EFCC cannot do them anything. They will just prolong the case for maybe 5 years, 6 years, and they will drop it. That's what they do in Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, so Josephine, yes, I agree with you. But it's not only political cases that the EFCC pursue. So we should not limit to political cases. I have friends that are working there. Those guys in EFCC, majority of them are millionaires, and they know how to help their victims by actually not putting up a good case in the court. So that at the end of the day, when the victim is arrested and they file the lawsuit, they will be also the one that will file something that is actually very ridiculous to the court. And then when they go to the court, and that's the way they normally help their victim after collecting a lot of money from them. So if we can actually eliminate corruption and then remove this political intervention from EFCC, I think they will do a good job. Having a lawyer there, and then it's because, as you said, we have a lot of lawyers. Then even if you need intelligence, we have a lot of people who have that intelligence training that can actually help them.
But Simba, what about the elephant in the room? Are you trying to avoid that? The elephant in the room. Are you looking at your screen, Simba?
Yes.
Can you read this name that I highlighted?
Yes, I'm not with my glasses, so I cannot read. What is it?
Ola Olukoyede. So are there any other names in Nigeria outside of Ola and Muyiwa? Is this not the Yorubanization?
What about the Yorubanization of a thing?
Is it not? I mean,
I think this is the first time we'll be having a Yoruba man in the hem of affair of EFC, or even in Southern, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm not just looking at it. I think maybe what
the
chief
of army staff is a Yoruba man. The IGP, Inspector General of Police, is a Yoruba man.
You talk about so many times about this Yorubanization. To me, I'm getting tired of all this. I think what we need now is performance. Is whether whoever is there, somebody that can perform, and then you actually remove all the impediments that will not make them to perform, the political impediments and the corruption, because those are the two major key things that actually mitigating against effective fighting of corruption in Nigeria. So it's a very dicey situation. If you see the way the guys in EFCC, the way they do their duties, they will be the one that will even teach you what to do, what to say. By the time they collect, and they don't collect money in naira, they collect money in dollars, and they don't collect transfer. They don't take money by transfer. They collect cash, so that you will not have any kind of trace of whatever they are doing. So EFCC, even if you are a policeman, most people are fighting, just like working in NNPC and everything. That's the way people struggle to work in EFCC in Nigeria. So it's a very appalling situation, and so I don't know what they can do actually to make. To me, is not working now, and I don't know what it's only that if the government is willing. And then, so, but with the kind of politics we practice in Nigeria, it's just like a trade by barter of a thing. So, it's just like a business as usual, as far as I'm concerned.
All right, Simba, let me take you to this set of statistics, and then after that I'll go on to Josephet, then Prince Daddy. So we vary the conversation somewhat. This is quite striking, actually. It's not surprising, but it tells a lot of what is going. It says a percentage who say they pray daily. So countries that pray daily, you have Afghanistan as number one, Nigeria second, Algeria third, Senegal fourth, Djibouti fifth, Iran sixth, Iraq seventh, Niger eighth, and Indonesia ninth. So those are the countries that are fervent prayers and fastidious religious says. But the countries that don't especially give anything to religion, number one is China, number two is the United Kingdom, number three Switzerland, number four Austria, number five Czech Republic, Germany, Estonia, France, and Denmark. So what are you reading into this set of statistics, Simba?
We said it before on this platform that religions and all these things, it has a link with poverty. If you look at the countries that you mentioned that actually pray, they are the poverty-stricken countries. You know, I've mentioned it on this platform before, even here in Saudi Arabia. If you go to mosque and you discover that majority of the people that you see in the mosque are actually people from the developing country, the Bangladesh, the Indians, the Nigerians, the Egyptians, and all those things. Even if they come, immediately they finish their prayer, they don't waste 1 minute. They will just stand up and then go and face their business. And they don't have anything to pray for. They don't pray for electricity, they don't pray for water, they don't pray for health, they don't pray for anything because they get all these things very cheaply. And even if you make mistake as a health worker, if you make mistake in managing their children, they don't give it to God, say, okay, this is how God wants it. They will sue you and claim a lot of ransom, a lot of from litigation, get a lot of money from you. So they don't leave anything to God. They take care of themselves. They do all sorts of things. But it's only in Nigeria or in a developing country
Simba, do you think religion stagnates development?
Definitely. Though Allah is here, Allah will not believe. We have said this so many times on this platform. Is an impediment to development.
Why do you think so?
Is in fact a great one. Look at Nigeria now. Now, if you go to Nigeria now, people go to religious house from Monday to Sunday. Before, what we used to know is that Muslims go to mosque on Friday and Christians go to church on Sunday. But now it's every day, and so how will you now make some people productive? Instead of people to be find physical solution to their problem, they'll be seeking spiritual solution. So to me, it's an impediment. It's a great impediment to development.
Simba, why did you mention my name? Because
black people,
sorry. Let me. You know my stance on religion. Religion is not the reason Nigerians are not more productive. Get that right. Because of the poverty in the land, people now go for hope. Religion gives you hope. So you hope and hope and hope because that's what you have to turn to. So religion is not the reason you do not have electricity. Religion is not the reason you do not have good infrastructure. So I don't know how.
Hold on, Ola. These statistics, what on our screens now, it tells you that it is. Because all the religious spaces, all these religious countries, they don't have any of those developmental things that you're listing. And all these non-religious countries, they have them.
Okay, let me answer that. Let me answer that.
That's
Sorry,
not the point.
sorry, please.
That's not the point, woman. Okay, take religion away now. Will that now suddenly give you electricity? Will that give you road? We are talking. We are
It would.
You are
It
not answering
would.
one man. You are not answering one
It
man.
would, though. But
Let me answer one man. One man. That statistics is based on the assumption that religion is the only causative factor. You understand?
It's a common factor. It's a
No,
common
it's a
factor.
causative. It's not the fact that okay, I can say that male being a non-gay society is common to them. You know, it's funny. So you can't say that religion is the only causative factor, and because of that, you are holding every other variable constant and say that's the reason why they are not. India is a religious country. In short, Hinduism has over 1 million gods.
Is India developed?
But my
Is
brother,
India developed?
can I come in?
Is India
Saudi
developed?
Arabia.
Hold on now.
Saudi Arabia is a religious country. Even the United States of America
let me
is a
answer
religious
him.
country. Whether we like it or not, we don't have the number of churches in America outnumber the number of churches in Nigeria.
In Nigeria,
and
yeah.
never
No, I disagree.
Okay.
Do you know how many churches?
Okay, when you are done, just give me time. Let me respond.
All right. I was just going to say this. It's quite specific where this survey was pointing to. It says a percentage who say they pray daily. So that is to say then that the dedication of their time and the suspending and surrendering everything to religion, rather than if they removed religion from these countries, and then they would then have to frontally face whatever malaise afflicts them, and then look for practical solutions. So that's essentially what this statistic is.
Let me respond. Sorry. Do you know this history of Sweden? And if you have read about a man called John Calvin, he was one of the Christian reformers after Martin Luther. Sweden, as you have it today, one of the most developed countries in the world, was based on Calvinist principles. That country was built on Calvinism. And that's a very conservative, it's like saying deeper life. So the American that you have today, that is one of the most celebrated, is based on Puritan principles. Puritans left the UK and went to develop America. Puritans built Harvard University. That university is the best university in the world. All the big universities in America, a number of them were built by Puritans and Christians. So this is in short, this is a non-academic research. It's skewed.
Well, so see, that's what I was asking Simba. Maybe you can do that. That you have to make a distinction. The Christianity that Black people or Africans practice, or the way they go about it, is different from the West. Just like is that Solomon speaking? Anyways,
that's Patrick.
Patrick, rather. Sorry. Most of the developments in the West, most of them, as I'm saying, came by Christianity. People that practice Christianity. You can just Google it. Most of these inventors, from Newton to many others, they were Christians. But so I don't believe that religion or praying has anything significant to do with a lack of development. It's just the way we've embraced things in Africa. That's the bottom line. Yeah, from Calvinism to Martin Luther in Germany, this is a well advanced society, and these people, they believe in God. Somehow we've equated that, hey, if you believe in God, you're backward. If you pray, that means you don't have nothing to look up to. And just like Allah was saying, religion gives a lot of people hope, and that's just the fact.
Because like you rightly said, see, when even for those of us back in Nigeria, if you know the issue of our education and who brought those education healthcare system to that country, who eradicate the belief that used to cause us pain, like when you say in a particular region, giving birth to twins, a set of twins will suddenly mean the other one was evil. So you have to look at the goods. Even as we speak today, even the religion houses we are talking in Nigeria, some have indirectly taken over the responsibility of the government, because when the religion houses are the one now buying hospital bed, when they are not the one buying hospital diagnosis materials, when they are not the one buying, so I don't know. See, I get it because there are some rogues among the clergy. Should not just mean that, oh, we just carry one brush and paint everybody evil. So our problem in that country is policy. And you will see that anytime we get one policy right within that country, you see explosion, economic explosion within that sector. Even some where the government fail to perform its duty, you see that, okay, like in the IT space now, cyberspace now, automatically when that thing get to that country, it escalates and everybody start benefiting. So if we can sit down and think deeply how to get our electricity, how to the policy around our farming, the policy around our industrialization, then everything will move. But how does going to the church to pray, how does that now say the government should not do what it's supposed to do? How does that say government should not know how to collect tax and use the tax? How does that say, oh, the politician, they should be dipping their hand into the treasury and be taking your money like and be buying houses in America? Come on, so that is just too simple. We are looking at our lack of development. Too simple. We are being simplistic.
Ola, let me say this. Because you people, you call Ola, Patrick, and Prince Daddy. I specifically mentioned your name, but I should have mentioned the name of these other two gentlemen that usually support this thing. Let me give you, for example. So if you look at religion, and every time you tell a Christianity brought this, Christianity brought that, we still have some form of Christianity that are actually against medical practice. We still have some pastors that are still preaching against use of drug. I'm aware of it.
There you go. You are just taking the outliers. You are taking the outliers.
Religion is religion. It's not, let me tell you. So the issue is that you cannot completely remove the effect of religion, especially in developing country. The way the kind of religion that we practice is inimical to our development. You cannot be using the example of all those
religion organizations are building better universities than the one that the government will build. So now look at this. Religion is the reason for the country backwardness, right? But yet they have the best university that is saving the country from more forex. Now don't bring the story of whether the member of the congregation that cannot attend. That one will not work. The question is this: look at how many students in the private university of those religious organizations today. Now flip it over. Let's assume now they now go for the forex and go and school overseas. Do you know the impact on the forex? The question is this: with this religious sector, you will still see some kind of pro-economic activities from them that is helping the country, and we still say these are the ones causing the problem. It's not true. Some churches that you talk about, do you know how many? If you see the member of staff that some churches employ alone, you just throw those people to the street without job.
This thing that you are just saying. Let me just ask you a question.
We can't use 2 or 3 private jet flying.
Let me answer this question.
Or some entrepreneurs now to justify that, oh, religion is the reason that the country is downward. Take the religions away. I'm still asking you, will you restore your textile industry?
The question I want to ask you: how many religious countries have you seen that are developed?
See. I say America is religious. America is religious. You don't have. Do you know? Okay.
America
before we start talking of this pastor now, I can start telling you about the number of great pastors that I've known from United States of America. You understand? When you talk of whether they're German origin or the American origin, we are talking of Benny Hinn, we are talking of Ray Balky. So you talk of so many. Even you go to South Korea, you all of a sudden you Yogi show. They later call you a David show. So the thing is, you have all these religion people. You understand? You have where you practice the actual religion, not the type you are practicing in Nigeria, because you should separate. Not the one you are practicing in Nigeria. So don't just say because of that and just by fiat. Oh, religion is the reason for backwardness of the country. No, that's too simplistic, honestly. It's too simplistic.
All right, Simba, round off that space, and then I'll take you to one more talking point, and then I'll go on from there to Joseph Fett. Somebody sent in a clip that they want Joseph Fett to respond to, and then I'll go on from Joseph Fett to Prince Daddy, because somebody has also sent in a clip that they want Prince Daddy to respond to. But I'll round up the statistic, please, and then I'll give you one more talking point, and then we'll move the conversation.
Okay, just to round up this space, whether the so-called defenders of religions like it or not, I still maintain my point that it has an impediment to the development, because there are some things in religion that actually, let me say for example, I don't know more of Christianity. Islam is against use of interest, putting interest on loan. Islam is against payment of tax and all those things. And we know that all these things are needed. Even here now, people are actually using religions to against this thing. But because the kind of system that the political system that they have, it doesn't allow for, it's not a kind of democracy. So the guy is actually forcing it on them, and they have to pay tax, and they are paying it, and it's working for them. So those are the things that I'm seeing now, that religion has some kind of impediment to development. So whether you like it or not, you take it.
I agree with you broadly, but let me take you to this space. CSU strip article of GCON title, coalition tells Tinubu. So now they are, of course, automatically when an administration comes to its end, they even Yemi Osinbajo is GCON. They automatically confer that title on the vice president. So that conferment after the end of the Obasanjo Atiku administration, but the activities of Atiku since the end of his time in office has been such that a lot of people feel that he demeans and debases that particular title. So now this his latest excursion. People now inviting that is he really deserving of that title and he should be stripped of it. So are you along with that thought that Atiku should be stripped of GCON?
Yes, if you look at the activities of Atiku right from 2007 and to date, he has not been. Initially we were praising him that he was quiet, but the kind of politics that Atiku play, jumping from one party to the other every time, is the one that will be taking everybody to court, defending the indefensible and all those things. If you look at the totality of his activities, actually, I don't think even his master Obasanjo, look at the kind of book he wrote against this guy, letting the public to know about his activities, the way he has been working towards development of the country. If not because of politics and the position he actually occupied as a former vice president of this country, I don't think somebody like Atiku, because I can't see anything physically or whatever that Atiku has contributed to the development of this country. If not, he has been an impediment to the growth of the country. So if there's any way they can actually strip him of all this, though, if you look at it generally, how many of our politicians actually deserve all these honors that we are giving them? Look at that. If you look at the title of the activities against the country.
Do you think Osinbajo deserves it, the GCON? Osinbajo?
That's what I'm saying. That is not even only Atiku that he actually, you understand, but by virtue of the position that they occupy, that's why they are giving them all this honor. So to me, he's not the only one. So if you cannot do it to others, then we should leave him. You should leave Atiku alone and let him continue. He's getting old very soon. He will retire from politics, whether he like it or not. So he's not the only one that is actually doing something that is inimical to the economic development.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. So that's Simba, of course, our resident doctor from Saudi Arabia, making all the riyadh and whatnot. So up next, Josephet, hopefully still there. Josephet, are you still with us?
There, I'm here. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Josephet, you have the floor, so you can monologue as you will, or you can talk to whatever it is that rankled you in the course of the conversation. But somebody sent this in that they especially wanted you to, they wanted your thoughts on this. So perhaps you've seen this, perhaps not. But let me play it. Let me play a little bit of it, and then you might want to kick it off from there. Josephet, what this?
Okay.
This Biafra Liberation Army, the resistance fighters, the general commander, and he were arriving from the Biafra Liberation Army, the commander, the general commander of Biafra Liberation Army. Igwe Ọbata Obi ya, ogbu mmadụ mgbe ndị na-atụ ya ụtọ. The Biafra Liberation Army, the commander, Igwe Ọbata Obi ya.
One man, I've seen enough. let me comment.
All right. So this rascally Okechukwu, the plain toy soldiers are waving into the shrubs. Is this? Are we seeing the birthing of a new Simon Ekpa? Is this another Simon Ekpa coming to a village near you?
What I say in this is just, I guess these are not necessary for now. Because for me, I'm a Pan-Africanist. I'm a Pan-Nigerian, you know. I know Nigeria has not been fair to a lot of people, not even only the Igbos, to everybody that's in that country. Because if you look at it, our leaders has failed us. You see, I don't know what these leaders are going to tell our ancestors when they get there and say, like people like Obafemi Awolowo, Ahmadu Bello and Zik, what they've been able to achieve or what they've been able to give the people. They just, this bunch of leaders, they are all criminals. They have failed that country. 63 years, we are celebrating nothing. With power, we don't have good roads, we don't have anything. Our educational system has broken down. The health sector is down. And you know, when people speak out in Nigeria, especially the youth, they say, oh, the youths are causing problem. Man, these are the people that are causing problem. Recently, I read that Akpabio, the house, approved 45 billion naira to buy cars and to give palliative to the ones that the newcomers, to show you that these people are not even sensitive to the Nigerian plight. They don't care.
Are you saying that the senators should be catching Molue instead? What should they be?
If they can see, one man, we shouldn't be giving them this privilege or this room to. Most of them were governors. They had something to do. Assuming if this thing was a part-time job for them, that they just get allowances for sitting. So they will tell the country to buy them cars, buy them houses, do this for them, give them, come on, this is not how it's done elsewhere in the world. Unless we're doing the wrong thing. I don't see where people are so. The other day I watched a man, an old man. He went to Milan Beach and just went into the lagoon and killed himself. And people were there asking him about what is, because you see that the guy is so frustrated. He doesn't know what to do next. You understand? And this is not the African thing. We don't kill ourselves. We don't commit suicide. We don't do such things. But you can see it's happening now in Nigeria because people are frustrated. And the people that are meant to lead us to the promised land, so to say, they are there embezzling money. And we're here clapping for them. Oh, they should. Akpabio, have you seen Akpabio's convoy? Does he need all those cars? So, man, we are just not doing the right thing.
All right, take us to the Tinubu space. I think that's where your interest really is.
No,
the CSU, certificate forger.
Yeah, we flogged that a lot. But what I wanted to ask Ajali Koko, because Ajali Koko resides in the US. He lives in the US. I want to ask him, what are the criteria for having a social security number? Does it mean like you must, if you're a student, you must have a social security number, or you're a citizen, you must have it, or anybody can have it? I don't know if you can answer that question. Okay, maybe because if we have the social security number, the social security number is on the transcript. What we should do is just key in and we will now know who owns that name. The picture will appear. I don't know if they still capture pictures then, but everything will appear. So case will close. You understand? I don't want to talk about the Tinubu crisis again, the Tinubu this thing again. The thing is, we all have our different camps. People are supporting and people are against, and I'm happy. A lot of Igbos are supporting him. A lot of Yorubas are against him, and you understand. So it's not an Igbo thing or a Yoruba thing or anything. It's a Nigerian thing now. People want to know the truth, and that is what we stand for. Let the truth be known, so that at least when our kids ask us questions tomorrow, that who was this man? We can say, this man was this man was that, and that is only what I have to say on Tinubu. I want to come on religion now, because that is the biggest problem of Nigeria when it comes to religion. Somebody was saying religion is not our problem. Seriously, religion is our problem. I'm telling you, because see, I've met a lot of Europeans here. When I talk about heaven, they laugh at me. When I tell them, do you believe in heaven? They just laugh. Who believes in that shit? That's what they say. But what is driving us in Nigeria is this promise of going to heaven, a place God has built for us, a place with mansions. We sing it in songs. There are many mansions there and all those stuff. It doesn't exist. Heaven is a mirage. It doesn't exist. Hell doesn't exist. You understand? So we should get ourselves, our African brothers and sisters, because when we believe that these things don't exist, we can actually build our heaven here on earth. We can actually also build our hell here on earth. We can do it. We can start progressing as a people. Because
what's led you to that belief system? You coming from a Nigerian backdrop, and the statistic telling us that you are the second most religious country in the world. What's led you to where you are?
Because when I came to China now, I went to there's a big Catholic church in Guangzhou. I went there. The only people I saw there were Africans and Filipinos. Even the Chinese people that comes there, they come there to take, because that church is as old as it's maybe 18th century church. So they come there, they take pictures and leave. But we are the ones contributing money. We are the ones going there every Sunday. We are the ones, it was like an activity. Nigerians are always there. And I asked myself, why the people that owns the place are not even going to the church? So I started doing my research. When I started doing my research, I now found out that religion is just, how will I put it? It's just a way to cage. If you see, why did they introduce religion to Africans? If a woman, you should go and read about Haitian Revolution. If you read Haitian Revolution, you understand that after that revolution, when we used our voodoo to chase the French out of Haiti, what the other colonies in America did was they became afraid. This thing. What they did was they now introduced the Bible to their slaves. They started reading them, allowing them to go to church. You can dress well and go to church and all those stuff. They started preaching to them forgiveness. Hallelujah, go to heaven. This, that. Moses is coming. Nothing of such existed. All these things they tell us about heaven, Moses, they never existed for anything.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Who is speaking?
It's Joe from China.
Okay.
Yeah, so we understand why.
No, this is not understanding.
No,
this
hold
is
on
fact.
now. Hold on. Let me
It's not understanding.
Let Pastor Rational Mind talk, please.
I can understand where you're coming from. The question I want to ask, there are two questions. I think one man asked you, but maybe he didn't answer that question, or maybe he didn't ask you. We are going to ask you. Is that, have you always had this belief? That's one. And before you left for China, look back at those years when you were growing up to your teenage years and as an adult while you were still in Nigeria. I don't know how long when you left Nigeria, but up to when you were in Nigeria, were you that religious? That's one. And then two is, how do you now explain the meaning of life How do you explain why we're here, where we're going, what is there for us? How do you explain it? What belief system do you premise this thing you're talking about? This is your sudden not. Don't get me wrong. I'm hold on. I'm religious. I'm secular, kind of, but I put religion where it belongs to. But then I can be also very religious in some ways. But my point is that when did you, like I asked you that question, when did you suddenly change? Have you always been this way? And then how do you explain the meaning of life?
Yeah. When I was in Nigeria, I was a religious person. I was a Catholic then. And all the time with the Bible, sometimes when I read the Bible, you get confused, and I ask the priest to tell me, "Oh, we have to be. It's just believe. You believe everything. You are not meant to ask some unnecessary questions." But these questions were necessary then. But we weren't given the appropriate answer for it. For example, if you look at the Bible itself, you see that it doesn't add up. Look at the creation of man in the Garden of Eden. God created a male goat, a female goat. He got to Adam. He created all the animals, male, female. He got to Adam. He forgot to create a woman for Adam, and he left Adam to be roaming out. What was his how will I put it? Why did he create Adam? For what? Just to be perambulating the garden. So you see that those stories doesn't add up. And when you look at it, I'm telling you, when you look at, because the world is programmed to be 6,000 years. That is where the church, because the church controls the world. If you don't know, you know it. The Catholic Church controls everything. So when you see the way they've programmed the world to be 6,000 years, but archaeologists and all those people, they've gone around and said man existed beyond 6,000 years. Even the civilization, Egypt civilization, is more than 20,000 years old. So these are things that I read, and I started reading, and I started doing my research, and I believe that, oh, no, this will be lied to. You understand? So the Bible...
Joe, sorry.
Yeah?
I can't see how you are connecting this one with economic activities. I don't know if you understand Yoruba proverb very well. They say, "Owo to ba dile, onishu man look." Right. Now, put it this way. When you are idle, whatever that comes to you...
The idle mind is the devil's workshop. Yeah,
it's devil's workshop, but I don't want to use devil this time around. I'm just saying, okay, look at it this way. If some people that came from Nigeria to Kawasoke here, some of them said they were so they can pray from now to tomorrow, right? But they still know how to do corner when they come here. What's that telling you? They have their own reasoning that when they have opportunity, they know how to take it. But when there's no opportunity, they go for the place where they can hope for tomorrow. See, you can look at religion as some motivational, as in part, not always. Just look at parts of that religion, something as motivational speaker. That even they can even tell rats that you can do what elephant can do. They are giving you hope to overcome that look at your incapability today. Now, you wake up in the morning, you don't have the industry in Nigeria. And you are, okay, someone has, okay, that has nowhere to go to work. That's okay. You go to church to go and pray, whether you will get inspiration, whether you will solve your problems spiritually to get that job. You are now saying the religion itself is the reason it's not getting job. The same Nigeria that you are talking about here, I work with Walmart Logistics for almost a year. Nigerians were begging to work on Christmas and New Year Eve, on Easter. They want to work. This is the same Nigeria that you will say religion is the reason they are not progressing. How come they know how to beg for work on Easter Day? How come that some of them prefer to work on Sunday? So see, this thing we cannot connect. Policies are what countries use to drive the economy. So when you fail in making the right policies, so you won't get job. When I was making an example of broadcasting and telecom, Remy, one of our great guy in the comment section said no, that religion. No, I said it's a policy. When you say people cannot, okay, Soludo did banking reform. What happened? Fintech just kick up immediately. Explosion in economic activities. Even the computer village I was doing this book just grew up. Now, when you make the right policy within the telecommunication, see computer village, see telecom, see those people that are doing phone repair, see people that are repairing computer, see all those stuff. So what are you talking about? When you made the right decision in the broadcasting, today we are talking of Nigeria entertainment now overtaking everywhere. How does religion stop all those stuff? Now, if you take religions out, will it make your ICT policy for you? Will it make will it make policy for you on power? Will it make policy for you on energy? So I can't get it. Are you saying religion is the reason?
All right, I think it gets the broader point. Joseph, respond to what Ola is saying, and then carry on with your monologue.
Ola, the thing is this. Ola, what we don't.
But one man has not answered my question now.
It's lost in. What was your question? Because I was.
I think he answered the first part. I answered the first part. The second part is how do you explain the meaning of
okay. Yes. Yes. Explain that, and then and then tail that into Ola's position, and then carry on.
Okay, what's the purpose? What's the purpose we're here? If we were to go by this, your idea of.
Yeah, the purpose we're here. Yeah, let me say. You know, the thing is that what religion did to us was robbing us our nature, who we actually are. You know, in Africa. Because if you look at it, you see, we are here for a purpose, and our purpose ends here on earth. We are here to renew the face of to renew this place, to build a civilization for ourselves. That is what I feel. We're here. We are not here to go to heaven. We are not here to do anything there, because when you look at it, in the Igbo term, Igbo believes in I still believe in reincarnation, which Christianity does not believe in it. Christianity does not believe in reincarnation. I believe in reincarnation, and I believe that we are here to build this earth. If we have to build our country. If we cannot build it, nothing. But when you say we are here because of no, we are not here. We are just here to be who we are and to build a civilization for ourselves. You understand? And for what my other guy Ola said, does it deprive us from developing? You see, religion. You don't know what religion did to us as a people, because when you look at before the British came or before the colonizers came, we had a civilization in Africa. We had the empires, the Oyo Empire. We had the Benin Empire, and these people were building a civilization for themselves. You understand? So religion did not bring education to us. Religion did not bring anything to us that I know. It did not bring anything to us. We already have this already. We've already had it before religion came. And if you look at it, in Africa, we had the first university in Africa, in the world, in Mali, that Mansa Musa built. You understand? The monks that went from Africa, that came from Africa and went to Europe to civilize Europe in Spain, they were Africans. They weren't. You could say they were Muslims, but they were first Africans. The knowledge they acquired, they did not get it from religion. They got it from the African educational system, which we have established here in Egypt and in West Africa. So when they say religion did not bring, religion destroyed us totally. It destroyed everything we had. Anything you think religion brought to us, hospitals, this, we already had it in Africa before the religion came. So what I'm trying to say is this: we must remove this concept of religion. Religion has really done a great harm to us as Africans, because one, religion makes us docile. Religion makes us not ask questions. Like, for example, if you want to protect, the religious leaders are there to calm you down. What are the religious leaders doing? They are making you. Look at Adeboye, for example. Adeboye is a multi-billionaire. He doesn't have a single factory where they even do toothpick, but he has a school. He has other establishments that he gets money from the people. Likewise, all these religious leaders, Mbaka and all of them, they don't have big time. They just give the people not. And who are the people contributing this money? Peasants in Nigeria, poor people in Nigeria are the ones contributing this money to them. So you can see, you can argue whatever, but religion has really dealt with us in Africa. Not only in Nigeria, in Africa. Most especially in Nigeria, because our people do not think reasonably now. They think, like now, for example, when I was a kid, if we want to embark on a journey from Lagos to Imo State, my mother will ask us to pray. We'll pray Johnny Messi and all those stuff. But I came to China, I realized that Johnny Messi is at good roads. Cameras on the roads to capture speed limits and all those stuffs. Those are the
and security personnel. Those are
Johnny Messi. You don't pray for, you don't like go in the night to pray. Oh, thieves should not come to my house. Hey, we pray. Meanwhile, if you have camera, you have security system in your country, you don't have thieves coming to your house. That's the simple truth. Since I came to China,
Joseph, what you are talking about, it goes back to these statistics still that Simba was trying to impress, that we place what we should in practical solutions on religion.
Yes. Yeah, he's right. You know, what we should do for ourselves, we make it like, oh, and you see, another thing is this. The religious
your child is sick and you are praying. Perhaps call a doctor. Maybe start from there before you start praying. Your child has a fever and you are praying. I mean,
look at this. I was watching what this woman. I almost cried. I was watching a program where Adeboye. I don't know if it's Adeboye. I don't know if I'm getting the wrong names wrong. Adeboye was asking his congregation to comb their hair for success. Shadura. Come on, in the 21st century, comb your hair for what? And they were combing. You see thousands of people there, professors, doctors, lawyers, they were there.
They were not Shadura, but yes, because Shadura, yeah.
You know something funny. You know something funny, Joseph. Even if you feel you know better, once they make that call, you go against your rational thinking to go into that space that you never know. You know, it's that you never know, and then you don't want to go against something spiritual, because when you then come across a misfortune, maybe shortly after, you will want to make the attribution to that you resisted that. You know, it's the perfect crime, isn't it? Religion.
One man, can I insert something? Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, Thomas.
Yes, yeah. Joseph, I don't believe what you are saying, that there is no heaven, there's no this, but I respect your opinion. Yes, I respect your opinion. But my opinion, I believe there is heaven, there is hell. But I just think we have to apply our senses in anything we do. Do you know that all these pastors, they always told us that those countries that are excelling, like American, Australia, they always told us that because they are ready for Satan. So Satan left them for them to be excelling. But we in Africa, because we are religious, that is why Satan is torturing Africa. I've heard a pastor say that before. But if you now think, does that cohere with reason that America, because it's for Satan, so Satan left them that they should be prospering? Australia is for Satan. Satan left them to be prospering. But Nigeria, because we are religious, that is why Satan is torturing Nigeria. I just think we just have to add some senses to our religion, maybe Muslim, maybe Christian, maybe traditional. That is just my take. Yeah, thank you.
Ola, I want to ask you something. Ola, you see.
No, that's Thomas. So that's Thomas.
Oh,
that's
sorry,
not
sorry,
allowed.
Thomas. Sorry, Thomas. I'm sorry. There is no proof. Nobody has been heaven. Everything we read about heaven and hell is in that book. And that book, do you know how many times they've rewritten that book? Like they've doctored that book, they've done it over and over and over. See, let me tell you, the Bible is a slave book. If you do not know,
that's not true.
just
Nobody,
understand it.
they've not rewritten it. That's not true. Stop giving people false information.
Oh my God.
They have not rewritten it.
Did Martin Luther not rewrite?
You see, you have an argument. Martin Luther did not rewrite it. You see, you don't understand. When you don't understand things, don't make such statutory claim. Martin Luther did not rewrite the Bible. Martin Luther simply took a position that was different from the Catholic Church position. That was the Reformation they are talking about. Where Catholic Church have some extra biblical faith or the
my
way they
brother,
interpreted certain aspects of the Bible. And Martin
my
Luther
brother.
was a wait now, let me finish. Martin Luther was a monk, and because he eventually saw it from a different angle, that was how he pulled out. So now the people
Yeah,
that hear you say
Kotoja
this,
now, why?
people that
Carry
hear
on.
you say this now will say, they read it, and that's how you propagate falsehood and
No,
ignorance.
I said did Martin Luther
Not
not
even you,
rewrite it?
Jare. I'm talking of my brother.
All
Martin,
right.
Woman, please, with due respect, let me educate you. Martin Luther did not rewrite the Bible. He didn't.
But I have to look into that because my understanding is that Martin Luther did some reformation of the Bible, some
Of the church,
recodification. Yeah.
of the church
See, one
organization
man.
and structure. He came out with Protestantism, not the Bible. And in short, the
Even
Reformation was based on the Bible.
Patrick, let me just say something. Even head or tail. Now, what people miss is this: the same problem we have in interpreting the normal thing is the same problem that people have in interpreting what is religious. Let me tell you something. If you've truly read your Bible, no pastor will bamboozle you. And we won't be here saying this thing. It's just the same way some people will not read all this deposition from CSU and they are here making opinion, and they will be making misleading opinion, and they will even be bold about it 100%. Like I say, I'm a Christian. Christianity gives me peace, but no pastor. I was saying something here one day. I was telling people that, one pastor was telling me that they asked someone to do this, didn't do it. I was crossing the road and motor. I said, okay, who told you that you didn't want to die? You understand? I think Prince Daddy just laughed at, they said that demobilized, because immediately I told that person that, see, death is the last thing you can use to threaten me, for example. Now, like Thomas now said, he believes this thing. For me, when you talk of air, fire, and heaven, to me, it's a spiritual place. It's symbolic. I don't believe, I'm a Christian, but I don't believe that heaven and hell exist as a place. I believe it's a spiritual place. You understand? Because it depends on how you can read, and someone is now saying, no, if I'm not moving forward, and someone is now saying, because religion is the reason I'm not moving forward. No. The reason I'm not moving forward is because I'm not developing myself. If I do not move forward, not because of that Bible I'm reading or the church I'm attending. That is exactly what I'm saying. Blame yourself for your lack of progress, not because you are attending church.
All right.
Sorry to cut you.
Yeah.
Let me just
let me continue. One man.
Religion make you to think right. St. Anthony was in the wilderness. Leaders of his days, government officials of his days were going into the wilderness to take wisdom from him in the way they want to govern their society. Go and read all these things now. People are not reading. The same way they are not reading the position of Allah, thank you very much. They are not reading, and they will begin to say, look at it, they interpret. I say, this man, I just said they've rewritten it. Give me the evidence. If not, just keep quiet and stop making such.
My brother, don't be emotional. Let me continue. Don't be emotional.
All right. Joseph, continue, but pivoted back to the politics. Bring it to a crescendo, and then we go on to Prince Daddy.
Yeah. You see, the thing is that I believe one thing in life. Like I was saying that he kind of uses his mind. He reasons when they tell him lies. He listens. He knows what is lie and what is the truth. But do you think a lot of Nigerians have that ability you have to reason on their own? They don't. Look at. I want to give you an example. What's this guy's name that was shot the other time? He's a Benin pastor. Suleiman said he prayed for somebody in France, in Germany. The person appeared in France. And Ola, look at the scenario here. In that audience, we have professors, we have doctors, we have lawyers. Those that we feel they know a lot, they could understand when this dude is lying. But they're clapping, shouting, hallelujah. There's nothing God cannot do. And God cannot fix Nigeria. You understand? So the thing is, what I want to say is this. You see, what I've accepted in life is this. Yeah, anything my ancestors never told me about, I don't take it with even a pinch of this. I don't take it for anything, because what? Our ancestors were not stupid. Our ancestors never told us anything about the Bible. They never told us about God creating in the Garden of Eden. They never told us of Jesus. They
told us anything of that such. It is after the British came that we started knowing that, oh, there is heaven, there is God, there is this, there is that. So that is the thing. So we must go with what our ancestors told us. Our ancestors never told us about the Bible, about the Quran, nothing. So that's what we should do. And another thing, I support one man. One man said something about Europeanizing everything in his setup. And if you look at it, one man is right. One man, I want to ask the chairman or whatever, the man in charge of the Nigerian Port Authority, like I don't know if he's an Hausa man or a Yoruba man.
Yeah, Yoruba man.
You see, when
every important parastatal under the Tinubu administration is headed by Yoruba man.
One man is right. One man is right. It's been Yoruba, just like Buhari did it in his time. The only man that has kind of considered a balanced cabinet in Nigeria is Obasanjo, and I give it to Obasanjo. I see, no matter, I don't like Obasanjo for anything, because if Obasanjo has fixed Nigeria, we wouldn't be where we are today. And if Obasanjo has been all this, I have to install this person is my godson, this person.
The governor of the central bank is a Yoruba man.
You see? So when
the chief of army staff, the IGP, every important parastatal is a Yoruba man.
So we have to see. You can't tell me that. You can't tell me that other guys are not smart. You can't tell me that an Hausa man or a Fulani man is not smart. An Igbo man is not. A Benin man is not smart. And a Shekili man. So we should, when we see bad things, we should call them out. And that is why I respect one man this morning. He said, and somebody was saying, no, you have to. It's competency. Come on. Does it mean only the Yorubas are competent? We have other competent people too. So I give one man for saying the truth on that one. Again, I heard Angelico say something now. He said, listen, Angelico, I want to ask you about the social security number again. You understand? I don't know if what are the criteria for having that social security number in the US. I don't know, Angelico, are you there?
Yeah, what do you say about social security number? What happened?
Yeah, I want to say, what are the criteria? So
you are breaking heavily, Josephat.
Okay, let me.
Well, you mean to obtain a social security number?
Yeah, I want to ask. So, I want to know the criteria for having a social security number. Is it like you must be a citizen? You must be a student?
Once you are, if you are an immigrant, a legal immigrant,
yeah, you will have it.
You will have it, and every citizen have it too, right from birth. Once you landed in this world from your mother's womb, your social security number will be attached to your birth certificate.
It's the same here as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Angelico, I want to ask. My question here is this: if there is a social security number on that Tinubu's transcript, why not just go and find out who owns that social security number? If it's his, closed case. If it's not his, case closed. You understand? So,
no, I think Baba was here yesterday. Was telling us about the social security. They investigated it, and everything to be Tinubu.
Okay, so the thing is that because you see when people come here and say Tinubu is a very smart guy, is this, is that, is that, I do not believe it seriously, because one, this guy had the same issue in 1999 with Fagani Fawemi and this man jumping from place to place now, Festus Keyamo, and they took Tinubu to court and all those stuff. It was the state assembly that saved Tinubu. Then I was asking myself, if this guy had this issue, why you control Lagos for crying out loud? You can, and you see the criteria for being Nigerian president, the qualification, the minimum qualification is school start, even though now F9 parallelly, nobody cares. It's just you have sat for a school start, you sat for WAEC. Why not get this? Go and sit for a WAEC and get your BSc from LASU or from Unilag.
Yeah, but he has a degree already now. Did you know the university said, hold on, all right, carry on. I'm going to have to
one man,
start for something.
The thing is that we all know the truth, but let's just leave that aside till Supreme Court does what they know how to do. We know how corrupt they are, though. We know how corrupt they are. So, but let's just leave it at that. The thing is this: we should now be talking on how to fix Nigeria. And there's another something I want to talk about. You said about this Ifeanyi Oba man. If you look at Ifeanyi Oba is not a politician. Ifeanyi Oba is a typical Nigerian politician, sorry to say. This was the same man and his brother that ganged up and caged Ngige in almost wanted to kill him. You understand? These were the same people that, I don't know how we
it's not related. It's not related to
so this no. Is this not Ifeanyi Oba, the same Oba?
They are not the same at all.
It's a different Oba.
They are not related. They just have the same name.
Okay, so that means I'm wrong then. So, one man, thank you for giving me this opportunity, though.
All right, brilliant.
I'm grateful.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Joseph. So let's go on from Joseph to Prince Daddy, who hopefully is still there. Prince Obalola. Prince Daddy. Oh, okay. I think Prince Daddy may be in the middle of something else. Let's go then to Patrick, who I know is still with us. Patrick, are you there, Patrick?
Sorry, one minute. I was here.
You are there. So thank you, Prince. So Prince, you're up next. Somebody sent in this clip for you to respond to, so you can respond to it as the build up to your monologue. I've not seen it as well, but I think it wraps around the Israeli thing. But Prince, watch this.
Hello, my beloved brothers in Israel. I want you to know that we are praying for you, that all members of the Redeemed Christian Church of God all over the world are standing by you at this very critical moment. The Almighty God, the Holy
So that was it, really. That's essentially the pastor of the Redeemed Christian Church of God showing solidarity towards the Israelis in the conflict going on. So this rubs a lot of people up the wrong way. Can you see why?
Well, I'm guessing that's not the full video, right? So
yes, I'm trying to see if there's more of it. Whoever sent it in should send the rest of it. But carry on. I'll start for it again. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I mean, it was simply trying to extend his condolences to the Jewish people in Israel because of the horrific attack they had from the Palestinians, or specifically Hamas, or rather Iran. Quite frankly, it's all connected one way or another. So there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, we Christians
are you with that narrative too? That the Iranians are puppet mastering what is going on?
I mean, it's quite clear. If it's not the Iranians, then it has to be another country that has such capabilities or resources to carry out such an attack. You know that. I mean, it has Iran's hands of thumbprint or fingerprint all around the operation. I mean, the way it was orchestrated and executed is not something, it's gone at the days they throwing rocks across the wall or throwing grenades. This was more highly sophisticated attack. Not to mention that this is according to what I'm hearing, it's is the worst attack on the Jewish people.
Prince Daddy, I think we have to go with fact. United States government said they haven't seen Iran hand in this they don't see Iran hand in this senseless war that is going on. They don't see Iran supply weapon to Hamas to carry out what they did. But some of you still want to keep saying Iran is possibly behind this. I think we have to go with fact.
Well, of course, if you notice, it's beyond what you're saying, and that's why for those that follow current affairs, especially that of the Middle East, would know the things that happened or preceded this event. There's been a lot of talk about the Biden administration, releasing about, I think, $6 billion to the Iranians, and there's no doubt that funding or the money that they got has something to do with it. You see, right now they like spin.
But that is wrong, though. It's Iranian money. Yeah, American, freezes that money and they are releasing it to him. It's Iranian money.
Well,
So
yeah, they should have done
what's
so.
the objection to release their money to them? I mean, I don't get it.
Well, because yes, it is their money, but because of what Iran means to the Middle East and the rest of the world, Iran is the number one sponsor nation of terrorism around the world.
Are you sure about that? I thought it was Saudi Arabia.
No, it's not Saudi Arabia.
I thought it was I thought it was the United States even, but
who are those? Who are those behind the 9/11 attack on this country?
Well, okay, I see where you're coming from, but let's talk right now about the Israel's 9/11, because again,
Iran has no hand in Israel 9/11 situation. That is what United States said, that they have no hand in it. They did not supply weapons to Hamas.
Who didn't? Iran. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that is what United States said.
Angelico,
they are not behind it. They didn't supply weapons to Hamas. But why do you guys still want to continue playing this propaganda?
No, well, rather, Angelico, they are rather, spreading propaganda actually, because it is in the interest of the Biden administration to deny that Iran has nothing to do with it. But you can't tell that to the Israeli intelligence. You can't tell that to the people that actually pay attention.
Don't even go to about intelligence. Those ones, they lie a lot. And you have seen, what do you call it? This same Netanyahu lie before United Nations, accusing or rather labeling Saddam Hussein as a supporter of terrorists, and informing, telling the world at United States Assembly that Saddam have weapon of mass destruction. Where is the weapon of mass destruction today? Have they found one?
Well, that was
saying that.
That was the United States, though. That was the United States.
No, Netanyahu was saying the same thing too back then.
Right, because just like you and I were deceived, along with the senators that are supposed to know better than we do, they too were lied to. So, in other words, the Bush administration with Colin Powell and Rumsfeld, they all lied to the American people. So also with the.
So you believe they lied then, but now they are telling us.
I don't have to believe because they came with the report.
Hold on. So you believe that United States lied then, but now they are telling us that, Iran have no hand, they have no support for Hamas, they did not supply weapons to Hamas for this attack, terrorist attack they carried out, but you don't want to believe it.
Well, Angelica, then why are you believing then? When they lied before, why is it so easy for you right now to believe rather than making your own investigation? And keep in mind also that they denied also that Saudi Arabia had anything to do with 9/11, but based on the facts and information that we have today, documentation and records, it shows that the Saudis were involved. Not so much the ruling elite in Saudi, but the connection, the funding, and the people that orchestrated 9/11 were Saudi connections. No doubt about that. So why are you so hesitant to believe that Iran is behind what happened to Israel? Say Israel is a friend of the United States.
I wanna believe in what the intelligent United States is telling us right now. I believe United States have learned from their lesson from lying the way they did against Saddam Hussein. They don't want to do the same this time around because it could boomerang against them. If at the end of the day they discover that yes, Iran is not behind it. So
Well,
who do I
Angelica,
have to
trust
believe?
me,
You think I'm going to believe Netanyahu? I'm not going to believe him. I will stand by what United States government is telling me.
No, Angelico, it is in the interest of the United States to deny it, to deny that the Iranian connection to the best of their ability. You know why? Because if Israel, after dealing with Hamas and the people there in the Gaza Strip, the next massive operation will be to go after Iran. They're going to take out Iranian facilities where they manufacture their drones, their nuclear facility, and many other vital Iranian stations. And when that happens, it's going to be all gloves are off. You know that, and that's why the Biden administration, they're shaking in their boots. I saw today, Anthony Blinken, in Israel, talking to Netanyahu. That's the reason for that. I can't even see in his voice, it was quivering in his voice when he was talking to Netanyahu. Because I mean, if things are not taken care of or not handled properly, this thing will escalate so in such a bad way that the whole Middle East will be engulfed in like no time, really. So what you see, what is going on right now, the strikes here and there in a mass territory by Israel intelligence right now, or military, is like child's play. Child's play. You know that
Okay, do you believe some people are even saying that Russia is even behind Hamas? Haven't you heard that? Some people are playing that propaganda here now, that Russia, because Russia,
have you not seen that
not
they're trying to deflect? They're trying to deflect from, because Israel is not an easy game from Israel to go after Russia if that was the case. But in the case of Iran, Iran has a history of terrorism. We know that, okay, and they are a huge sponsor of terrorism around the world, especially in the Middle East. So
no. What I'm telling you is that propaganda is flying here and there. Don't believe in this propaganda.
Well, you two don't believe in yours too. Don't believe in what you believe.
Hold on. Don't believe in all this propaganda, accusing one behind it when there is no fact to that effect. And I'm telling you, some people in United States are are labeling Russia as well as being behind this weapon that Hamas used against Russia, against Israel, because Russia have not sent,
But Angelico, what is Russia interest right now to doing that to
Russia
Israel?
have not sent message of support to Israel since this thing happened, because you know why? Because Israel is supporting Ukraine. They are supplying weapons to Ukraine in this fight against Russia, and Israel is supporting them with intelligence. The Mossad secret service as on the ground helping Israel as well to give them that intelligent support as well. That Russia is not happy with that, and Russia see Israel as they see United States as their enemy that is trying to dismantle their country, supporting Russia, Ukraine in this effort. But because of this, some people, because Russia did not send a message of support to Israel, some people in the United States are saying, hey, it is Russia that supplied this weapon to to Hamas. You understand what I'm saying? So there's propaganda. What I'm saying, that propaganda is flying here and there. But as far as I'm concerned, I want to wait. I want to stand by what the government of United States tells me. And what they have said so far is that they have not seen Iranian hand in this weapon that Hamas use against Israel.
Okay, well, that is fine. Yeah, absolutely. I don't even believe that because my references, my sources also, they all are pointing to Iran because again, Iran, just like Netanyahu is going around.
Is that not a Netanyahu-led narrative, though?
No,
pointing, yeah.
No, not at all. Actually, I'm not even
No.
deferring to Israeli media for this information. Strictly the academics and the West really that don't really have a dog in the fight, so to speak. They are neutral, and I'm not shocked about this news. Why? Because again, we have Iran's threat on Israel. They are the ones, the Iranians, made comments such as wiping Israel off the face of the earth. They've talked about, they've questioned the Holocaust. They've questioned the existence of the Jewish state. So these are quite inflammatory remarks over these past years that really points a finger at Iran being behind it, because we all know again that the Hamas, they're not that sophisticated to be able to carry out such an attack. But Angelico, you have your source, but trust me, I don't believe one single word of the Biden's administration. Of course, they don't want to admit to it, because in doing so, they will be the one that really usher in this massive war that may actually lead to the Third World War. People are talking about it. They are talking about it because Iran would not want to sit back. And what is going to happen once they strike Iran? Iran is more likely to strike U.S. allies in the Middle East, especially the Saudi Arabians, the Saudis. And we know in the past year or two, beginning about 3-4 years ago, when President Trump initiated the Abraham Accord, and we know what was that all about, because it's all about trying to form a relationship and peace in the Middle East with the Jewish nation and the Arabs. And in continuation, of course, Bibi Benjamin Netanyahu also took on that step in trying to foster a peace and relationship with the rest of the and the Arab nation, especially Saudi Arabia and Jordan, and it's making its way through the Middle East, trying to bring up.
Prince Daddy, somebody sent that headline on the screen in, by the way, to fact check something you said earlier. It says U.S. and Qatar agree not to release Iran's $6 billion. So it looks as though the $6 billion you were referencing actually still yet not been released to the Iranians, according to who,
Yeah, but I know. You know why? It's quite complicated, but guess what? It's not being debunked, but nonetheless, there are ways and loopholes around these things. The $6 billion that's been allocated to Iran is pretty much an asset, a collateral, a liquid cash. Therefore, Iran is able to borrow money, okay, against that amount, because that check has been signed in Iran's name. The way or the manner of disbursement is the only issue here, but trust me, it's like having a real asset. And what is more liquid of an asset than cash? And Iran hasn't. So let's not play this propaganda by this headline. Yes, Iran has the $6 billion, not yet disbursed. That is fine, but nonetheless, they've been able to orchestrate and do a lot of things based on this $6 billion. So it's not, to me, it's been analyzed. I know this, so I'm not moved by that, and it does not absolve Iran from this responsibility. And again, I do not believe Biden's administration that Iran has nothing to do with it. They can't say that. You can't just say that in absolute term that Iran has nothing to do with it.
It was your favorite sparring partner that sent that in, by the way. Let me take you to because you were interjecting in this space, so expand on your thoughts more. These are statistical data now. Countries that pray daily, they form the bottom of the rung in terms of development, and countries that cook a snoop to or turn their nose up to religion, they seem to be excelling in development and other things. So that space, Prince.
Yeah, see, I think people like Allah gets it, and I think is it Solomon also. When we're talking about religion or praying God, and the concept or the idea of God and religion, it's really, really depends on individuals, their relationship or their experience when it comes to spiritual things. Um, you see, the religion of praying should not be quantified, and it's quite clear the kind of religion we practice in mostly in let's just say Nigeria, for example, in Africa, is kind of a reciprocal kind of a relationship. That's why people are quick to want to give money or things to churches so they can get something back, and that's why I've always said it. Religion is not a problem, just like many things in the world. See, there's nothing that's ever been given to man that man has not abused. So religion is not a problem. If there's any problem with religion or praying, it has to do with the practitioners, the pastors, and the congregants, the people that go to church. They are the problem, not religion itself. It also says in the Bible, if I can pull up the verse about when people pray, is they pray for selfish things to benefit themselves and maybe their close ones, but not to pursue the actual purity of the heart that God desires. See, Justified or Joe was speaking earlier, talking about, oh, maybe they don't pray in China because their prayer is the nice roads, good amenities, electricity, and all these nice things. But that all those things are nice and beautiful, but they should not be there in the absence of prayer because there's no value to that. When I was speaking, I did a quick search trying to determine the countries with the highest um, uh, vehicular accidents in the world. And guess what? United States came out to be number one, to about 1.9, almost 2 million accidents a year. I think 2022, 23 record. So I mean, and nobody's going to dispute that we have nice roads in America and plenty of resources and facilities. So that's not a problem. So we don't pray because we have good roads. You pray to your God. You pray not because you have nice amenities or electricity, but you pray because you pray to your God. It doesn't mean that see, there's a confusion when it comes to this prayer thing and religion. Nice things doesn't prevent people from praying. People in America do pray. A lot of people do pray. Okay, and I think I said it before actually. Back in Nigeria, I didn't. People went to church, but the concept or the idea of God Himself and Christ was not very clear to me, at least in my heart. But in the West, when I came, that's when I actually learned more about God and Jesus Christ in a lot of ways, in a much deeper way. So I cannot be swayed when people try to justify the material things, the beautiful things of this world as the solution that man needs in order to abdicate religion or prayer. I don't see the connection. I can never see the connection because I know there's no connection. Okay, until one gets to a point to realize the benefit of prayer, the purpose of prayer, in fact, meditation in your heart, that's when you truly know that you're serving a God. Until then, we're just going to be talking and trying to do research. And to Joe's point earlier, also, you can do research, especially in today's world, and prove whatever that you want. It's amazing that he said he did his own research and he came to a conclusion that, well, perhaps there's no God and everything just free flow. That is fine. But it just shows that anybody can conduct a research or go out there in the Google world and do a quick search and not really apply their wisdom, because simply having information is just one of part of the equation. Okay, it's wisdom is quite important, and that's why the application of knowledge, okay, requires wisdom or rather the application.
You know, a lot of the things in the Bible, a lot of people say they actually predate the Bible. A lot of the storyline. Somebody was saying, I don't know quite what the topic was. Remind us, whoever, just in the comment section, that the narrative of that Adam and Eve was actually based on an Iranian mythology of the epic of Gilgamesh and all of these things. And a lot of those biblical stories traced to Indian mythology and whatnot.
Yeah,
which were civilizations that predate Christianity.
I've heard those stories before too. I've heard them, Osiris and all these other things. I've heard them, but again, I'm not here to question those stories or debate them. And that's what I'm saying, that I'm coming from a different point of view, okay, based on what I know. And that's why it says, in the Ecclesiastes, right? I think chapter 3, about when God created man, God essentially placed eternity in the heart of man. And once you are able to tune into that eternity, you begin to grasp the essence of this world. I think Angelica was trying to, rather Rashnaman was trying to ask Joe what he thinks about the existence of we humans, to paraphrase. We have to know. I mean, to me, it's amazing that we think we are in this world by sheer, happenstance. We're just here because we're here. There's nothing beyond that. And even in today's world, and many scientists in the past, they've tried to show the connection that God does exist. And quickly to say earlier about Joe getting confused about, okay, God created animals in male and female, but when it got to humans, God was confused. Well, that was not the case. In trying to analyze that scripture, you have to keep in mind that God himself, God is a teacher. God is a teacher. And every time that God deals with man, because we all know, I mean, those that believe in God, that God is omniscient, is all-knowing. There's no doubt about that. Who questions that? People that don't believe in God, perhaps. But I don't. I believe that God knows everything. So when God, see, sometimes the conversation in the Bible, it shows, I've drawn the conclusion myself that God is a really humble being. He must be really a humble person, quite frankly, because when God talks in the Bible or deal with the prophets or angels and all different people in the Bible, it does so as a teacher, as a father. It's when it was in the beginning of creation, or during creation, or at the creation of man. Well, it is true that God created all the animals in male and female, but when it got to man, it did say something that Joe excluded. And what God said is to the angels or the other beings were, let's create man in our own image. That's what God said. And if you know that in heaven, well, just like Christ told the somebody that asked him a question in error, that look, in heaven there's no marriage in heaven. So in other words, there's not really a distinguishing factor between male and female or getting married in heaven. So God was unique and omniscient in his being to know that man, even though man is created in his own image, in the image of the spiritual world beings, that man cannot be alone. And that's why God created Eve, or a female, for Adam. Not because God did not know. God is all knowing. So we have to follow God in his path to learn. And the things we don't know, it's okay. It's okay to be matured in our immaturity, meaning that we can be at a point that we know something, but we don't know everything, but we can still move ahead. It doesn't mean that because I don't know something or I don't have an answer to a question, then I should discard or defenestrate everything else. That's not the way it works. We are so limited in everything as human beings. We should know that. We should know.
Praise Daddy. Is this motivational speaking we're here, or what are we doing here?
Are you outside, Rational Mind? Are you outside?
I'm driving.
Oh, okay.
Rational Mind.
Yeah.
Motivational speaker, I'm coming right here.
No. Prince Daddy is a really mysterious man. You think it's
Motivational
yeah,
you
you think
combining
it's
motivational speaking with religion, right?
no, you think it's some funky hipster, and then suddenly you start to talk about religion, and then you think it's some preacher man. It's a man
Yeah.
of many talents. Take your talent back to politics and speak to us about the politics we have been discussing. Prince Daddy, and then we go on from there to Ekene, and then we'll try and land on Rational Mind if we still have him. Back to you, Prince.
Yeah, thanks, woman. Yeah, I watched. Was it? I think I watched earlier, anyways, on Arise. Dr. Abati's response to what was it about? Oh, Peter B's mega world conference. Yeah.
Yes, it was quite delicious, wasn't it, Abati? If it goes for you.
Well, Abati, I think I was gonna make a suggestion to them that hey, let Rufai always speak first, so Abati can come behind him and just wrap things up. Because Rufai sometimes just makes a big mess for no reason. Abati, he understands. Abati, he said himself a couple of days ago, was it yesterday, that he was the
Prince
head.
Daddy, Prince Daddy. Do you think I think I'm suspecting that there's a kind of a fight between Rufai and Abati.
You see the body language, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, and I can smell it. It's like they are attacking. The two of them are attacking themselves.
Yeah.
How do you know? How do you know?
I know. I
How do you
think they
know?
are just antagonizing each other because now like Rubel Abati is a more matured and more educated, and he understands the implication of those youthful. Even though like, we can't say Rufai is that too young, but it is useful exuberance of Rufai because why Rufai is still living in a kind of imagination, in a kind of abstract world. This man called Rubel Abati, is more experienced. He has been there. He understands the space. So you can see now that he's even defending the business interest more than Rufai that had this personally defending no interest. See the way he maneuver everything. Like I think one man was reading it earlier here that the time for politics is one thing, but when politics is out of it, you have to reset your brain and do the right thing. That is what Abati is trying to do now, which is already, his action is already at par, at variance with what Rufai is doing. So you can see conflict of ideology, conflict of the way they represent themselves. But whether they have a personal this thing, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think they're just playing good cop, bad cop for the culture. I think it's contrived, a lot of it.
Maybe unintentionally, right? It's not, not because they're having like a fight, but if you look at Dr. Bati's countenance, is disposition when he tries to respond to questions, essentially going against whatever Rufai says. And Dr. Bati is a professional. He never respond by telling telling Rufai, oh, you're wrong, what you said. No, he just goes strictly to his own narrative and explain what he has to explain. He doesn't go back and forth trying to terrify, what you're saying is wrong, this is how you should say. And he is a lawyer, and he knows when to put down the gloves and acknowledge that somebody has won. So Rufai is playing his part. He's doing playing his own part. But I think Abati realizes, he doesn't want. Maybe before the final ruling in the courts, he's going to come out and tell them, look, the court is not going to. I think he probably did actually last week, that the court is not going to do anything. They're not going to do anything based on all this new so-called new findings, and it serves no purpose. But I was thinking about it also in regards to well, not too long ago, well, a couple of days ago, perhaps last week, you were praising one man, what you call him, Peter Obi, right, for calling Tinubu the president, and it appears that he had acquiesced to the election, but then it later came out a couple of days ago with this press conference, and it shows that what I mean. Then I heard some narrative that it was Atiku that called him into account. It shows that Peter B is still well, I can say it, a slave to Atiku. It happened to have been a slave that ran away. That's exactly what happened during that election, because he didn't have the heart or the guts to stand up and tell Atiku, hey, I know you're my boss or we're my boss, but guess what? What you're doing is wrong. I think is a southeastern turn, especially in the PDP, and I think you should have run. Therefore, based on what you're doing, I'm leaving the party. I'm going. He doesn't have the heart to say that. He ran like a little schoolboy. It did. That's exactly what it did, because we know why. Rather, we know what happened. Because Atiku himself said it, that he didn't know when Peter B departed the PDP. So he ran away like a slave. He ran away like a slave. He had his good time like the prodigal son, running around gallivanting, So, but now things have are beginning to fall in place. Now the slave has been captured. He's been brought back, and when Atiku gave his press conference, Peter be like, I have nothing to do with it. But they have to remind him that, hey, Obi, you're back on the plantation. Do as you're told. That's why there was no reason for him to have, Abachi said there was no reason for him to have come out with this press conference. It was just ridiculous.
There's a movie called Django or something like that that's wrapped around that narrative. Runaway slave, Django.
Yeah, with Jamie Foxx.
This choice of word is very distasteful. Comparing all this to slavery and all of crap like that. I mean, come on.
I'm sorry, who's speaking? I'm sorry, I didn't
that's rational mind.
Rational.
Yeah, come on. That's
Talking like somebody who's in
rational
the
mind. Don't be a statistics, man. Don't have an accident, man. Leave me alone. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Comparing people to slaves and things like that.
I'm only giving analogy, right?
Yes, it wasn't direct that should mind.
Well,
all this obedience.
Okay. If Peter B were a slave, is a multi-millionaire in dollars in slaves. So go figure it out. A rational mind. So yeah,
a lot of that multi-million-dollar Anambra money.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, now then he had to come out and give this press conference from nowhere, because now the message told him, this is what you have to do. You got to go out there and show your support. Because the frivolous reasons that he gave to why he's come out to give a speech, because he went to Bangladesh and China and Egypt, and he told him that, hell, you got to call your president into account. So he's the one to do that, right? So such a funny man. So such a phony. So yeah, he was called into account, and he had to do what he had to do. It's not free. It's not free from Atiku. We know it's not free from Atiku because he couldn't face the man. He could not face Atiku. He couldn't. He ran away. And what is rational mind talking about? I mean, unlike we can't. I won't use the same analogy with Wike, right? I wouldn't do that because Wike challenged Atiku face to face. He challenged him, and called him to account, right or wrong. He did, but Peter B couldn't do that. He ran away. Now he's doing a press conference when he himself said,
Please, Daddy, don't you think that this is how we'll be doing yes sir to everybody, even if he becomes the president?
Yeah, yes, Daddy. He said he's not yes, Daddy video.
but that's a point you make, Simba. There is nothing about Peter Obi that suggests a lead personality. Yes, he was the governor of a state, but there's a certain subordination to his personality. That, in leadership, there's a requisite of arrogance that is necessary for that really sharp, pointed edge of leadership. And do you get what I mean, Prince? That killer thing, he doesn't have that. Yeah.
But I don't think I give it to him. Yeah. Well, Emeka say he's not experienced in this playing this game of politics. Yeah, I agree with him. I was just trying to kind of dig into him earlier. But the thing is that Peter B, I know he's not stupid. I know he's a very crafty person. And it comes out to be like he had this humble personality. I don't think so. I think Peter B is quite ruthless, actually. He's quite ruthless, but he's a man that would do whatever it takes to win. That's I guess that's a Machiavellian character somewhat, so to speak. So that is Peter B for you. You can't have him. Again, I've said it many times on this show. It pained me, even though I was going to vote for him, that he could not stand up and to have no, well, not really demanded, but somewhat demanded the ticket from PDP when it was there. He couldn't do that. We saw what happened. People don't want to talk about the antecedent of what happened. The guy ran away. He ran away. As somebody was saying, the PDP to buy a ticket for to run is what, 40 million naira, and you think somebody that doesn't want to, that don't spend shishi would drop 40 million naira and leave just like that. No, it doesn't just happen, especially somebody that stingy, like Peter B. But he did. He saw an opportunity and he capitalized, which is fine. But it should have been a man enough to have faced Atiku and told him that no, we're not playing this game. And he would have had a much greater opportunity, perhaps, or maybe not, because it was quite weak in the north. But that's Peter B for you. One man.
Can you imagine a set of circumstances that makes Peter Obi the president of Nigeria, both in terms of his personality and the known Nigerian voting patterns and how we form thoughts on who we want to lead us? Can you imagine any sort of circumstances or pathway that leads that guy to Aso Rock?
No, there's none. There was none. What people say he did very well. Well, because a lot of us were not paying attention, and quite frankly, if I'd been a pollster before the election, I would have done very well, because I did predicted quite well, because in talking to people, when you talk to people, you get a sense of
you should have been here during that election. That was Kulata's defining moment. He predicted it almost to the last vote. And he played out the way he described. Yeah, he brought in spreadsheets and everything. But I carry on story, Prince.
Yeah, that was great. I was following the trend also, and every time I increased Peter B's performance in the Southeast, initially I gave him like, oh, Peter B is going to hands down win 60% of the South, 65% of the Southeastern votes, and Atiku is going to come out, maybe about 30% or so. Tinubu 5% or less. That's all I gave him. But as time went on, with this so-called unifier tag, they were trying to give Atiku, he's a unifier. It isn't that. That guy's such a poor leader. Atiku, I'm talking about. And he could not manage anything. And as time went on, getting close to the election, I keep dropping my number for Atiku. And finally, I said, wow, Peter Obi is going to win 95% of the Southeastern vote. And I was pretty right on that. Lagos, I was not surprised. I didn't think I was going to win Lagos. But a day or two before the election, I was telling my brother, hey, if Tinubu wins Lagos by one vote, just one vote, he should be happy. But guess what? And I wasn't surprised that Peter Obi had or has the constituents in Lagos to win or to do very well. So it wasn't that surprising. And he played the religious card very well. It did. And coupled with the fact that we have some disgruntled APC members that left, like Babachir Lawal and some other people that were Christians in the North Central. So I saw everything unfolding. So that Christian vote also helped him a lot. We saw what the prince said. The people that he helped and helped pay for, that worked for him, told him to his face that they were going to vote for Peter Obi. Why? Because the pastor told them to do so. So the Christian factor was huge, and the people with this Muslim ticket also that was pushed by some people helped him a lot. So but people keep forgetting. I know Ken is a member of the Labour Party right now that Peter Obi didn't build, but everything that happened did not point to Peter Obi as being someone that can create, that can build something. He didn't build anything. Everything just happened for him. So if Peter Obi is not a builder, I don't see him doing well, or even coming back next election. I'll be surprised if he did. And just like I've said, and some people on this platform, that Peter Obi is expecting to leave the Labour Party and go elsewhere. He doesn't build anything. He goes back and forth. He's not that good of a politician. Thanks, one minute.
All right, excellent. So that's the elegant Prince Daddy. So from the elegant Prince Daddy to the inimitable Ekene. So Ekene, you're up next. I suspect you've gone to bed.
Oh man.
The Basharonga of Ileoluji. Do you even know where Ileoluji? Do you know where Ileoluji is? Ekene, do you know where Ileoluji is?
I don't know.
It's a province in China, Ileoluji. All right. All right. You're up next. I think I can hear sleep in your voice, but yeah, let's hear from you.
Okay. Well, sure. I have there was the video I saw today where Senator Ndume and the other senator was lambasting the Senate president that he just signing bills anyhow. Any bill that comes to him, he will just sign it. He not even allow them to settle down to debate it. Under 2 hours, he will just sign the thing. Bam. Those things that he signed is not good for Nigerians. So I was surprised you didn't play such video today. Maybe you should go and look for it. So, all these our star senators, they have started. No problem. So one man, the other stuff, this lifting bans in about for something items. I don't know. Well, I don't know how it's going to reduce the dollar stuff. I'm still thinking. I'm still calculating how is it going to work. But well,
it should reduce inflation. Should it not? Would it not reduce inflation?
I don't think so. The only thing I think it can do is to maybe it will reduce the price of food because people will now start to import foreign rice again. So that's what it means, and other stuff like tomatoes, all those stuff. So it will reduce the price of. But the only thing is that everyone can now agree that it's very difficult for Nigeria to become a productive nation. Or is it that the government don't know what to do to make Nigeria productive? I don't know. So let them figure it out. Let's see how it goes. So that is the issue. All that stuff, all the video you play, I want to speak about Ifeanyi Oba becoming an APC member, and everybody is praising him. I don't know why everybody is praising him because he decamped from YPP to APC, and many APC people now are very happy with him. Well, when he suits us, one man become happy. I watched his interview. I heard everything he said, but and I know where he is going. He wants to become the next governor of Anambra State. I don't know how easy it will be for him under APC. I don't know how easy it will be for him.
If you ban and you are they related?
No, they are not related.
Okay. But they are from the same state?
Yeah, from Nnewi. Different Oba. So, the
What's the most common Igbo name? What's the most common Igbo last name?
So come on. We have
like for instance, in England, they will tell you that like John Smith is probably the most common name or Smith as a last name. So what I cannot even think of it in Yoruba, but I don't think is there a common? Yeah, you get the question.
We have a lot of common. We have Okafor. Okafor is common. Okeke is common. So, but
I thought Okechukwu would have been or Okafor. Every average Igbo person is called Okafor, isn't it?
Yeah, you say surname, I be common surname.
Yeah. It's Okafor, not a surname.
Okafor is a surname. That's what I told you. Okafor, okay. They have surname, so they are common in Igbo land.
Okay, they're king.
So what I know is that politics he will play will be very difficult for him, because even Andy Oba couldn't get it last time he contested under APC. It was even very difficult for him. I think he came fourth, because even this Andy Oba self passed him with a much number of votes under YPP. So it was Soludo before Valentine Ozigbo. Soludo was able to get over Valentine with just a few number of votes. So before Ifeanyi Oba and before APC then. So Valentine, we are looking up to Valentine this time around to get us the glory that we want in Anambra State. So I think if we push him more better, he will do. If we don't, he just needs just few votes to overturn Soludo victory in the next election, which he can easily get it, because he performed very well in the last election. So it's just for us to add up to his number.
Don't you look at it this way? You have two power that you'll be contesting with as a Labour now. You have the incumbent governor in the Soludo, and then if you can play his politics at the national level, we also have the national power to contend with. So do you think it will be that easy for that is it Celeste, or what do you call his name now? Valentine of Labour Party.
It will be very easy for Valentine. The only thing I know for what Ifeanyi is trying to do is to use that national power to fight Anambra State siege. But many people have tried this now. And Andy tried this very well in the last election. He tried to use national power. It didn't work out for him in Anambra State. So maybe I don't know what he's going to play with Tinubu this time.
If you have somebody like Buhari, and you think you have somebody that will back you, you are joking. Buhari is not somebody that he cannot even back himself, talk less of backing another person. Don't use Buhari as an example. Under Tinubu administration, looking at the kind of politics Tinubu play, you think it will not be the same like what's happened under Buhari administration?
So you are saying that Tinubu own will be more easier for him.
It will be more productive. I'm not saying we will win, but it will be more productive than what will happen under Buhari.
It will be more productive, but I'm very sure that on a normal circumstance, I'm very sure he will not win it. Because if you know even though the Uba brothers, all that, and their role in APC in Anambra State, even they asked him the name of his chairman in Anambra State, he couldn't remember. He said he would go and check, which means APC don't even have a chairman in Anambra State. So it will take him. He didn't have it now because if they have it, he will easily remember the name of his chairman in his state now. So maybe he just want to form APC in Anambra State. So he will start from forming APC because the last election scattered them. Their last election in Anambra State destroyed that APC in Anambra State well. So they don't even have any seat, even in the House of Assembly. I mean in the state house. They don't even have any seat there. Even YPP have about either 3 seats in the state house. So he built a very big structure now with YPP. I don't know why he chose to abandon it. He's getting everything he wants in YPP because Anambra don't vote. Anambra don't vote with. Once they like you, you get your vote. So because of him, the YPP is getting some ground in Anambra State. I don't know why he chose to abandon it. He already have some state house members and few senators or that. And what they thought it was only him. But this time around, it's not only him. There are about 3 now in Anambra State. The one other, I even know one guy from my village, my mate, that is a YPP member. Even though he didn't win last election, but he gets some good amount of vote, and the guy is still a member. So, and he used it very well in the last election. If you check his record in the last election, he did very well. He did very well. So I would have wanted him to wait, maybe even if he didn't get it this time around, maybe the next election, because if a number of people like you, they will vote for you. So it doesn't mean the party you are. It's only in a number that says you will see all these small party winning election. So, but if he choose that is the best way to play his politics, let him go ahead and do it. But I don't see him more powerful than 3 Oba brothers. I don't see him. But he just made mention that a lot of big men in Anambra State will now join APC, that they have settled it. They have come in conclusion that all of them will go to APC. So let me see the other people that will join him. Maybe those Oba brothers and some others. I don't know. Because for me, I know that Labour Party have big, in terms of Anambra politics, Anambra have Labour Party have the big men in our politics under them now. In terms of both our senators and the state house, many of them, we are the people that were in Apuga before. That even helped Soludo to get to that position that he is today. So, and that is why we know that it's very easy for Valentine. It's very easy for him. So,
all right.
So there is nothing much one man, because for those the things we have been speaking about, the videos and people ambassading will be others and all that. I don't have much to say there. Let it just remain there. Let people say what they want to say. People that say that he doesn't know how to play his politics. We are doing fine in Labour Party. I would have been sending you those videos, one man, but I will not send it. I decided to keep it because it's our privacy, so that you will not use it against us.
It's not your privacy now. It's a public. It's a public. Are you not looking to get elected positions? If you want to govern over people, it's not private now.
No, you will use it against us. So let's be keeping that one for ourselves and be coming here to discuss general politics. One is for us.
Yeah, planning some surprise, Abby.
Definitely now. People say we are not third force. We don't know how to play politics. This and all that. Even people that say that we will not win a state in the southeast, that have not even apologized for saying such. Say that we don't know how to play politics. I just laugh. No holla. We are playing our politics very well. And the next one will come a very big surprise to everyone here.
Why you can't talk like Wiki? And
yeah, I'm not a politician now. When it comes to my party, this thing, I will defend them very well. I'm not a politician.
You know, Ekene, if you're a politician, I will vote for you. I will vote for you, certainly.
I'm not ready to contest anything, but I'm a very big politician now, so we are doing very well. So nothing is happening. We want to overshadow weak self. The numbers we have now, even people say youth, we are talking on the basis that you guys are in abroad. See, let me tell you, the only thing that will save Tinubu is for him to solve the economic problem of this nation. That's the only thing that will save him in the next election. I'm telling you. So no matter how the politics you guys want to play, if we didn't succeed in the next 4 years, I don't know the kind of politics you guys want to play. But the only thing that is on ground now that will save him is to solve the economic problem of this nation. And that is why I know that's why he's going to want to do some removing those bans and all that. He wants to get things right because this December, things are even getting worse now. And if things continue like this December will be the biggest and the nightmare to every Nigerian. The way things are going. So you don't have any option. Just to leave those things. Let that space have some fresh of air. Maybe some importation will come in. I don't even know how many people that have money for that importation again. So, but let's see how it goes. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent Ken, of course. That's the excellent Ken. A man of equal excellence, Patowski. Let's see if Patrick is still here. Patrick, are you with us still? All right. We don't appear to have Patrick. Let's hear from Ola, who I know is with us. Ola, so a long wait for your monologue, but here it is. Ola, you're up next.
Okay. When July even starts, I think we've been able to educate Rational Mind on that CSU anyway. So not until he reads. So I think he can forever hold his peace, except he reads and come back. So we at least I want to say boldly that Rational Mind agreed yesterday that indirectly though he didn't speak it out that Tinubu didn't forge any certificate. So he was just trying to join the bandwagon of those people that think Tinubu forged certificate. So let me move to the area of this importation. No, not importation per se, lifting forex on those 43 items. Simba, are you there?
Yes, I'm around.
Yeah, it's here.
So from our understanding of that news is that it simply means that those items were not banned actually, right? They were just not giving them forex. So I want to believe that
no, they were banned. They were banned.
Okay. So are
they
we
were banned. I'm very sure of the rice, I'm very sure of the meat and all those ones. They were banned outrightly. So it's only forex that they denied them initially.
Okay, but when they banned them, right? That increase that made the smuggling prosperous, right? So
exactly, people are smuggling them to the country.
So what do you think is going to happen now when they leave the ban now?
It will be free. It will be free for now.
Right, you are destroying smuggling, right? So that's just the perspective from where I see it. See, as we are now, the only challenge I have is if you are using this one as long term and it's not short term, because as it is now with the problem in the country now, if Tinubu will not even lose even even the fanatics, it's a badified fanatics. The best thing he's supposed to do now is to feed people, because every other story, like Yoruba would say that Bile Banjo, Bole Banja, and they be so. So if people are hungry, there's no kind of sermon you want to preach to them about how you are going to turn Nigeria to the next United States of America or to be 10 times better than Dubai. Nobody will listen to you. So as it is now, we know that the money in circulation, the inflation, everything, you need to find a way for people to still be able to find food to eat. Yeah, I understand it's going to affect some businesses. So what I expect the business owners in Nigeria to do is to find a way to approach the government to help them reduce, the burden. You understand? To help them compete. So whether it's going to be some kind of a production subsidy or whatever, I don't know. I think that's what you can do now. Because at this time, whether we like it or not, we need to crash the price of rice. We need to do all those things. So you should approach the government to find a way to alleviate your problem here. So do I see it as bad? In the short term, it's not really bad. But in the long term, it's going to be terrible because it simply means that, like someone rightly said, you are taking jobs away from people. You are helping other countries to build their country. So, but now, if you want to give forex to people, who are those people you are going to give forex? Don't give forex to anybody that will not have commitment. It was done in the cement industry business before. People shout of Ibeto cement today. But people are not saying that Ibeto refused to follow through the localization, the local content policy. You were given license while you are expected to now develop to build some kind of backward integration that you have to site for factory here. It's not as, I want to crash cement. Cement is 2,000. I want to bring it to 200. How are you bringing it to 200? It matters a lot. You go to China and bring and crash to 200. Whereas China is generating millions of jobs, while Nigerians that are supposed to be buying your cement, they are losing jobs. Not that situation. We don't want such situation in Nigeria. So for short term, I suppose. For long term, no, it's a terrible policy because it's not going to help the local people. Because while we Simba farms still continue to borrow and fund this poultry and a fishery, while they can just spend maybe a fifth of that amount to just pollute the Nigerian market with foreign products. No, we don't want that. So I think to me, that's what I think when it comes to that. Then which other topic again apart from religion? Because I know if I enter religion, I don't know how explosive it can be. Because that's always been my
we were talking about article. People are suggesting that article be stripped of his GCON. So we had conversations around that too.
To me, I don't think if I were in Tinubu shoes, I would not even do that. That's one is too simplistic for me. Now, why will I do that? I won't. But what I think I can do is I will give him Ibori's treatment. That Alipotin case. He is planning for 2027 in now, right? I will make sure that Alipotin case, I will revive it and I will give United States of America maximum support. Maybe he goes to Dubai, it's a simple thing. They can get him from Dubai. It does Ibori treatment. I will make sure that 2017 is going to be convicted and answer for that crime of that Alipotin and will never become the president of that country. Because if this is politics, and I will go after my political enemy just the same way my political enemy is going after me. So I won't strip Atiku of anything. Because when you look at these people that are contesting, if there's anybody at all that has done anything for democracy in Nigeria, it's Tinubu. Where was Atiku? Where Abacha was after the like of Tinubu and co? Where was Obi that now speak big grammar today, that now knows everything, how that starts speaking of moral? Where indirectly he was one of those people even making the worst junta in the country functional. So what morality are we talking about? Because you say someone should resign. Okay, that you could support the military. Because if you don't understand what the military government means, it simply means that the military They suspended the constitution of the country, overthrew a legitimate government, and you put yourself there. What are you supposed to be? Even you don't need to be a lawyer to know that someone that will do that is a criminal. No shortcuts, whether you like it or not, whatever you want to say. You know, I've never spared Buhari that word, that Buhari, a coup plotter, whether you like it or not, roll it the way you like, a coup plotter. And the problem we are having today, you can never excuse Buhari because it will be said that had Buhari not overthrown Shagari, we will have followed another trajectory. We will have developed different way. Probably the red line and the blue line we have in Lagos today, we will have had that one like as far back as 1985. So we won't just be like how many years are we behind now? Like about 30 years behind, or is it not more about 30 years behind? So if someone offer his support for such government, and all of a sudden you are now the moral compass now, you are now the one that, yeah, you can deceive those people that do not know the story. Like I said, because we don't read, we don't have that culture of reading. That is why that the elderly person, like rational mind, can
Ola, Ola.
yeah.
I was even the way you are talking now. It made me to remember those days during Buhari regime. I mean Babangida, that I was changing the military administrators every 2 years. You know what will have been their motivation to say they want to develop a state? Is it not for them to just come and loot and go each time he just changed them that time? And so how would now somebody now see military regime as the best option for us? I don't understand. What would be the motivation of a military ruler? You don't need people's support. You don't need them for election. You don't need them for anything. And look at the way we were even doing it in Nigeria at that time. If you remember, every 2 years, it changes military administrator. That time, it was just rotating and just making it like you come and chop is your turn.
Those people that are supporting military, they underrate the problem that the military created. The security vote we talk of today, who originated it? The like of Fashola farm that we used to pride ourselves for. We know when we used to have Malu, we call it Enila then, the type of the bigger cattle, bigger cow. We call it Enila. That used to be very big that time. You know, one of the administrators just went to Fashola farm and the bull they were using to crossbreed those things. It just started around just because they wanted to celebrate one.
They used them to do pepper soup.
You understand? That's the kind of mentality we are talking about. Who destroyed most of Odua investments in Nigeria today, in the Western region today? The military administrator. So when Bode John will just wake up one day and will be asking us that Tinubu was not born in Lagos, we'll be telling
was it not a military administration in those states that time? No,
yes,
Bode George himself. It was a military administrator that his wife was even slapping somebody that time, if you remember.
That he was she slapped one of the judge's wife, yeah, and that one just returned the slap blankly. So the thing is this: because we don't read, we don't know our history, so we kind to suggest some kind of solution that we even compare the problem. Okay, the problem is the know we are talking about now. The problem of Sharia. Who introduced the problem of Sharia into our constitution? The military. What are we talking about? When we talk about this military brought Sharia into our constitution. And so the same military that could just singularly impose things on us, and we are saying, oh, they are the one to do. No. See, the progress that people believe that we recorded under the military, all these things are exaggerated. How many of these people that will tell us, how many of them experienced that military? You understand? Because I can still tell you that, okay, I came from from a middle class family, and the economy during the military, man, they were crashed. See, I'm not ashamed to tell you, even we started even borrowing food ahead of salary. My parents started borrowing food. You know what it means? That okay, because government is not going to pay you already, you've already spent the money you are going to spend. Your salary you are going to collect 3 months ahead. You've used that one to round year we are ahead. And someone will just wake up and be telling me how nicely Buhari was doing in 1983. Like, seriously, were you born then? Or how old were you? That will be telling you what you don't know. And the thing that this did not even impact you. So to me, that idea of that military and those people that contributed and they are now moral compass, like Bode Josh. I don't know where Commodore Bandelo to go there now because he was the one that started that time. I remember that is one of when Nama strategy, that ship that they bought for us for that Okitipupa side. Then I don't even know what happened to it. You know, all those are when I
Okay,
all
that
those
riverine this thing that I was using that time.
Yes, now they did that now when all the lives of Sonny Ade, everybody they started contributing that time. Now that time I even know say Sonny Ade people they get money that time because when these people started donating like 10,000 that time was looking like serious millions to me there. And now, so what happened? What happened to all those investments? How did they destroy Owena Bank? What happened to Wema Bank? What happened to Dua Textile Industries? What happened to the Nigerian textile? So all those things that military destroyed, that the industrialization of Nigeria today started from the military. That's why I say when people say, oh, religion. No, it's not religion. The military administration created in fact, they deindustrialized Nigeria. It is when they deindustrialized Nigeria, the warehouse that are no longer functioning, that all those people that owns that warehouse, when they could not produce anything, they started selling to the religious houses. So we should know how this thing started. The problem in Nigeria started because of wrong policies, because nobody to give us the right policies for us to move forward. That's the problem. So I know that when people say, oh, religion, I understand, because I know that the way we have some pastor preneur, the way they preach, I was here, it's on record as they say here that as far back as 90s, religion caused me a lot of depression because of the way people preach it. I have life experience about it. It's not as if they say. But thank God today I'm liberated. That's why that people don't challenge their pastor. A brother once told me that God said I say, oh, bros, Holy Spirit didn't tell you this one. Holy Spirit cannot be lying. If you can't challenge your pastor and you just believe your pastor on your own, no, it's not mine. I'm not saying you should not do this. I don't remember that I can't remember that I've ever paid tithe in my life because it's not part of my doctrine.
No.
Because if I'm saved by the grace, you can't tell me now to go back to the world. So to me, we should understand what we are doing, and we should understand the problem, and we should not use the symptom to now say, oh, this symptom is the problem. Because if you don't understand the root cause of a problem, then how are you going to develop? So that's just the way I see you. I can even be ridiculous. I tell you, say, look, how do you know that God didn't create us like human being? We create like human beings. As we are now, we are creating robots. How do you know that we are not robots in the hand of God? And over time, we've learned, just because of our comprehension, we cannot comprehend God, then we cannot argue God. That's just the way I believe. That's just the way I believe my own. So I don't know if there's any topic you want me to. Otherwise, I will just be what do you call it, interjecting. So
all right, thank you, thank you, Ola. There's still other topics that I'd like you to comment on, but I want to make sure that I get to other voices as well. So stay steady. Once we've completed the rounds, then we just free up the space, and then we have a free for all. I know Rational Mind has been here for a good while, but by virtue of him being a member of the team, I shall hold him in abeyance as we go to Mr. Triumph to have his monologue. So, Mr. Triumph, you're up next.
Good morning to you. Good morning, audio panelists, and good morning to the house. And I've been hearing you for a while. It's lovely, and so much interesting. And
is that Mr. Triumph or Monsieur Triumph? We can hear a Monsieur. Are you a Monsieur? Monsieur Triumph. Is that how to pronounce it? How do you pronounce it? Is it Monsieur? How do you pronounce it, Mr.?
Just Triumph. Mr. Triumph is okay. Mr. Triumph is okay.
But how do you say Mr. in French?
Monsieur.
Monsieur. All right. Carry on. carry on.
it's better for you to come. I will give you French classes. It will be
Yes.
free for me. No, one thing that I heard what Mr. Ola said according to his expectation. Expectation will be good for the country. You understand? Because of we need the expectation as for now. In the let me see if we are starting beginning to produce stuffs in the country or doing other farming of products, and we need exportation because if we do more exportation, the price of stuffs back home will be cheaper. You understand? Let me say up to 2 to 5 years, then later we start reducing it. So the more we reduce it, it will be more great for we all. You understand? So I saw I heard the way Mr. Ola was talking about Atiku. Let's forget all about Atiku. You know, Mr. Ola is so strict. He's so strict. I would not like him to be any politician, you know, because of it's going to put many people in jail the way he talks. So that's just it. We just forget about Atiku. Let me say, according to a proverb that I had once, out of sight is out of mind. You understand? Let's put him aside. And again, there's a video I saw earlier about the video of the IPOP. Sorry to say, you here on the panel or on the group hearing also. I don't like it. You understand? It causes more divisions. It causes more divisions. How can we go further as a country? As a country, how can we go further? That's the question we have to ask everyone. They just want. I see that many people just want to destroy President Tinubu's administration, and that's very bad. That's what they did to the last administration. That's Buhari's era too. They just killed it. Lack of communication. But I think that Mr. Tinubu is very intelligent, and I know what he can do. I read so many things about him, and I spoke to people that knows him, understand, on the online, not physically. So I believe he's going to deliver. As for me, I believe I don't lose hope. You understand? I don't lose hope. And again, it's true what Mr. Ola said also about was it said that the military did a very bad work, and that's true. I would not like Nigeria to go back to a military rule. It will be another setback for we all. Another 5 to 10 years setback. So I remember when my mother was working in the Nigeria Cocoa Board. That's when Nigeria exports a lot of cocoa, but they just shut it off. I remember those days my mother then switched and started doing create her own business. You understand, back home in Nigeria. That was it, because I was a little boy then, so that was it. But as for me, I just believe in one Nigeria. I still repeat it anywhere I go. I want Nigeria just to have hope. Understand? Hope. Many people don't like that word hope. They say when we have hope, because that means that there is faith, and when there is faith, that means that we can all work together and then do it to be great. That's just it. But we all believe that if Nigeria start producing, understand, producing many goods and services back home in Nigeria and to the Africans, then later export the same thing to the entire world, I believe that we are going to make it good. And I don't believe in taking loans. You understand? I don't believe in it because of that means eating your future in your present. That's bad. And Nigeria is a lot of debts. I don't know. I believe that we can all work together. You understand? All work together to pay the debts. Understand? And if they can only remove all these allocations that they give to these politicians back home, reduce their salary, I bet you everybody will resign.
everybody will resign. Because there is money. The way there is money, you see many people there fighting and spend the money to go there. So that's just it. But that's, as for me, I just believe. And there's another thing that troubles me a lot. When I watch the Peter Obi's conference, I call him Atiku's boy. Sorry to say, people in the panelists. I know that many of you,
the obedience,
the obedience, because of I just laugh. One thing just that I just laugh when I see things, and I just laugh. One thing, I'm a logical thinker, so I just looked at him. After article, there comes him. One thing just that they just, and he refused to quote President Tinubu is president. He was saying Chief Tinubu. I don't know why. That's why I got disappointed in him. And I just believe that I think he will be disappointed. Later we'll come back to his senses. And I think that's going to leave the Labour parties also. He's going to leave because of, I call him cross-checker. Understand? Crisscross. You understand? He changes parties every time. He's just like his godfather, Atiku. So he's going to do the same thing too. He's going to change it, because I know that he wants to be the president also. So so I don't think he's going to make it with the obedience, because the obedience said that they don't have a boss. Is it in Limo or Anambra? I don't understand. They just want to spoil everything up. They're not solid. And I heard also earlier when you people were talking about the Israel and the Palestine. My own opinion, my own opinion is that it's a bit. For me, I ask a lot of questions. You understand? How come one of the best service in the world, understand, they can have delivery ideas in the world, that means the military stuffs and everything, that they cannot even protect their own country? I ask that question. It's impossible because of they have crisis already back home, but in their home in Israel. So they decided to make it worse for them to unite the country. They utilize their crisis. You understand? They don't waste anything crisis. They utilize it well to unite, just to unite all of them. But it works. I say that the prime minister, I give him kudos. He knows what he's doing, because I don't believe that Israel is not all that big. Within 45 minutes, you can cover the whole of Israel. It took them over 8 hours. 8 hours. Now I just sometimes pity the Palestinians because of Hamas. Like now, tomorrow now, let's say Nigeria now, as an example. The Biafra are causing havoc. That's just it. So the two bring problem. Understand? We should learn from people's mistakes. But I still ask questions concerning Israel and Palestine, because of I hope that they should all have peace. Understand? They should have peace. They are brothers and sisters, according to the Bible. They are brothers and sisters, but why do they fight? I don't understand. I hope that Nigeria will not be like that. That's it for me. I hope Nigeria will not be like that. So that's my take.
All right. All right, brilliant, excellently put. So make sure you join us more often. That French tonality, I'm sure all the ladies are falling in love. So all the ladies falling in love, all the ladies falling in love, but let them fall in love with a different character now as we bring Bishop on board. So Bishop, sorry, I was going to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, are you ready?
I'm here.
Yes. Are you parked and you were driving? That's why I held you in a bit.
I just have to pause a little bit now. So yeah.
All right. Let's hear from you.
I'm all ears.
Yes. Let's hear from you.
Let me talk to this our friend here that just came. That just sound like.
Parlez-vous français? Parlez-vous français?
Are you what part of what are you in France or where?
Yes, I'm in France.
Où en France?
À Lille. J'habite à Lille.
À Lille, ok.
Oui, c'est dans le nord dans le France.
Vous êtes français ou bien comment?
Non, je suis français. Je suis nigérien en même temps français.
Oh, né en France.
Non, non, je suis pas né en France. Je suis né au Nigeria.
Oh, okay. Okay. C'est bien. Enchanté.
It's pretending like pretending like he knows what you are saying. It doesn't really, but that's rational mind for you.
Say it again. Say it again.
I said, you're pretending like you understood what he meant. Yeah, you don't. Your French is as French as my Chinese. So you know, if you are a French speaker, then I'm a Chinaman. Look at this guy.
No, but you understood what I said. But then
you think if you talk like this or talk like they do, you think
I'm real. Even when I speak English, I'm real. I don't like this phone and all those kind of things. You know.
All right.
Yeah. So I think he understood me and I understood him. So anyway, yeah. So what are the topics? Because I've seen a lot of people, the Agbado mites, they've invaded the platform.
No, we're just circling around the usual talking points. But we were reflecting on there was restrictions on certain items in terms of them being able to access foreign exchange for importation. It's really just to protect industry within the Nigerian space, but they've lifted that restriction now. And we were going through a list of those items. Included were things like poultry, meat, toothpick, but rice seems to spring out. And we were speculating as to what the intentions are. And then we were almost concluding then that they were trying to flood the market in order to bring down the prices. So what are you then making then of the removal of forex restrictions on 43 items?
Well, I think I never thought about the other aspect of it when you said maybe they're trying to force down the price by letting these people to import this.
Yeah, they removed it on cement as well, which I think Dangote will be knocking on Tinubu's door about that one.
So if they do all of that, maybe they want to force down the price of these commodities. But I guess I don't think that will solve because these people will need the forex to go and buy the stuff from countries where they can source these materials, these commodities from. So I don't know how that's going to work. You see, this is what we say when the government comes in and they say they are the most prepared. Some of you here will come here and you promote Tinubu like as if it's the best thing that has ever happened to humanity after what's it called, the Pyramid of Egypt or whatever. And then you people, you pedestalize him here. You make him look like he's a godlike person. There's nothing he has ever done that you people will ever criticize him for. You criticize him, you just make it look like it's not a big deal. After all, they do him. He's a criminal. This one too. You even me too. You rational mind too. You yourself too. Have you not done anything bad in your life? You know this kind of crap that people can't talk. But anyway, let me just talk about this man that is there in situation now that is the heading the government there. You people come here, you say he's the most prepared among the candidates. I mean, we're seeing the preparedness. Really, right? That's the preparedness. Even his
I think you're misunderstanding what that most prepared means. What's your understanding of it?
No. I mean, you don't need to tell. You see, this is what the Agbado people and some of the people that are Agbado leaning. You want to like make case for Tinubu. We heard him. How come I'm telling me that this is what it meant? This is not what it meant. I heard him. I'm the most prepared.
No. When they say it's the most prepared, do you understand that to mean that he has a solution to all of the problems, or that he has the capacity to take on complex situations? Because those are distinguishable positions.
Well, you see, this is why I said the Agbado people and people who are Agbado leaning, they want to make this kind of cases. You know, this is how they did a book I just left there. They do everything just to use all kinds of narrative. Did he promise you that he was going to make when did he say it himself? When we saw his manifesto, he said $1 to $1. This and that, that and this and that. And we came in there and people were making the same case, like the same thing you are telling me, throwing to me now. And what did he say it?
Who said $1 to $1?
Oh God, dude.
I said, no, who said Tinubu?
Boo said it during the campaign in 2015. He was going to make dollar. They're going to bring dollar down to naira to. I don't know whatever I said that back then.
How will
you be comparing
Tinubu?
They made a lot of false promises. George Bishop.
I want to challenge you. I want to challenge
me later. Let me learn.
No, you just want sentence.
No, okay,
You
go on.
always
Okay, go
call
on.
me
You
when
see, I
people
don't
are
like
talking.
I don't like this now. When you people don't
If
allow me
you
just to land.
provide,
Okay, go on.
I'm not saying bring $1,000. If you provide where Buhari said so.
Chengbo. If I provide, oh my goodness.
ẹ jẹ́ kí rational mind ó
What
sọ̀rọ̀,
are you
ẹ jẹ́
talking
kó
now? Check it
sọ̀rọ̀.
out now. Sometimes I come and jam.
Bishop
You can, yes.
ẹ fi rational mind lẹ́lẹ̀, ẹ opportunity ni ó ní báyìí, let him
Ọmọ ilẹ̀
talk.
ní mí àbí? Ọmọ ilẹ̀ ní mí àbí? Ẹ kàn fi sílẹ̀ ńlẹ̀ àbí? Ṣé ẹ gbọ́rọ̀?
Ìwọ ló mọ̀, ìwọ ló mọ̀. Kò gbọ́ Yorùbá, no, ó ń twist ẹ ní, ṣebí spinner ni, gbogbo nǹkan ló máa ń spin náà, ó spin yẹn náà ni.
Mo ti gbọ́ ẹ. All right, so let me go straight to what I'm talking. So this is the same thing case you are making to me now, trying to make me look like, he never said he had all the solution. He only said he has the capacity. Oh, goodness, go woman, send me all this crap that people try to promote on your platform here. We know what he said. He said he both the solution, both the capacity, he has it. Don't tell me maybe it's solution or the capacity or whatever. It's telling me that he knows what to do when he gets there. He's prepared. He has the team. He has everything. But what are we seeing? What are the team doing? What is all his policy that is all doing? All the policy that he has made. See how all of that is backfiring on his head. Now he's telling us he wants to let importation. Where are they going to source it? For forex to give these guys that were going to go and buy, bringing this chicken, bringing this rice, bringing all this cement or whatever we call it, these commodities. Where are they going to sell all the dollars? Even the one that are not even importing, but that are needed for the legitimate importation for the spare parts for their machineries and or whatever. The many little remaining manufacturers within Nigeria that needs this money to go and buy those parts. Look at the aviation industry. Look at how some of them are lamenting, like all of them, how they are lamenting about money, about not being able to source forests. Look at Etihad, or was it Emirates there? Their money that is locked up in Nigeria and in CBN vault that they never released to them. I mean, what about all of them? Why are you going to see all this money to pay all these people? Are these people also not productive in that country? They are doing business. Let them have their access to their money. And you're saying, you see, these people, when they've run out of idea, this is what they do. They do try and error. And you're telling me he's most prepared. You're telling me most prepared my foot. Telling me he's most prepared. Just try and error. I try Are
you talking about Kalo governance?
That is it now.
Kalo governance.
Tinubu government say
One man, rational mind ò gbọ́ Yorùbá o, eléyà jẹ, báyọ̀ kọ́ ni Yorùbá ṣe máa ń sọ o. Èyí jẹ́ òbí ò jẹ náà máa ń pè é, kò ń ṣe eléyà jẹ, Yorùbá Oǹdó ló ń sọ yẹn.
Igbónú ni nà ọmọ tápà
Rational mind is not a Yoruba man.
No, it's not.
I have a song for rational mind, though. I have a special song for you. I'm not singing yo to you. I will sing a special song for you.
Don't.
You want me to sing it for you? You want me to sing this? Wait, rational mind. You want me to? Do you want me to sing the song for you?
Yeah, go on.
Are you ready?
Go on.
There's a man called Abanga, but you know what he said? He said, ẹ̀yin tí ń pèrè wà láì dá o, àmọ́ yín o, àmọ́ yín gbogbo ilẹ̀ ó bára gbẹgbà. That's your song.
Ẹ̀yin bíbù yẹn ti ras jù ọ lọ.
What crash gan. Anyway, yeah. So
but wait, rational mind. When they call you illiterate now, you'll be upset. Okay. See those 43 items that were banned, the money that they sourced, because those things were still getting imported by borrowers still from across the border, from even our border and co at the black market rate. So that just drove up our food inflation unnecessarily. All the stunts that Buhari had been trying to do, anchor borrower, blah, 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 it was a failure. People borrowed money, they did not return money. The rice that they were growing in Nigeria was not cheaper. It was still expensive. So what's the point of a policy if it drives up the cost? And then we say, okay, we save a few jobs. Is it worth the hunger and the inflation just to save a few jobs. So you can see that BAT is not doing trial and error, but BAT is unwinding Buhari's terrible negative policies. Like, I mean, trying to force. No, you need to. You have to understand these things. When you're going to unbundle a policy, no, it's not a simple economic theory. Okay, if it's a simple economic theory, why don't you explain that theory? Because you don't even understand it. It's unbundling. It's unbundling. Let me tell you what's going on. I'm not insulting your intelligence. The central bank, the central bank has been involved in a lot of fiscal policy by doing so much that a normal central bank will not do. Central bank is now going back to its core mandate, which is monetary policy. So they're going to ease the what's it called, the exchange rate. It's not going to be easy, but at the same time, our inflation is going crazy. So we can't say we want to continue to stifle the economy, force people to grow stuff when there's insecurity. Food keeps on being expensive. When you can afford to import it cheaply.
Atigbo, let me ask a question. You just said all this economic theory crap that.
I didn't say economic theory. I explained what is going on to you.
No, it's a theory. To me, it's a theory. It's not.
It's not a theory.
What's the practicality of what you're talking about? Because we can't even.
Okay. What am I talking about? You explain what I'm talking about.
I'll put a question to you.
Okay, what's your question?
To me, it just sounds like blah blah blah. You're talking. That's why I don't just want.
What's your question? Because you don't even understand what I'm saying.
Okay, now the question I want to ask you is this: is that where are they going to source the forex to give to these people?
When or where?
Where and when? Both.
Where is going to be borrowed? They're already organizing the loan. So they're going to borrow it. We've already addressed that before.
Hold on. So they'll be borrowing every time to fund.
It's not every time. There's some cash flow issues right now. I mean, some swaps and everything that needs to go on. I mean, it's complex stuff. It's complex finance stuff. But we have an immediate.
Complex.
It is complex finance stuff. Do you want me to be explaining forex swaps with you? The deals between the central bank and the commercial bank.
You see. This.
So okay. Do you want me to explain the deals between? I mean, the way the central banking works.
Hold on. Farabale.
Just say you need to understand it, and then fine. It's okay. Nobody knows everything.
Dude. I don't need.
It's not dude. It's not dude. Do you understand it? Yes or no?
It is economic BS.
Do you understand it?
I can't understand.
Do you understand it?
I cannot understand your economic BS.
Okay. What is causing our liquidity problems?
What is causing our liquidity problem?
Yes.
Are you exporting? Are you getting enough?
I'm asking you a question now.
I'm throwing back to you. So that's the answer to your question.
Just continue.
Are you getting enough forex by way of?
We can always do with more.
Hold on.
I'm answering your question now. No. I'm just quick at answering the question.
Yeah, okay, fine. You answer it. Let me just finish. You're talking about liquidity problem. Where is your exportation? Where are you getting this money? Forex, the hard currency that you need to be able to go and buy more stuff from Amazon. Where? So how do you get when you are not producing enough?
So is that your question?
You're not even your OPEC quota that is being given to you. You're not making it. Even the one that you are supposed to even the one that you are still even pumping, it's haphazard. It's not consistent. Sometimes 700,000 barrels. Tomorrow, 600,000 barrels, 1 million barrels, like that, back and forth. You're not even hitting the targets that OPEC gave to you. That is
all right.
Side.
So
hold on. The little one that you're having, I'm the one that has the floor now.
Don't speak vernacular. We have English audience.
I have a floor. Let me land because I know you want to counter me now. But your economic jargon does not even make sense to me.
We have English audience. That's why I might be sensitive.
No, this is not. Don't play that. Don't play that blackmail with me about your anymore.
It's not blackmail. I'm just being sensitive.
Yeah. It's okay.
What do you mean by blackmail? Is that a racial slur?
No, it's when some people say, "Oh, you're emotional." you don't understand.
Forget it. Carry on. No, that's my little
it's just
joke.
trying to make me look like. So my point is this: you don't have enough forex. even the little you are getting from your.
You were asking a question and you reached a conclusion. What kind of logic is that?
Now, right? Now. It's a
Hey,
question.
but you said you're asking a question, then you're making a statement. Which one are you?
You see, can I go back to my topic? I mean,
okay. Are you?
Is your voice starting to quake? Are you feeling bullied? Do you want me to rescue you? Do you want me to rescue you?
No, you're not going to rescue me. Nobody's bullying me. It's just spanners wheels.
So, Rational Man, are you trying to ask me a question, or you want to just summarize?
No,
but you said you're going to ask me a question, and I've been waiting for the question.
Yeah, it's a question. But let me.
Well, okay. So, which one is the question? Your summarization or the question? Which one is it?
Let me give you a context to my question. Are we okay with that? Or you want me to just ask the question?
I'm quiet now. I'm quiet. You can see I'm quiet.
I said you don't have enough forex. The little you have, people are mopping it up. However, they're mopping it up. The people that have legitimate business, they do not have the money. They don't have the forex to go and buy this stuff. They're resorting it to black markets and they're buying at higher premium. The one they can source, they can buy. And now the government says he wants to open the border. Kind of bring in more rice, bring in more something, and bring in all those things, all those commodities that they said they release, even toothpick. Go and bring it from outside. The local, mind you, the local ones that we're still doing, they will kill them. That's on the one hand. You need to realize that they will die. They will die because when competition is coming from outside, maybe cheaper. And now this dollar that we're giving to these people who will go and be buying this thing from outside, it will be subsidized to them, isn't it? When it don't be subsidized to them, so who's losing? They were paying the oil thieves. Oh, hold on, the oil importers you see.
Government is no longer subsidizing dollar for anybody.
Let me just put it on this now.
So wait now.
Rational Man, not gonna lie. I have a question. I do have a question.
No, you're gonna ask. I'm not asking any question. Let him answer that question. Just ask me.
I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you. Rational Mind.
How are you gonna handle all this?
Okay, Rational Mind. Calm down. Okay, so when you're fixing problems, right? When you first attempt to start fixing problems, does the problem resolve itself overnight? The answer is no. It's a rhetorical question. So let's look at where we are right now. So we came from exporting 1 million barrels. As of today, it's now 1.5 million barrels. Is 50% increase? Is that a progress in anybody's mind? I think any rational thinking person that's still within the realm of reality will say 50% is progress. That means we're only 300,000 below. I think no, 200 or 300,000. I think it's only OPEC quota 1.7 or 1.8. I can't remember. Well, like 200 or 300,000 below the OPEC quota. No, 1.9. It's like I think 1.8. Let's just call it 1.8. So we're like 300,000 barrels short. So what does that tell you? That means we're making progress. It's in a positive trajectory. Now, I'm going to ask you another rhetorical question. All these 43 items, do you think they were not entering Nigeria all the while? When they will say importation of rice into Nigeria is low, but you'll see Benin Republic, the highest it's ever been. You'll see Cameroon, the highest it's ever been. The people buying it are Nigerians taking it through the border. What do you think? What exchange, what currency are they using to import it? They're using dollars. So what does that mean? That means it's increased dollar demand. And what did Buhari do at that point in time? He just kind of like caused the ruckus and created a policy, while good intention, but badly implemented, to force farmers to grow stuff. And then farmers grow stuff. That thing is way more expensive than what is getting imported. What is happening at that point in time? You are passing the cost onto the consumers. And then the consumers also now have to get something a little bit more competitive, cheaper. They now have to carry things outside of the border to bring it in. It's still the same dollars that is being used to rice and all these things. Now they import rice, cement from Benin Republic. No, listen. Not our rice. Not our rice. That's the answer to your question. Imported rice from Thailand. It's still Nigerian dollars that they're using to import it through illegal borders. That was not stopping. Just go and check the records. Benin and Cameroon, sky high importation, something that would, I mean, way too much imports from that place that they will never finish in 55 years. So you know, of course, it's Nigeria consuming it, and it's still our dollars using to buy it. And in the meantime, Buhari is now releasing money through central bank, unheard of policy in some anchor borrowers, blah blah blah, that people are borrowing money and never returning it, and there's no farm yield. So they just borrow the money, no collateral, no nothing. We're just losing money on a bad policy. So we're now fixing it. I mean, we're now saying, okay, you know what? The result of this bad policy is inflation is going up and up and up. Food inflation. You're still not stopping the illegal import. It's still our dollars going to chase after that. Then why don't I make food cheaper and, like, I mean, release this thing from the bad list, and then these importers can secure money. Hey, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. I'm going. Excuse me, excuse me. You have to look at the big picture. If you need to have the ability of looking at the big picture, Mr. Man. Mr. Man, this is not summarization. You let me land. You will let me land.
You're not going to land. You're not going to land.
You want to take the floor. You don't want people to speak. You want to stifle speech. Is that what you want to do? So if you cut off, do you want to stifle speech?
I can decide if you're going to.
Do you want to stifle speech?
No, I'm not. I mean,
I'm asking you directly. Do you want to stifle speech?
Dude, don't play
yes
this
or no?
Don't play this again. I will stifle you at this point.
So that means you don't want the truth.
Don't play rational mind.
What is the truth?
But I'm going to land, but you won't let me. You don't want me to. You don't want me to land. Rational mind.
How does it make sense?
Rational mind.
I'm trying to ask you a question, and you don't want me to talk.
No, rational mind.
I'm going somewhere, but you don't want me to go.
Okay, go. Yeah, go on.
So when you allow, so you have to look at the big picture. When we stop this nonsense anchor borrowers thing, that is, I mean, is not really exactly creating a lot of jobs. I mean, it's fewer jobs created for more expensive product. Things are coming illegally through border. Then why don't you just flood the market with cheap food, so at least you ease that hunger? You ease, first of all, a lot of our inflation is food inflation, and we're expecting people to grow in farms and build things. So if the cost of importing, like, you don't put any barriers, people know how to go through borders, you import stuff directly, and then food becomes cheaper. That will ease the inflation a bit. We have multi-dimensional problems, a lot of multi-dimensional problems, that if food becomes cheaper by allowing cheap food to come in the country, and then if you look at the timing, we now substitute that with refined petrol that will be created in Nigeria. That means a third of our dollar demand that's going through PMS swap. We swap that. I mean, we swap that for food. The food itself is now up to 1/3 that will be replaced with the refinery. That's a net decrease in our demand of forex. So when you're fixing problem, is a gradual step by step. This is where the Pentecostal mentality, you have Pentecostal mentality when you think you can just pray stuff away and overnight there's miracle. There's no magic. There's no magic. I fix problems for a living. You have to do things. You have to do things incrementally. I'm not an economist. I just fix problems. That's all I do.
Economics. Why are you talking about like as if you're talking economy like as if you know?
Because I understand what I understand is what I understand. You can't take that away from me.
Apparently you don't.
That's fine. If I don't, you do. There's no one way. There's no one way to this thing.
Can I poke holes to what you just said now? And it's a
question. I did not stop you from poking holes. Now ask the question.
All right. Right to reply. Rational mind. Yeah, let's hear from you.
Now this is my. I'm going to poke holes to some of the things you said, because I don't even understand all the crap you just said.
Okay, good. I'm glad you don't understand.
So what would be the basis of the?
So what would be the whole?
It doesn't even make sense. And what I'm trying to say is
that you don't understand it.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that it doesn't even make sense. It's just BS. You just said.
Because you don't understand.
No.
Then ask for someone to expatiate to you.
I'll tell you why it doesn't make sense.
What doesn't make sense?
I agree with you on certain things you said.
Okay, what part do you disagree?
Let me talk. The anchor borrowers thing that these idiots that left there did, we know how he did it. He didn't do it well. It would have been a good policy if other things have been put in place. Maybe that would have been a good policy. And there was a reason why they did that anchor borrower. I mean, they wanted to support our SMEs, our farmers, because they believe that there's a capital flight.
A good intention, badly implemented. We get it.
Implemented, yeah, I agree with you on that. But that now that you want to start opening the border, you want to allow people to bring in food. This food is not going to come cheap. What you're talking about is that it's going to come cheap.
It's going to come cheaper. It's not cheap. Cheaper.
Okay,
if you buy locally produced rice, how much do you think they sell locally produced rice?
From what I heard from Ekene today, he said it was about 56,000 naira.
Okay, now do you think
2,000 naira rather? And then
so do you,
rice, rice is 56,000 naira. If I heard what they said very well.
So
no,
do you think
it said that the other way around?
That what? What did you say other way around now?
It said the locally produced one is 56,000 and the imported one 52.
No. I don't know if that.
No. It's the other way around, woman. Imported one is 56 and the locally produced 52.
Just imagine
if the imported one is not smuggled in, the likes of Thailand and India they still have way better economies of scale that they can get the things cheaper to us. The landing cost will still be cheaper than how much it takes to produce locally.
You see, people don't even land me, they even land.
Because you levitate, Rational Mind, you never land. You know that.
Why would I land when people interject me? That's what you do.
But Rational Mind, you're still
listen. There's a coordinated effort by you guys here to make people who doesn't see I on you. Everybody give 1 million from every corner. Po. When I want to face this person, this person is going to give me slap. The other person will give me another slap. If I don't tell him, po. And then the UG doesn't say nobody no. Ele have 4 minutes. I got 4 minutes that you go. Then I look so confused.
That's why we like you now.
Exactly. That's what people are doing here on this platform.
No, that's what I only did to my son yesterday. That's what I only did to my son.
Hold on.
You know, so sorry, Rational Mind. I watched that back and I couldn't stop laughing. In fact, I texted Dewale. I don't know if he saw it. Yeah, for the first time, he bullied him off the platform, and I thought, wow. So is that possible? He bullied Pansat off the platform.
Oh man, that was classic. I was not in the studio, but I was just in the background listening to it. That was classic. I don't want to claim that he's not a MAGA, but it was using Trump's style. That was so Trump-esque yesterday what he did, to the point that Pansat was begging for 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Let me talk for 10 seconds. I said, no, you're not going to talk.
You know where I laughed the most? Where I laughed the most was that he said he wished the internet was face on face, that would have beaten him up.
Pansat is 6'4" and he's trapped. That's what he said.
Okay, so let's go back to this topic. You see, when you guys interject a lot, you just get some people confused.
Please, I've been begging, please. Just quick question, really. And my question, you can answer the question also, but mostly for Colata. So, could you tell us what is the relationship or the correlation between, manufacturing or non-manufacturing and not foreign exchange, but remittances? And the reason for my question is that, look, it appears that we are pretty much getting almost all the benefit from a manufacturing economy, because the purpose of manufacturing, of course, is to create jobs, of course, and foreign exchange. But I think even for a non-manufacturing country like Nigeria, right, we have a lot of foreign exchange that comes in through remittances. And so we are getting the benefit of foreign exchange, but we don't have a manufacturing base that's viable. But somehow we are making it. So there has to be a positive correlation between the two that is benefiting Nigerian space. If you can answer the question, please.
So, Rational Mind, do you want to answer?
Yeah. Do I understand?
No, I said, do you want to answer the question? I didn't say understand.
All right. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is this: maybe I'll answer your question. That maybe you answer that question because I don't want to answer that question because it sounds somehow to me. The point I want to say, Kulata, is that this thing you're talking about, it makes no sense, because we're talking about a country that is starved of foreign exchange, just like, let me give you an example of what I'm trying to say here. Just like when Tinubu said, we'll give you 30,000 naira in addition to what you are making. And then we'll give it for 6 months. Then after 6 months, what happens?
For rational mind, you know, I asked you
Now,
this. I asked you one thing. So you don't wait now. I asked you one thing. We're still using that foreign exchange to import these things through illegal borders at a higher rate.
Okay, fine.
At higher cost.
Hold on. You're saying these things like as if it's just as easy as you're talking about. Because
but it is.
Hold on. People that I understand that people that are fire. I mean, people that are bringing it from the border, they have to settle bribe and everything. But do you know the cost of even importing from Nigeria right now? Even want to import, like we that are importing containers to Nigeria. Somebody was saying, because it's been a while I did that. Somebody was just saying yesterday that something they were paying, like maybe was it 1 million naira, was it 900,000 naira some years ago? It's now about almost 1.8 million naira in full container. Just imagine, just look at that percentage difference from the last time to now. So if they eventually say, okay, don't worry, bring it through Nigerian seaports, and they put higher tariff on it, who will carry that cost? It's going to be the consumers at the end of the day. So does that really force down the price? I don't understand what you're talking about. When you're talking this economic theory you're talking about.
CBN said they will allow them they will allow them to use official markets rather than black. You see, right now, what they're importing illegally, they're using the black market. This lifting of 43, black market is 1,000 whatever it is. I don't know. CBN, I don't know. I don't follow it like religiously like that.
I got bulletin from.
Okay, congratulations to Tinubu. But what CBN is saying that they will allow them to source the money from the official market to import these things into the country. So it's going to be, that's already like a 300 naira differential.
Hold on. Already, Nisuru. We're talking about they do not have the liquidity, they don't have the forex. Now they say they're going to.
I told you that they're already working on loans and they're also working on clearing the back loans.
Farabale. They are working on it. I heard that part. I heard it. Do you know how much Nigerians consume? Because when you do that, you're killing our own local producers. That's on the one hand.
Okay.
Hold on.
Back in Obasanjo and Jonathan days, were we killed by those imports?
Would you let me talk? Let me talk. You will render our farmers useless, and then these people will be jobless. No. Hold on. On one hand, you can let me finish. You kill them because when they are getting rivals, get cheaper or whatever they call it from outside, people will not want to eat their own anymore. They want to buy the one imported. That's how Nigerians are. That's on the one hand. And then the federal government will be borrowing dollars, subsidized to these importers every time. For how long? How are they going to do this for? A year. And so they'll be incurring more debts, borrowing money from IMF or whoever lenders buy. You see, Tinubu is not ready for this. Tinubu is not ready for the states.
Look, what do you want? Can we don't lament? Don't take it to the lamentation stage. We can have a useful conversation. We can have a useful conversation without you lamenting. So let's talk about something. So if you have, if you have a policy, right? If you have a policy, no matter how no matter how right intention you are, but the result of that policy is mass suffering for your economy. Do you just want to just continue with it while you know you have a short-term problem that you can alleviate, not eliminate, or alleviate until your financial standing is better, and then you address that productivity problem in a better way? Because when you look about things, it's not okay, I want a permanent fix. If that fix is causing too much pain, you have to kind of like ease out. Now that's where people get epidural, right? So this is kind of, you take this like an epidural. The pain will still be there, but just use that epidural to put some shock absorber. So look, we can't continue having food this expensive, driving our inflation 25. We don't want to go to where Ghana is. Under Jonathan, they were importing all this stuff. Under Obasanjo, they were importing. Our economy did not die. So if we can just get through some of these teething issues, at least get food to a if food inflation goes down, a lot of our inflation will go down. It means our bond yield may go, I mean, our bond yield picture that is negative right now may be neutral or it may go positive. So that means they also means people may want to invest in us because at least I can buy a local government bond and I'll make a profit.
How long will they be borrowing this forex that they will be using to giving to these importers? How long? Is that a time frame for it?
Well, it depends. There are two loans that I'm aware of. There's the what's it called? Let me answer now. I said there are two types of loan I'm aware of. There's the World Bank one, which is almost interest free, which is like a 40-year term or something. That's kind of like almost free money, right? As long as it's to alleviate poverty, they will use that. And then there's the other one, Afrexim one, that they're encumbering our crude based on. And we just talked about our crude productivity increasing. At least it's like 1.5. We're only 200 or 300,000 below the OPEC rate, based on what I read on Nairametrics today. So you have to look at the trajectory. Are we doing some of the right things? If the answer is yes, is it to alleviate the problem? Yes, you can see crude oil productivity going up. Good. But you can see them trying to address our food inflation. That's also good. But yeah, are some farmers going to suffer for it? Of course. Yeah, but you have to look at the net benefit to the economy. Is a few farmers going to farm that may hurt out of this compared to the mass hunger and the high inflation that our economy is suffering because of this lack of food? You have to look at the overall, you have to do the pros and cons. You have to look at the pros and cons of whatever you do anytime. There's no absolute.
I've had you. You know what I think about this? They are not tackling the real main issue. If they really know what to do, or they know the situation, they understand, they grasp the scope or the scale of this problem. Or maybe they do, they just want to act like
what is the main real issue, please?
Now, so my point is this. My point is this. It's true that
I speak in English.
Okay, speak English. We don't understand.
When hunger is no longer in part of the equation, the hunger is not part of the equation. Everything is okay for a man. That's what I'm trying to say. That's the delay way of translating what I'm trying to say in Yoruba. Now, my point is this: that both that said and knew that we know that we see it's a mess. It's in Nigeria, it's a mess. It's a real deep shit. Excuse pardon my German. But my point is this: the main issue is that we have little. I mean, we still have forex that come into the system, but how are these forex judiciously distributed? That's where the problem is. There are people who have no business taking those forex. They are the people who are mopping it up from the system. People like Tinubu and his people and the crap people who are around him.
How do you make all these sort of allegations that you can't back up?
Hold on.
Because someone is president doesn't mean you just lay every single crime on him and just walk away with that.
We saw the millions of
where have you seen Tinubu abuse forex? Can you address it? Because you just made a claim that you can't back up.
Are we talking of solving the problem of forex now, of food now? Because
he's saying Tinubu is taking forex. Like, which forex did you see Tinubu take?
Hold on. I said during the
and because you made a wrong allegation, you can't back it up.
Would you allow me speak? I'm backing it up right now. During the last election, we saw, primaries they did. Even the election, how they were spending dollars, the APC.
How many dollars?
Oh, how many dollars?
How many dollars now? I mean, this is a fact-based platform.
I know you are here to deny you live it. You still.
This is a fact-based platform. I'm not saying they didn't spend dollars. I said how much. I said how much. How much. I said how much.
So I'm in their bank to tell you how much, right?
Is it $1 billion? Is it $2 billion? What's the impact on the economy?
Let's leave that. I'm just giving an example of that. Now, the point.
But let's qualify it now. Let's see the impact.
The point I'm trying to make here is this: is that the little whatever forex, either little or much that we have within the system, let the central bank have absolute control of it. Let them have control of it. At least put a moratorium right now, a freeze on anybody, because this is economic sabotage. If I were to Tinubu, I would send a bill to the National Assembly that they would make it like it's a terrorist act to be buying forex when you do not need it. Henceforth, any bureau de change that wants to do any business must work in hand with CBN and the banks. Only people who need it, and you must show evidence that you want to go and import spare parts, machinery spare parts for our manufacturers, or your maybe pharmaceutical, like for example.
What is the purpose of Form M? What's the purpose of Form M?
Apparently, it's not working. That's why we have people who are speculators.
So you are talking about creating another ineffectual bill.
It's enforcing the already existing law. And if the already existing law is not working, make a bill, pass a bill that will refer to as a economic terrorist.
Pass another bill. Why don't you just focus on reforming the system? If you say that, okay, they should consolidate BDCs the way Emefiele, the way Solution, the way under Obasanjo, they just kind of like took all these mushroom banks and they say, no, capitalization requirement is blah, blah, blah. So you banks kind of like, it consolidated a lot of banks. If they did that same thing to BDCs, like, so you don't have all these mushroom BDCs, just have gigantic BDCs, then they can get their margins through volumes. They don't have to drive up the dollar, because now they're bigger and they can afford to sell. They can afford to sell at a lower price but high volume.
Let me give you
they can do more volume.
Hold on. Recently,
that's something realistic. Not saying something is a terrorist act. It's not going to work.
Kulata, let me say something to you. Recently, I was in Europe. I was touring some few countries in Europe. At every European country, I have to make some kind of like I want to get out. I need cash because I don't want to start swiping my credit card, whatever I have with me. I have some cash just for backup. At every bank, every place that I go, they make me fill out forms just to change my money into euro. That's a structured society. Because everybody, even they ask for my passports. Just say, okay.
Was it over $10,000?
No, what are you talking about? What did you just ask me now? What did you ask me?
Because before you can take your money from one country to another country here in Europe, it must be more over $10,000. And from $10,000, you start signing forms. You understand? When it's below $10,000,
I wasn't transferring money from Europe, dude.
Carrying money in your.
I have cash with me. I had cash.
That was cash. That's why you signed those papers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's why. If not, you can still move around.
Let's not do this. Hold on. I'm going somewhere with this narrative I'm trying to make. Same thing if you go to a BDC in Nigeria. I'm talking about going to a BDC in Europe. You have a cash. I want to buy dollar from you, Malam. You take my information. You enter into a database. There should be somewhere in CBN or wherever they are monitoring this. If they put it and they make example of people who violate this law, everybody will sit up. It's because they're not enforcing this law. If you do that,
rational mind. There's some things. See, everything is not Ishan. See, it's not. If your currency is getting it's common sense. If your currency is getting, listen first before you say what I was going to say.
You said things don't just work overnight, right?
Yes.
Let me spin it back to you now. That's the same analogy I'm trying to give to you. It doesn't work overnight. Over time, it's going to work.
But listen to what I'm saying. We have laws. We have laws on the books. We know that. We know people are mocking us stuff. Then you need to ask yourself why. And the reason why is, if I was in Nigeria, honestly, I've just been thinking about it. I can't save in Naira. It's not reliable because it keeps losing its value. A friend called me to come and invest in real estate, blah, blah. She was telling me, this interest. I said, okay, so how much is inflation? Then so I said, okay, so what will I get at the end of the year? It's going to be a piece of shit. I can do that in America. I have an option. So when you start thinking about this inflation, because it doesn't pay you to hold Naira because it's losing 25% of its value every year. So it's like, it's brain dead. So that is what is driving people to dollars.
How does this new policy now? How does it save that?
Exactly where I'm going to. Let's answer that question. How does this new thing? What is one of our biggest drivers of inflation right now? Isn't it food inflation? One of our biggest drivers. If we relieve that, won't that relieve
So how do
like
you relieve that?
our
How do you relieve
inflation?
that? How do you relieve that?
Like by getting cheaper food into the country and making not just cheaper,
Where is the cheaper
not
food?
not just cheaper alone, increasing the supply. Because if you say, okay, for Nigerian farmers now, then Tinubu said they should go and grow wheat. At the very minimum, it will take 4 to 6 months or anything before you get. I don't even know. I'm not a farmer, but it's going to take some time. But if you flood the market with imports, it will drive the price of food down, or at least not keep. I mean, or if it doesn't drive it down, it will not make it go up too rapidly. So at least to kind of, I mean, if we can put inflationary pressures, you see, one of what this government is suffering from, they make money from removing subsidy. They want to distribute that money. Then they calm down, like say, we can't distribute too much money because then too much money will flood the system. Because they're trying to mop up excess liquidity as we speak. So anything that will get inflation down in this our economy, it's a positive.
So, but then, so flooding the whole country with forex, so that importers, I mean,
not forex, food.
But then, what are we talking about? You're flooding with food. People are going to get source this food. Are they not going to need forex to go and be sourcing this food?
Well, so they're already sourcing food. See, if I'm buying, it's simple math. If I'm buying the food 1,000 naira, and I can only buy X. If I can buy it at 780 naira, I will buy X plus Y. More food with the same money versus less food with the same money that's still driving price up. That's just the math.
But boy, you won't avoid the question. You're still avoiding the issue.
Give me question then.
The issue is that they're going to bring this money from, bring this food from foreign countries. They're not going to pay these foreign countries in naira. They'll pay, of course, in
it's dollars now. That's why I just explained to you. You're already bringing it, aren't you?
So when you flood the system with more dollars, like you're saying,
did you understand my last statement that I use X plus Y and X?
Hold on. My understanding, correct this, Kolata, so that we can hear from Zita as well. My understanding is two birds being killed with one stone. So that will by this accessing of the being able to access forex to import all of these things, that will crash both the smuggling thing, which already is hemorrhaging that dollars anyway, but through illegal means. But it will also crash the food space, because then the food will flood into the market. So the impact on the foreign exchange space for the country is manageable and minimal, because it's hemorrhaging illegally anyway.
Exactly.
Woman, you see,
exactly.
You've taken my floor from me today. I mean, this is what I'm saying.
It's on purpose. If you didn't know, I came for you.
Okay, before Zita comes in, Kolata can answer the question.
You people will not let me talk about other topic, because another topic I wanted to talk about. But you pin me down with this.
Tomorrow, rational mind.
You pin me down with this your BS, this your economic BS of Tinubu that is just doing try and error everywhere. It doesn't even know what it's doing.
All right, go through those topics, because you were hijacked.
Yeah. I know they are gimmick.
It's an ambush. Rational mind is an ambush.
Woman, Prince Daddy said he should postpone it to tomorrow. Now, Prince Daddy said Rational Man should propose it to tomorrow.
And then tomorrow, then you bring another topic, right?
You're not gonna land Rational Mind. You know that.
I mean, I've landed, except if you don't understand what I'm saying. It's a simple economic understanding that.
I think we lost Zeta. We were coming to use Zeta, but look at that.
Yeah. So real quick, woman. The other topic of about what's it called? You see, like when I see Adeleko, I wish Adeleko was still here. I wanted to like sing to him.
Go on, yes, give us that rendition.
Ẹni tí ò gbọ́ Yorùbá tó fẹ́ kọrin Yorùbá, ẹni tí ò gbọ́ Yorùbá fẹ́ kọrin Yorùbá.
Simba, Rational Man is like Sule Bira.
Let him sing. Let him sing. Hold on, Ola now. Let go on. Yeah.
Ajá ń lé koko àtàwọn alágbàdo ló ń ké yìí o, kí la máa rí fún wọn o. So yeah.
Is that what the song you're trying to sing? I even know the song. I know this song who they call that out.
So
that's an they control everything at the moment.
So my point is this, that all of you just look for validation anywhere and everywhere. If any little person, if it is Obi today, he become repentant today, talk about Tinubu, talk good about Tinubu, and maybe do something that is, you people will praise him to high heaven. But let him default in one area, you people will go against. You see, this hypocrisy and this madness needs to stop. You people, I don't even know how you people even, maybe we will sit down and listen back to yourselves. Some of the things you do here on this platform and other platforms. I mean, what's so special about this guy called Tinubu that we can even criticize? Anybody that criticizes him, you see him as an enemy of the state.
Let him land. Yeah, carry on.
You see him or her as an enemy of the state. We are the opposition. We are free to talk about anything that we see, that we feel that the power that be right now, they're not doing. However, we see any shenanigans or any criminality, we will speak about it. And so you people cannot tell us how to speak. Like Emeka the other time was talking about, he was saying, you don't tell us, you're not in the opposition. Even though you claim to want I like the opposition, I want them to. No, you don't tell us what will be our agenda, what we should discuss, how we should be an opposition to the power that be that you support. I'm talking to Emeka now and the rest of you. I don't know, simply because Abati said something today. Abati is now the best of fried rice. Like, and this is Abati some few weeks ago when he was saying something against Tinubu, you were all just slicing him and dicing him here on this platform, on other platforms. Come on, what's wrong with you guys? I don't get it. Even if I just need that here or there, you just bounce here. You're just looking for validation in any way or any form possible that you can get it. It sounded it's just seeming ridiculous to me now that you people just don't even have shame. You can't even we can't shame the shameless. Apparently, some of you don't even have shame. Like people like Chocolata will be coming and be speaking at the economic jargons here, telling us that Tinubu this and that will backfire and whatever this will do. I mean, this guy is just doing trial and error. And make us believe that he was prepared for this job. He should have at least sat down and figured it out that this guy's policy is this, and then even work his design his manifesto in a way that makes us understand that again, look at it. I'll repeat what he said. The continued Buhari's policies. That's what he said. That's what. Let me sound like Angelico. That's it. That's it. Like that. You see, you this Agbado attack dogs of Tinubu. You are all sounding alike these days. And I see, I wanted to take Angelico up. I was like, that is it. That is it. I was like, APC, sounding like APC man. Because that is how one of this APC man was sounding when he was like saying, you can design your own, your own certificate. That is it. What's going on here?
All right,
guys. One man. I just want to be satirical right now about you guys. I mean,
yes, no, you still have the floor, but let me bail out and hand over to Ola since okay. But you still have the floor, but let me sweep up on my way out. Alexander Gomez, of course, and you already know in anticipation he doesn't mess around. That's you're rattling it off. AK-47 size. So that's Ayo, and then that's Ayo, and then that's Ayo again. So that's Ayo. So that was Ayo, and this is Alexander Gomez making a commentary to the space. He was determined not to come into the studio, and whenever he does, oftentimes communicates via super chat instead, but couldn't bear it anymore. There is still Hobson still. Kulata, of course, that's Kulata right there, rattling it off. AB intercedes. I'm still not clear if we're saying AB, he or she. So well, I'm not quite sure if AB is a male or female, but that's Kulata still holding the court with a super chart. So that's Ola, who was that's Kulata rather, but this is Ola now, who are having the conversation but still battling it out on the comment section. So that's Ola right there. Kulata insisting on having the final word or poking fun at one person or the other. So that's Kulata. And of course, Prince Daddy pays his tithes and offerings. So tithe and offerings from Prince Daddy. So thank you, everyone. I'll hand over to Ola to bring it home. Adewale has still not spoken. I was hoping to get to Zita, who's billed. Bishop not here as well. Hopefully his connection dropped and he'll join us soonish enough. But to you, Ola, so just let them have free expression. Ola, see you guys.
Yeah. No, is another
Thank you, woman. No, wait. I'm a sergeant major, so I don't have rank like this. You know, I'm a zero. As a fact, I'm a zero rank of file officer. So you have nothing to worry about.
Okay.
So I'm here to protect everyone, including rational mind. Even though you are not even giving us solution, but honestly,
I've given you a solution now. I said,
we appreciate your comedy. At least we have something to
no. You see,
entertain us before we
you
speak.
see
Please
what
go
they're
ahead.
saying. You see what they're doing now. You turn me to a comedian now because all the things I say, all right. So my point is this.
No. I didn't say so. I said once you advise us, just give us solution. I'm okay with you. Honestly,
I just gave you one. I said let him send a bill to the National Assembly. Call it a terrorist act to sabotage the Nigerian economy. If you know you have no business doing with foreign exchange, especially the dollars or any foreign exchange, do not touch. Do not go there. And if we catch you, you will go to jail and make an example of somebody. Everybody will sit up. So the little money in the system, organized central bank. I've said this moment. I mean, I've said this. I don't want to. I don't like sound like go back to listen to what I said when I was having this back and forth with Kulata. You don't just you don't heal something. You tackle it from the very source. The root of this problem is the liquidity that comes into the system, the foreign exchange. Some people are like, he said it now. Kulata just said it. He said some people want to keep their money in dollar because of this dwindling naira strength that is just free falling like something else we've never seen. So everybody feeling that they have their money in dollars, they'll continue mopping up the dollars from the system because like all this politicians, like I was saying, that they are the one behind it. The politicians are the rich people. They want to keep their money in dollars because it's safer that way.
But rational mind, if you are in Nigeria, sorry, let me put this interjection, please. If you are in Nigeria and you want to keep your money in dollar, are you going to now keep the money at home or you still keep it in bank? Because if the money is still in bank, that means the money is still in circulation for use.
Simba, you and I we saw during Bubu when Bubu was there. So many homes were raided in Ikoyi and all of that. We saw what? Millions, if not billions.
So you are talking about people who are okay, who change their naira to dollar and they will keep cash and they will keep cash.
Yeah, some people have big vaults in their homes. Some people inside a sockaway. You think maybe it's sockaway? It's not sockaway. It's a vault of where they keep their money, the stash money there, especially the hard currency. This money, definitely if it's in banks, I know central bank will start raising. Then they won't go on the now on the I mean, why would I have $1 million and I go and put it in a Nigerian bank and I expect that they won't come and question me someday and ask me, how did you get this money? They want to use that as an opportunity to want to like eat part of it and say, okay.
If you're legitimate,
they will not say anything. Yes, so I will have my money in my own vault. Go on. What did you say?
But if it's your money, you can put it then.
You cannot. That is the problem. A lot of them don't have those money in the bank. They do not.
But if it's I'm talking about you, rational mind. If it's your money, but you're going to do it, yes or no?
And if I earn it in a legitimate, why not? I'll put it in the bank. Why not?
Okay, no problem.
I'll put it there. If it's legitimate and I use it for business, I'll put it there.
But
rational mind,
you're
or
legitimate.
Maybe I cannot account for, or I know they're going to tax me. They're going to ask me for tax or tax evasion. I'd rather just keep it.
Are you legitimate? I just want to know. National mind. Yeah. Are you legitimate in your business?
Dude, don't put me on the spot here. I'm not Tinubu. I'm not your. Don't do this. I'm not going to fall for this. Yeah. I'll say that to somebody today.
Rational mind, a question for you if you don't mind.
I'm just giving an hypothetical question that if I were those thieves, I'm not a thief. I do legitimate business here. I work for the government, so you don't put me on that spot on that. So my point is that I understand why those thieves do what they do. If it's illegal, that you stashing foreign exchange, foreign currencies in your vault or in your little vault in your own room or your whatever, your mansion. People need it outside there. But then when you ask them, like Kulata said, their reason is because they rather save their money in that currency because the naira is free falling. So nobody wants to keep money in naira. Imagine you have 1 million naira stash, and then that 1 million naira is worth 100,000 naira now. How does that even sound? So they rather keep it in dollars, mop whatever dollar they can find in the system, and keep it in their bedroom or wherever. And people who really need it, they don't. And the little one in circulation, they will buy it at a higher premium. And when they find out they want to change it, they quickly bring it out again and sell it higher premium. And we wait for it when it crash again, they go and buy it. You see, this is the problem. So make a law make it a terrorist act, economic terrorism. That if you do not have any business with dollar, you're not manufacturing, you're not doing anything as a business, do not go near it. And if you must buy, you must prevent a form of identification and have some people monitoring every PDC, their system, as I entering people's data. Who is buying, who knows, who is not buying, how much is buying, what is he doing it for? And if anybody is not, catch them, you make them, okay, those people that they caught in Ikoyi, or those ones they raid in Ikoyi, how many of them have you seen today that have they been arrested and they've been prosecuted? How many of them? No. Even that money, we don't even know how they did that money. So you see, Nigeria is, you see, you don't tackle the main problem. You want to be tackling things that are not really solving, that is even, that is conflicting with the already, conflicting with the policy that already you have in place. Because if you flood in Naira, if you flood the market with foreign exchange, let the importers to go and bring rice cheaper or whatever you want to. You say you're going to be cheap.
Rational mind. I thought you said they were following Buhari's policy. Now you're saying they're no longer following Buhari's policy.
No, dude. I don't know what you
Be consistent now.
Don't twist my word. Never say they are following Buhari policy.
You said so. You just said it literally less than
I quoted
2 minutes ago.
I quoted him. I said this is what he said.
Ola and you guys listening. Was I listening incorrectly?
Dude. I said during his campaign, he said we'll follow Buhari's policy. That's what he said. So why is it retracting now from Buhari's policy? I'm asking you that question because you said that he wants to change Buhari's bad policy. But of course he said it, and he said he was prepared. He knew what Buhari policy said before he said that he was going to continue Buhari policy, and now he's retracting. And he's trying to make case for him. I don't know if he said that, or maybe you Kulata is the one, but the one, because that's what all of you Agbado people do. Every platform, you go and be making case for Tinubu government. Things that he himself they never even thought about. You people will be making those calls, making that case for him. You see, for me, I'm just sick and tired of you people, Agbado people, where you people go on many platforms. You'll be saying things that
But I'm not supporting any politician now. Everybody knows that.
But you're sounding like that's what they want to do. Like I see, that is what really they want to do.
I'm a Nigerian. I have to think progress, positive thoughts for my country.
Don't be saying like that is what Tinubu intend to do, or that is what he's trying to do.
Yeah, but
because actually they will solve something different. That is the I'm saying about you guys. You always defend Tinubu like as if everything he does is like everything is you people understand it is the right thing. I mean, at the end of the day, we'll see something different.
Do you wish well for your country?
Don't blackmail me with that. Wish well, or wish well.
It's an honest question.
I don't bloody care about your question. I don't bloody care. No, now let me go back to what I was
saying.
Mind,
let me push you.
Yeah.
Let me push you. Okay, you said it should make it should sponsor a bill and send to the Senate, right? So to the National Assembly on anti-terrorism.
That's what EFCC should be doing. EFCC should be enforcing that law, and in conjunction with maybe NFIU.
Okay. Now, I just want to know at what level, what do you think that law can achieve, and what makes you think they don't have such law in place that they need to sit for it now?
Apparently, the one they have is not working.
That's the second question. Then thirdly, how does that solve the current problem of hunger? People are hungry and they need to eat before the government lose its goodwill. So those are the three questions.
You see, I hope I can remember all those questions you asked me. I will just take that last one. I think I can remember. Is that how can they solve this problem? I've given you how you can solve it because, like your Kulata also throw that question to me. That it is not something that is going to be solved. It's a process. It's not going to be solved one day. Yes, the same thing with that law that I'm telling you. Yes, never. I don't think they have any terrorist law, economic terrorism in Nigeria. If they make that law, make it look like, yes, this is a law on its own, a bill of its own. I think that would be something, and set up law enforcement agents, train them to be able to fish out these people that are doing this thing and make example of them. Seize that money from them and lock them up, because you are throwing the whole country into economic woes because of your actions. Mopping up his money from his sister, money that you don't even need. I didn't mean you are a manufacturer, you do that, that's understandable. But you don't have any business and you're doing that. You're stashing billions and billions of naira and dollars into your vault and sitting down there doing nothing. And people are starving. Nigerians are going hungry. Nigerians cannot afford food. That is terrorism of some sort. So make example of that. Everybody will sit up. Don't do what you say because of my brother or one of my APC man is one part of the people. No, make a scapegoat of everybody. But do I believe he's going to do that? He will never do that because Ungofre will clean. So they are all the same criminal. So how would he do it? Rather, he will look for another means that doesn't even really work. So that at the end of the day, he will start blaming everybody. After I tried now, I borrowed money and I give to the importer to go and bring rice. And at the end of the day, it doesn't work like I want. We thought that it was going to work because it backfired. Dude, that is what I'm saying. You don't be treating a foreign by cutting the head.
I think you've not really answered my prayer.
Yeah, well, I won't answer it now. I won't answer it now because that's not what you want to
hear.
No,
that's not what you want to hear.
Answered
it. See.
Ola, can we answer Prince Daddy's question instead?
Okay, well, what's the question?
Prince Daddy, do you want to repeat your question?
Prince Daddy, are you there?
That's another way of making me say, shut up, Abby. Let me finish my
No, rational mind.
Let me round up. I'll leave the platform for all of you. You people, you can do your
No, rational mind. You have to answer
rational mind now, Abba.
It's my floor. It's my time now. Let me quickly just wrap up now. Let me do my own.
No, you can't run away. We are saying I think Prince Daddy want to ask you a question. You can't run.
He has already asked the question now. He says to Kulata. Is that what you said?
No, it's for you now.
It's for you.
Okay, go on.
That's why we are asking.
Okay, go on.
Okay, let me repeat myself again. So my question was the correlation between manufacturing based in Nigeria and foreign exchange in terms of remittances. And my point is, look, Nigeria is getting all the benefits, it appears, from a manufacturing economy that we don't have, but we're getting all the foreign exchange in our country. And I'm saying that there's a correlation between manufacturing and remittances because all the things like creating jobs, foreign exchange, we get all those things, and we don't have a viable manufacturing base. So something seems to be working. So in other words, I don't think many countries can survive the way we are, especially those that don't have that much money coming in from overseas. So there has to be something positive in that sense, even though I believe that, of course, we'd rather have manufacturing and build it up and be more innovative and creative over time, because having all this foreign exchange coming into the country is like putting a band-aid on the wound. And we've been doing it for a very long time, which seems to be working. So my question is, so what is the correlation, and is it a good thing? For how long?
Is it a good thing that our manufacturers? What's the correlation of our manufacturers?
That we don't have manufacturing. We don't really have a viable manufacturing economy.
We do not.
Huh?
We do not. We do not have a lot of manufacturing.
Okay, but we appear to be getting all the benefits of a manufacturing economy, relatively.
I don't know what you mean by manufacturing economy, because the only manufacturing, let me not say the only manufacturing is we still make our cements, even though some of the chemicals and the things that are used in manufacturing
right, but do we
source them from outside?
Do we export for foreign exchange? Do we export for dollars and pounds?
I understand
euro?
I understand the export cements, maybe not much to West African countries, Central Africa too.
So, Prince Daddy, are you talking about diaspora remittance?
Yes, pretty much. From individuals, pretty much.
The diaspora remittances comes into the Nigerian economy.
A lot.
That a lot comes in, but then it still gets mopped up by these idiots that keeps it.
Rational, can I attempt to answer the question?
Okay, go on, please.
So the thing is, I was actually thinking about something similar today. By coincidence, that the remittance we get in Nigeria. First thing, remittance is a source of forex. Into our reserves. It's every country treats it like an income. Now, when you think about the remittance, like some remittance, me sending money to some long lost cousins or some lost high school friend. I send them dollars, they get naira, but I'm sending it to them. Let's say in this case, poverty alleviation. There are other remittances that are sent into Nigeria that I know that a lot of them is going into real estate development. So what I was thinking earlier today is how much of that remittance being sent is used for the purpose of manufacturing. I'm sure a certain percentage will go towards manufacturing, but I think it's probably underrepresented. It's probably low. I don't know the numbers. I
We
don't
should
know
have
the
the
numbers.
figure. We should be having, because there's a book for the remittances coming to Nigeria, and then there should be a. You see, that's what I'm saying. Go on, please. I mean,
But how do you tell? I mean, I don't see enough manufacturing.
because like you said, Kulata, you said that money goes into the central bank, right? It goes through the bank. Not as it goes through
Yeah,
some
through a complex process, is income is kind of like treated as balance of payment into
hold on,
Nigeria.
Kulata, you send money through Western Union, through whatever app, through the bank, through the banking system, right? And they should be able to account for that. So if they should
they will
account
account for it. Yeah.
Okay, so but then if they should account for that, then who are the people who have this money? Who at the end of the day borrow this money or take this money from central bank for their own personal use? What is it?
Yeah, but what I was thinking early on today is if enough money is sent back home, not used for poverty alleviation or maybe real estate, into manufacturing, we should have a bigger manufacturing base. Because I was just thinking if 100,000 diaspora sends $10,000 each back home just for low level manufacturing, food processing, $10,000, that will create enough like significant industrial base, at least in southern Nigeria, or I mean, wherever it's going, it will like make it then. That's $1 billion. But when you even look at our remittances, it's like 20 something billion dollars. So when you think about it, it's like a bunch of them is going just for poverty alleviation and real estate. But I don't think a significant amount is going towards manufacturing.
See, yeah. So the point here is not about it's not about building our manufacturing base with remittances. The point here is that, okay, tell me, what are the benefit of a manufacturing economy? What is the benefit of China's great manufacturing economy? What are the benefits?
So many benefits, like their balance of trade, they can make dollars.
Right.
To create
Okay.
jobs. You create jobs.
They create jobs.
Foreign exchange, right?
Foreign exchange. There's so many benefits. Yeah.
Well, those top three, I'd like to know more. I mean, those top three. I mean, what else? I mean, apart obviously they build tacit knowledge over time. They have a really
skills
robust
acquisition. I mean, skills acquisition. It's
innovation. So those are like almost intangible somewhere. But the tangible ones, you know, those three main things. My contention is, on my point is, because the last numbers that I checked, our remittances into the Nigerian economy was more than half of the revenue of the foreign exchange from crude oil. That's pretty good.
That's true. Add it to.
Yeah. So if that been the case, I'm saying that even though we cry about manufacturing, which I believe we should have, I'm saying that these remittances are taking over our manufacturing base, providing all the benefit without a manufacturing base.
Yeah, but it's not enough. It's not enough to sustain our demand for forex.
Well, I agree. I agree. It's not enough, but you know, you're trying to make it a point whereby, see, because we don't have a real structured plan or plan to
we don't have a
incentivize
structure. We don't have a structure
to incentivize diasporans to invest in manufacturing. Manufacturing is not easy. I mean, no, we have all the challenges of the electricity.
Yeah, well,
I mean, the cost of electricity.
Prince Daddy, if I may address that.
Yeah.
You see, because what we are talking about now is like small to medium scale. Now, small to medium scale, that is where the problem of power comes in place. Yes, there are some investments that we can do without electricity. But if we have electricity or power now, the problem with small to medium scale can be solved. But that's why you see that
Ola, actually, before you move further, I'm not sure I believe that, because We have a lot of African countries that they don't have electricity problems, and they're not a manufacturing powerhouse or a manufacturing base relative to our Asian peers.
Yeah, no, the thing you have to look at is you have to look at what's the potential, what was like the enlightenment within the population of those. It's not an attempt to rubbish those people. No, that's not what I'm doing. Now we have sophisticated people, aggressive one for that matter, that they are ready to invest in anything provided the business environment is available. You will see that in the attitude of average Nigerian. So the thing is, if they
That's
have the means,
speculative, though.
no, it's not speculative.
It
Honestly,
is.
it's not speculative. It's not.
It is.
It's
It
not.
is.
Because many, look at it this way. Okay, well, I understand why you are saying speculative, but based on my own personal experience, many Nigerians went home to invest, and they burnt their fingers, either due to the cost of production, or maybe some people that want to use them to do this get rich, this, that they don't think of tomorrow, that they don't think of sustainability. It just how to get now. So, but the most important thing, even not necessarily people in diaspora can collaborate with people at home that are ready. Because one thing about Nigeria is, once the opportunity is there and this thing is proven, you will see a economic growth within a particular sector where Nigeria focus on. But the problem is they must have the means of power. Now, why having your own generation or source of power can work for large scale, it is the other way around when you are dealing with a small and medium scale business. So to me, that's the issue. If we solve the problem of that power today, you'll be surprised that within the next 10, 15 years, Nigeria is going to be another
But then,
country
I think
Ola, you see, you are double tongued. This is the same you that were talking about few weeks ago, like a week or two ago. You were saying that
you are missing my point, because you
hold on now. You said we don't need power to really make.
I said for large scale. I said for large scale. I was even making an example of the like of a Unilever that ran to Ghana. I was even making an example of the like of Dunlop. So I don't see Dunlop and Unilever as medium scale. Medium scale, small to medium scale, are like, okay, you want to have your shoe making business in Nigeria, or maybe you want to have just a flat, one house based textile manufacturing, textile mill. Those are the things I classify as small to medium scale.
We used to have, we used to have Bata. Bata.
Yes, we used to have Bata, Magma.
Oh my goodness, those shoemaking companies. I mean, some people guys too, they were making shoes. Why are those people now?
Garment makers, they are qualified for medium to small to medium scale. You can still do all those. So, but the thing is, you have to get that power.
Here's the thing: you guys are not addressing one thing. You don't manufacture for manufacturer's sake. You say diaspora and all. Like, you need to show them the money. They need to be able to make money out of a venture. So, in a situation with hyperinflation, it's one of the things that just kind of puts people off. That's why if the aspirants are going to invest in anything at all in Nigeria, their number one preference is for real estate, because that kind of like rides out inflation better.
Have to invest. It's only real estate.
No, I said that's why a lot of their preference is for real estate, because you can at least
go to
you can ride the inflation with real estate.
You cannot. That's another
to an extent. You can to an extent.
You cannot, because that's not the only industry that we need investment in.
I'm not saying that's where you're misreading me. I said,
but we all cannot put our money in real estate.
I said, go back to the fundamentals. Why do people invest? They invest to make money. So if you tell them to come and manufacture in Nigeria, you have to show them they will be able to make money. And I said, that is why it's not strange that when you see diaspora invest in Nigeria, the safest investment for them is real estate.
Oh, okay.
That's what I said.
Yeah. So
okay. Okay. Hold on. If you don't mind, please. No, I just want to ask a question. You will continue. Rational mind. Is Adewale still there? It's like I'm not sure Adewale has spoken today. Has Adewale spoken?
I think Adewale,
if you are there, please signify, because I want you to speak after.
I'm here.
Yeah, please. I want you to give your opinion after Rational Mind random.
So let me do my submission, please. Because
so that next Adewale. Thank you.
Yeah, Adewale. Yeah, thanks. You see, for me, I think we have a lot of myriads of problems that is facing that country. I just think Tinubu and his economic team needs to sit down and be honest with themselves how they want to fight or go about this thing. Trying to tackle it the way they are going about it, I don't think it's going to solve anything. That's my point. I wish they were able to, because our people are suffering. I know how much I send back. In fact, as I'm talking to you right now, I'm only trying to do something so I'll be able to get some little money to send back home for my people, because I cannot be tampering with my other source of income. So I have to do something on the side. So my point is that people back home, they're in a very difficult situation. I don't see how Tinubu is going to navigate these things. Trying to use this fireman approach or whatever they call it, 6 months, 30,000 naira for 6 months. It doesn't solve the problem. Why don't you tackle its main problem? Said it, map out all the oil wells that we have in Nigeria. Put a meter every one of them, like somebody else suggested. Meter them, put security around these places. Also, put a drone up there. Anybody, you should shoot them down. Everybody will fear. If you do it, if you make one person an example, everybody will fear.
No, please, no kidding.
No, you can land. I'm just saying, maybe I might be too, maybe make it sound too, but then I'm trying to say is that try and put a system in place. All we just need is a system that will make example of some people that are trying to sabotage that country. What I think Tinubu is going through is there are a lot of saboteurs, which he inherited, no doubt. How is he going to fix it? Are you going to pander to these saboteurs to continue business as usual for them because you yourself, you're a corrupt person, or because you have corrupt people around you? I don't know how he's going to navigate that, because somebody who already himself is tainted. How do you expect him? What's good is you don't give what you don't have. Anybody that show for any what to moralize Nigeria? What even your morality? Are you even a moral person yourself? So that's the thing that people will be asking him. So, but I wish you'd be able to navigate this thing, because our people are really suffering. Nigerians need a relief. They need a reprieve, or whatever they call it in English. They just need a so-called, just ease them of this economic burden, because some people are sabotaging that country's economy. They don't care. As long as they are making their own few dollars or few nairas in millions or in billions, they don't care. So how is Tinubu going to solve this problem? Well, it's up to him. But they should be honest with themselves. They need to use law to fight this thing. That's what I think you need to do. It's not about just saying you want to do economic whatever policy that are conflicting with each other that will backfire at the end of the day. Ola, let me just, because I have so much I want to say, but I need to drive. Thank you for having me. I will just be listening in the background. Maybe I'll just be chiming in from time to time if I have the time.
Okay, but don't run away, because we are still going to hammer you today. Adewale, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So what rational mind is
Adewale, before you start, can I ask you one question? If you can answer it, just say, you mentioned where you come from, and I realized you must know a late person called, I'm not going to call the full name, I'm just going to call just the first name, Prince Deji. I'm not going to call his last name or anything.
He's dead
If you
now,
know the
right?
last name, you don't have to call it out.
He's dead
He's from
now.
your hometown, Royalty, but is passed away for over 10 years now.
Yes.
Okay, no problem. Continue.
Yeah.
Okay, Adewale, rational mind just told us that the case of Nigeria is so hopeless that we don't have a way forward, that we just have to accept the doom that is about to hit Nigeria. So is it the way you agree with too? So what can you say about it?
No, I'm much more optimistic. Can you give me maybe 10 minutes and I'll be right back? Just 10 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes, you'll be right back. Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Trump.
Yes.
Mr. Trump, are you there?
Yes.
So yeah, like rational mind said, the case of Nigeria is hopeless. So is it what you agree with?
No, I don't think so. I still have hope in my country, even though I'm in the western part of the world, I still have hope. You understand? One thing is just that we have been hearing the way he talks. You understand? So I ask him critical questions. Some he replies, some he refuses to answer. I understand him. So one thing is that I don't lose hope in Nigeria. Nigeria will be great. Will be super, super great. It's just that it takes time. Like now, you cannot build a house in a day. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's not a sand house. Later, just little water or rain, everything just disappeared. You understand? We have to follow the process. That's the problem of Nigeria today. Everybody wants micro. How will I put it? In French, we say micron. What is micron in English? Understand? Microwaves. We all want microwave system in Nigeria. To do it, na. According to Kodata, he said that is a Pentecostal system, and I laughed. Understand? But the one thing is that I still have hope. Just give Tinubu the time. I'm not a Gbado man. Understand? And one thing that I still believe. I still believe in him. Understand? As long as he's still the president, by law, he's our president by law. Understand? I declared him. So we all have to accept him and work with him. I see that many of us are just avoiding him, which is very, very bad. Very bad. And I hope, and when I look at what's he called, Prince Daddy, I hope that one day, Mr. Ola, I'm just giving a suggestion. Let's take a day, pick a date. Let's talk about just the problem of Nigeria. Economical problem, not politics. No. Just economical problem. Then we'll talk about the solution. I will be grateful. I will take a day off from my business.
Okay,
I will be here just to partake with it because I want solution for my country. You understand? I want to learn more because when there is problem, that means where there is problem, there is money. Where there is no problem, there is no money. So Nigeria is a place of where there is so much money. We just have bad thinkers.
Okay, Mr. Trump, if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
What?
Can you hear me? Now, where you are now, you said about the problem of Nigeria. Now, the like of Kulata believe that the problem of Nigeria is religion. Is it what you believe is the problem of Nigeria? And how do you think Nigeria religious Nigeria problem?
Because Ola, reframe your question. Say it's a part of the problem. Is that we do not say it's majorly religion. Say religion is part of it. So reframe
my understanding is that you and Kulata, you said okay, we should not be religious again.
Kulata was not even here when I made that statement now. So maybe I had made it before, but not today.
Okay. So look at these two unbelievers, Simba and Kulata. They are sinners. So they want to continue their way of So
let me ask our friend Trump a question.
Yes.
Vous êtes en France?
Comment?
Depuis quand? Combien des
Répétez,
années?
s'il vous plaît. J'ai pas bien
Combien
entendu.
des années vous êtes en France? Depuis quand?
Je suis arrivé ici en 2005.
2007.
2005. Oui.
I'm asking because I just wonder why this view of Nigeria the way you do. So,
Non, c'est bien, mais ça va aller quand même. C'est juste comment l'économie française est en train de changer et puis en train de faire des progrès normalement et puis le pays subit un petit peu parce que le problème en Afrique. Vous comprenez pourquoi quand ils ont coupé la sauce de l'argent?
Are you not going too complex for rational mind? He doesn't understand all those things.
I understand what you're saying. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I understand what you're saying. Dude.
Rational mind doesn't understand you.
Je vous écoute.
Okay, let me put it way in French. I see that in Europe today, France is a bit suffering due to the problem of the francophone countries in Africa. Understand? Because it's now affecting the economy. Within 2 to 5 years, I believe it will start telling. But that's going to affect the country a lot. That's why we, the businessmen here in Europe, they have been advising us to, they're looking for we that are Africans, you understand? That we can help, we can be the third party, you understand? That asking us to be the third party in Africa, so that they can pass through us to market their goods and to buy their goods. So there's another opportunity open for we African here in Europe. That's just it. So according to what Mr. Ola was saying earlier, was asking me a question concerning his religion.
Yeah, the two sinner, Kulata and Kulata.
I don't think so. It's about the problem we have in Nigeria is more morality. We are not. You understand? The only area I can be okay with Mr. Rational Mind, that we know our president is a bit corrupt, not a lot, a bit corrupt. You understand? We know that is not that clean, but we believe that with time, because of he has done so many evil at the past, he's trying to get things right. You understand? Just to make a legacy. I think that's my own point of view. You understand? So church is not the problem. Religion is not the problem. It's just that they use it. The politicians don't use it to separate us, divide and conquer, and which is very, very bad. Which is very, very bad. For me, I'm not into that religious stuff. You understand? I'm a believer of the gospel.
Are you saying you are a sinner like Kulata?
No. I'm a believer, but because of my former job, I learned a lot of many things. That people that they say that they are religious, that the one that wants to do a lot. Honestly speaking, I will give it my own experience I had. When people just tell me that they are Christian or Muslim, I just put them, and they tell me that they are believers, stuff like that. I just put them aside. Understand? I just put them aside. For me, I just look at character. Character matters a lot. Character is everything. Because if you have that good conscience in you will not like to make people around you understand bad. You know. So one thing is just that I just believe that Nigeria was going to be great. Like I see that there's one thing I like Tinubu, what he does, even though it's not good. He brings great people around him to make him great. You understand? That's what he does. And I respect him a lot, So one thing that we still have hope in him. Rational mind. Though you'll be proud to be in Nigeria very soon. We just believe in it. You understand? Within now to 80s, Nigeria will be great. I still believe it because of do you know why in the Western world now they are suffering? Because there's an history that said that every 500 years, power shift hands. Do you understand, Mr. Rational mind? Are you here? Hello? Okay, let me continue. Power shift.
You don't go do Agbere again. That man likes Agbere. So you know what they call Yoruba call Agbere.
Can I interject briefly and talk about this religion? It's a brief interjection.
Yes, Kulata. Yes, I want you to talk about it.
You see, where Simba and I come from, I'm claiming Simba now because I think we have the same stance on this. Even though we have different religious background, the summary is the same thing. When you have a system that stifles critical thinking, you don't think your way out of a solution. You go and do extensive meditation and keep wasting your time, like praying.
Understand where you're coming from because of your.
So that's one bad aspect. That's just one bad aspect. Then another bad aspect is it doesn't foster dynamic thinking, and there's a lot of groupthink and a lot of you succumb to the whims and caprices of the so-called religious man. So it creates a lot of idle time, like that you spend going to one prayer house or the other, and it doesn't make you think beyond of some. It gives you too much false hope in a character that is real or imagined. Even the pastor person, I'm not even talking about God and co. Like, of course, we know there's a intelligent design behind what is around us. We know that for a fact, but we can't explain it because it's beyond us. But it just creates a situation where a people are not, I mean, a people are not putting they're not they're not tapping into their potentials. They just rest everything into some prayer, into some magic, into some belief, and it doesn't create a sense of, it just creates stagnation. You
Can I say
want
something,
to
Mr.
perpetuate
Colata?
what one doctrine that's been passed for 2,000 years. That, I mean, the world is not that, the world is not static. And when you look at even the United States or countries, when you look at areas that are where most poor people live in the United States, like the south of the United States, that's where you'll find the most religious people. When you go to the coastal areas, people have abandoned it. So it's no coincidence that where you see suffering and you see underdevelopment, then of course it goes hand in hand with religion. It's also no coincidence that you see areas that foster deep thought, critical thought, problem solving, rational thinking, then you see less religion. So I mean, I'm not going to call it a cause and effect, but you can see that there's kind of like a correlation between both.
Mr. Colata, let me come to you. Let me give you an instance. I'm not preaching. I'm not preaching to you. Understand? One thing is that I believe there is God. Even the scientists said so. Understand? Because if I remember those days also that I used to pray, I pray without working, and I get no result. But here in Europe, I understood something here that you must go out and get what you want. Understand? So just it that, like, working with that faith, that makes zero for you. Understand? So one thing is just that I know that in Nigeria, what we lack today is just critical thinking and stuff like that. I'm a logical thinker. Understand? I think a lot. I know. I reason a lot, because thinking is thinking about problem. You understand? I reason a lot. So if you even watch those guys like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, they believe in their religion. Most of them are Buddhist. You understand? Most of them are Buddhist. So you have to know, because they decided to choose a pattern and a way. Understand? Everybody has his own choice. That's why I like the Western world. Is different, you understand? But one thing is that they are doing it so much that they even start losing their way of thoughts. Even like today now, they can tell you that in the UK, they can tell you that there are many sex of person. Understand? When I know that there are, that we only have male and female. So you see, so sometimes we have to have something that how this point, how will I put it? I'm speaking French here. Just check and fact, like this platform there. I love this platform for one thing. When somebody speaks, somebody brings out the facts and quickly is being corrected quickly, and I love it so much. That's great about here. So one thing just that we just don't lose hope in your country. Understand? So I know that you're a positive thinker, optimist also. I don't wish that a rational mind one day should change his mind, and I believe that
So are you trying to preach now, or what are you? Because I don't understand what you are saying.
I'm not preaching, please. I'm not
You are
preaching.
preaching now. Even before you started, you said it doesn't. So you acknowledge it now. You are preaching.
No,
That's what
I'm
you are
just
doing.
giving my point of view. My point of view. That's what I'm saying. Just my point of view. One thing is that everybody has his own experience in life. You understand? For me, I'm a Christian. I don't hide it. Even in my place of job, one thing here is that when you see people Christian here, they smoke and they drink here in Europe. But I told them that no, where I came from, we are all well brought up in Nigeria. That's what I told them in Africa, that I don't smoke, I don't drink. But I do the number 3 stuff. I don't want to say it out on air, because here in the internet, nothing is ever going to be.
Number 3
Understand?
stuff. Okay.
So you guys, you understand. So that's just it. So
You know, you don't smoke, you don't drink. So Kuku say you womanize.
no. I did not say that. Point of correction. Mr. Ola said it, not me. So that's it.
That's what you do. Simba, rational mind, Kulata, they all do that. It's at least we've caught them doing that. So it's not a new thing. So you have fellow sinners there. So you can continue.
Okay. Can I say something?
Okay, Remy. Yeah, nice to see you. Please say something. Let's hear you.
Good morning, everyone. And I listened to some of what you have been saying before I slept off. And so, first, Allah, don't categorize me. So, I am a firm believer that one of the problem of Africa or the developing country is religion. And I've been advocating for this for a long time in this platform that one of the biggest problem of Nigeria is religion. How can you tell me a country that will transform a production base into a big theater just for people to come and worship and collect their money and buy private jets? How can you tell me a lot of these religious this sect use the money to go and build mansions, build university that their followership cannot even say they want to attend? How can you tell me that they are helping Nigeria when it's a they don't pay tax, relevant tax, they don't pay most time. No matter they say they are a religious body, they also find a way to dodge the tax, even from the university or the private university they have. All what they are doing is just to maximize everything and pay zero, to find a way to pay zero. Some of them have private jets. They park them at the hangar at the airport. They don't pay any tax on it. There is no productive venture that is coming out from them. So, and then they have hoodwinked majority of our population. Even the so-called educated ones are also a bad wagon, because they find a way just to tell me any problem that you have in Nigeria is that somebody is behind you or something is affecting your life. If you have ever lived in a place where they don't believe in a particular religion, they believe in their hard work, and with a sound government plan, you can see that religion will be relegated to the background. But when in a country that we are still fighting over Muslim ticket, Christian ticket, what do you expect? And you are here talking about whether people, because they don't believe in, not that they don't believe in religion. I believe in the Almighty God, and I also pray to God. And everybody have a way to reach the same God. If you call a traditionalist, he will also tell you if he has a way to get to his own God. So, and we all worship the same God. Oh, my voice is echoing. I don't know why. We all worship the same. I don't know why my voice is echoing. Is it from my part? Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, no. Okay,
we can hear you. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
We all worship the same God.
Can hear you.
Yeah, we all worship the same God. You cannot tell me that a Christian or a Muslim or traditionally will come here and they will tell you that the God we worship are totally different. Everybody prays toward the same Almighty. So what I totally agree.
No, not the same thing, my brother. Please.
The problem we are having here is that the way you will see your own religion, you will see the one you are worshiping as superior to others. And others will also see their own as superior to yours. Well, you cannot tell me here that as a Christian, the God he is praying to is different from the same God a Muslim is praying to. And you cannot tell me here that a traditionalist, the religion that our great-grandfather gave to us, the word they call Eledumare, is totally different from the God you Christian or you Muslim are worshiping. You cannot tell me if they are different. So if you are telling me they are not the same thing, I don't want to go to that argument here today. But what I want to say is this. Look around all over the world. Look at those countries that they put religion at the backstage. I'm not saying that their people don't worship one way or the other, but they don't put it at the first instance of everything. You can see they have developed in fold and limbs over the years. And look at your country. For example, Nigeria. We put religion first, and then when somebody commits a crime, people will be looking at it. Is he a Christian or is he a Muslim? So they will judge him.
Okay, let me vary you a little bit. Now, when you talk of religion now, but that religion is a major source. No, if not major, is a good source of of a revenue for Saudi Arabia. What will you say about that?
Thank you very much. You are right, but it's a good source. It's not the major source. If you sit down as an Arabian man or anybody from the Middle East, they will tell you they use the money they get from their oil to develop their country. So they don't rely on the pigment alone to do whatever they are doing in their country. They have a good system. They make a lot of money from their oil. In Saudi Arabia, they have a good Sharia law that everybody of them have to obey to, which is very, I would say, disciplinary in nature. If you do this, this is the sense of what you are going to get. And they don't allow the Western world culture to mix with their own culture. In Africa, we are confused.
They're doing it now, Mr. Remy. They're doing it now, Mr. Remy.
What do you say?
They are not accepting Western culture now. I can tell you that. What they export first of all, not oil. They export their religion first, then second oil. Go and check it.
I think you are getting it wrong. Of course, they have the Holy Pilgrimage go to them every once in a year. But I am trying to tell you that majority of their income come from crude oil. If you ever heard about Aramco, go and check it out. It came from crude oil and the plans towards it. Are you telling me that country will just rely on people just coming into their country maybe for 30 days in a year and that's what they will use for all over the year? No, it's not done that way.
Remy, hear this word. It depends on what it makes to you. What will you say about this?
I'm trying to tell you that
it is
they
considered
have their own
that
religion there in Saudi Arabia. What they export, number one product they export is their religion.
Go to anywhere. I still don't agree with you on that one. I think I don't agree with you on that one. I don't agree with you on that one. You know what? I've lived in some parts of the world, and I see the quantity of oil being imported from Saudi Arabia. It's a lot of money. Every day, they are making billions of dollars every day. They are not going to wait for 30 days, which is the date of the Holy Pilgrimage always change year in, year out. They are not like that. Let's call a spade a spade. If you don't want to agree, I understand.
So what do you want Nigeria to do now, Mr. Remy? I just want to know.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That is a very good question. First and foremost,
Remy, sorry, I quickly want to say something. If you don't mind, if you can round up within the next 1 minute, there's a new voice there. Just because of our culture, Roblox.
If that way, I can allow the new voice to talk, and when you turn it around, then I can answer this guy's question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We come back to you, Remy. Roblox Gaming, are you there, please? Welcome to One Man Went to Show. If you are there, can you please unmute your mic? We just want to document your voice. Roblox? Oh, am I pronouncing it wrongly?
No, hold on.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
I really want to thank you guys for wonderful jobs that you have been putting out there for many of us. I really enjoyed your show, and this is my first time. And I look forward. I may not be able to stay long because it's very late here in New Jersey. But I promise that I'll be back a little bit earlier tomorrow so that I can be able to add my voice. Thank you for having me.
Oh, it sounds good. But is there anything that catches your attention that we just like to quickly speak on? So, CSU certificate, and I don't know if you understand what they call graduate. So, or maybe the two non-elected, those people that Nigeria refuse to vote for, that would like to come in through the back door, through graduate. So do you want to speak on those topics?
Well, graduate to me means fraud, right?
Yes, Nigeria's electorate, they say, oh, we are not voting for you, but they want to use Badwe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, depends on the content itself. It could be Badwe for those that are elected, and for those that are been trying to elect people. But like Badwe to me means that it goes both ways. The people that are seeking for your vote, it depends on what they actually their intentions, But I believe that in most cases, the Nigerian electorate, especially our politicians, some of them are just investing on what they can be able to get from poor masses, and that's why they will put more money into the elections. At the end of the day, they will try to reap, try to get something from that investment. And for the masses that are trying to vote in, it is very unfortunate that our people are being subjected to level of, unrepairable I have just lost so many faith in the way the Nigerian people are having their time.
Roblox. Can
you, Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Are you using your son's laptop?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that is it.
Do you know how I know that you're
No.
using? Huh?
No.
Because
How do you know?
that name Roblox gaming, you don't sound like a that sounds like a Call of Duty streamer, and you don't sound like a Call of Duty streamer. So
That
I
is
just concluded that you are using your son's laptop.
Yes, that is very true. So let me tell you this. This is exactly true. I am just.
Is your son a YouTube streamer? Does he do all these computer games streaming?
Yes, he does. So, but I'm going to come in my own profile tomorrow.
No, it's good. It's good. You know, when I saw Roblox gaming, I wondered what would the Roblox gaming be doing on old boys talking politics. But then when I heard your voice, I didn't hear Roblox gaming, so I just concluded that okay, it's Hawks on son's computer.
That is true. So please don't tell him that. You say, "Daddy, why did you do that?"
Don't worry, it will cost you. If you come back tomorrow, I won't tell him. If you don't, then I will.
Okay. So I'm going to get in with my real profile name by God's grace tomorrow, and I hope I can be able to come a little bit early. So I am a silent listener, and I really enjoy some of your conversations, even though I may not be as eloquent as some of you guys, but I believe that with my little ideas, I can be able to, chip in one or two ideas.
Okay.
So,
let me ask a question. You don't have to answer if you are not comfortable. Are you where do you belong to? Are you a batifier, obedient, or articulated?
Well, let me tell you this. I am for nobody, but I belong to everybody, just like Buhari.
So you are Jubilee. You are Jubilee.
Yes, but
is this someone to honor Buhari?
Answer now.
But really, right? President Tinubu, I believe God really wants to use that guy.
Thank you very much.
I believe if, even though I am not in support of his policy, especially before he's, he become the Nigerian president, because he has been in the positions for a very long time. So, but my Yoruba people are agitating that we need some good voice. But he, being a politician, he has to play both ways. But now the election is over. I believe strongly that we should support him and just be hopeful and see, how God is going to use him. So,
but you said God is going to use him. What makes you believe God is going to use him? What makes you believe that?
Yeah, because look, whoever that finds himself there, whether we like it or not, right, is for a destiny. He has a purpose to fulfill. I mean, we should just pray for him, and we should just hope that God has a way to change some kind of crook people into the best. But I just don't know how God is going to use it. But let's just have open mind and see, how God is going to use it.
So it's just a feeling you have, not as if there's anything basis.
I think it's just your
it's just a feeling.
Yes. Well,
is this not the same thing we had about Buhari when Buhari came in? That God was one who brought him there to come and make Nigerians suffer, right? Is that what we had?
Well, Buhari has a golden chance to better the country in his best way, but because of some lapses, he let go. He dropped the ball. Let me use that word. He dropped the ball because, to me, he is very care about his people, about his religion, and there is nothing wrong with that. Okay, let us be honest. You have to take care of your own, but not to the detriment of others, especially when
Is it not part of the problem? Sorry for interjecting you. It's not part of the problem that we are talking about now, as religion as a part of impediment to growth and development.
Yes, definitely, and that really affects the country for the good 8 years.
Because let me give you, it's not only peculiar to Buhari. You see people that are supposed to take critical decisions, but by virtue that they are surrounded by their followers, people of the same faith, they tend to jettison what would I put it now? Capacity for that faith or religion, and so they promote mediocrity in the society.
Exactly. Yes, that is very correct. That is very, very correct. And these people, if you look at it critically, you will understand that they are not just fighting for their own people, right? It is not about their own people, because how do I know? Is that look at the life of their people that they pretend that they are fighting for. Are they better off? Absolutely not. So, but they are just, power drunk. They are manipulators. They are just, they are just only after themselves. But they will pretend as if they are fighting for one section of the country. But in the real sense,
It is just me and me and me. Me and my family. And nothing more, nothing less. Okay.
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Now, you look at the appointment of this guy. How comfortable are you with his appointment? Because for the first time, we are having a new EFCC chairperson. So,
okay.
I think it's one of the best things for Nigeria to have a very intelligent man from Ikerekiti just to step into that position, and he's a lawyer too. So, what do you think? Do you, are you so optimistic like myself?
What make him intelligent? Just because you come from Ekiti? What do you mean, Ola?
You know now. You know Ekiti. When you talk of intelligence, we are number one.
well, that's a very good question, and let me respond in this way. Though I am not familiar so much with that person, and I'm just saying it more or less like a few minutes on one of the Nigerian newspaper, but I didn't know much about him. But when Tinubu appoint or whoever that introduced that guy to the president, I believe they might have done one little background, check, research, and before he himself can be able to accept him. Let us respect the judgment, the president's judgment, and let us just be optimistic and see how he's going to perform. Then, having said that, his background as a qualified lawyer, I believe it doesn't have to be in the law enforcement as a police officer or as a military before a disciplined professional person like him can be able to handle that portfolio. It doesn't need a paramilitary background like others, because at least he has a common sense. At least he knows the law. So whoever that is holding that position must be able to be more conversant with the law so that it doesn't overstep its boundary. It doesn't abuse. So when people say that, oh, he's not qualified or he's less qualified or he's a Yoruba or Igbo, that should be secondary. But
it's not even ordinary Yoruba. It's a man from Ekiti, and you know what Ekiti is known for. They call fountain of knowledge. So the knowledge not there before it's going.
You're
to
right.
bring knowledge into that.
You're right. So I totally agree that I believe he will perform. That is my submission. I believe he will perform. But let us just see. If he underperform, the guy in charge will kick him out, because he has already told them that he doesn't, tolerate any kind of mediocrity or. So I believe he will perform. Okay, I believe so. And but there are some areas that he might need assistance. He doesn't have to have it all, and that is why he has cabinet. That is why, because look, I have seen somebody. He's a lawyer, and the person happens to be CEO of multi-millionaire, financial sector here in the UK. So it doesn't have to be in finance before that person can perform, but at least he has something that will guide him. So that is my submission.
Then, on this graduating now, you see now, what do you think the country should do to the like of Obi and Atiku that want to control graduate? You know, I said it the other time. No, one senator seems to be the person that is going to provide a solution, and the solution will be to be tried for treason if they do this thing in the future. What do you think? Do you think this is necessary? Because from my own opinion, it's necessary. Do you agree with me that it's necessary to have such law in place so that we can handle the life of Obi and the article in the future?
Right. That is another good question. Well, there is one report recently, I believe, I'm not too sure, one of the East African country that someone was jailed initially. She was given 6 months, and the punishment was raised to 2 years. Well, to me, whatever anybody does should think of the consequence, but not to the detriment of silencing people's voice, especially when it is true and fact and factual. So, but there should be limitations to everything. So let me tell you a little bit about Obi and Atiku. Well, there is nothing bad, when you really want to get clarity or clarification that something is fishing, okay? But when you are doing it deliberately, listen to this, when someone is deliberately misleading, and you know quite fully well that there is nothing in there, right? Unfortunately, many of us have used one thing or the other in the past. Maybe due to our carelessness, or maybe we did not even a little bit of naive. Okay, so but that doesn't constitute that we are trying to mislead. Okay, for instance, I personally, when I was born, I have different, about 3, 4, 5 different names. Okay, sometimes we just use 3 out of 5, sometimes 2 out of 5. But when you are comparing all my credentials and all these things, people can misconstrue to say, oh, you are misleading us or you are lying. But genuinely, it is the same person. And we Yorubas, okay, we do have multiple names. Okay, so maybe going forward, things will be streamlined, and we'll be able to, make a better way of adjusting.
Let me support you from what you just said, my brother.
Okay.
I was telling my children these days, this Gen Z or so-called children, even the way the writing, the spelling of their names, they change it. They want to westernize their name. You understand?
Yes.
You see, they will modernize it. They want to write F in Yoruba. They will write PH.
Exactly.
all those things.
Yeah.
So I was telling them, I said, all these things people are doing now, you have to change it, because in future it can actually work against you.
Exactly.
I remember my primary school certificate. Nobody uses primary school certificate. My father collected it from my primary school. When I needed it, I asked for
did you
it.
attend primary school, Simba? Did you attend primary school?
They are borrowed, they are borrowed. And I went to my school, and they showed me the register that my father has collected it. And that was 6 years after the demise of my father.
Wow.
And sorry, I just want to add this to what you guys have. Okay, you can continue first.
So somebody can now come later and say, okay, me, I didn't go to primary school because I didn't have primary school certificate.
Exactly.
So what I want to add is very simple. There's a new dimension now. Araban B, the functional LP chairman, is telling a lot of things is coming out. So from their own investigation, so when they are, because they were in a rush when they are filing for the document with INEC, and at the end of the day, they discovered that the name Obi gave them is totally different from the name who submitted for his NYC discharge certificate. So there's a discrepancies now. So you can see there's something that before you take a step, you better look around very well.
Exactly. Exactly.
Another person.
Exactly.
There's a lot of the guy is saying that we have 3 different names in all these certificates. So there is problem brewing for him. He will regret his action at the end of the day. If it finds out, I say if it's conditional, please, that the name UNN sent to NYC is totally different from the certificate they gave him. So
exactly.
Something.
Yep. Well, those are facts, and that is always, something that will always happen or occur at any time. But that doesn't mean that the person is not the same person.
Yes, I know. But what I'm trying to say here is very simple. For example, maybe the name the university sent, they can turn the name around, maybe the first name before the second name.
Exactly.
The certificate can also change. Does that mean it's not the same Peter Obi? That's what I'm trying to say here. That when you cast aspersion on other people, you better look at your own record and see now you went to University of Nsukka with just a pass in English and math. Come on. So,
when I saw that,
it's so funny how you people just look for everything. You just look for every loophole just to justify your shenanigans.
Just like you also go for any loophole.
Shenanigans of a criminal who went to Chicago and used a falsified result to get into a university.
I thought you said you are good somewhere.
You will not go
I
somewhere.
thought you said you are good somewhere.
Does none of people think at all? The way people are going about this whole narrative.
So you can see,
justify a criminal.
You came out from your cocoon to defend Obi very quickly. So don't blame the other.
Cocoon, what do you mean? What do you mean? You know what I mean?
So you can see.
Let me ask you a question. Who is that person? That
Rational Mind.
Okay.
That's his name.
Okay. Let me ask
that
you.
name may be deceiving, so you say
no, it's deceiving, but it doesn't behave like the name. It doesn't behave. It's Okoro.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Just give me yes or no. Have you ever been involved with something that has to do with identity, something more or less like this?
No be na keke logun America now.
Okay, so
rìn ní ṣe bó lọ sí Algeria gbà yẹn ó rìn ní ó rìn across the Atlantic.
Oh no, sure. I don't know lọ sí Benin Republic. Because for me, Benin Republic, òun lọ sí Senegal. Gbogbo ló ti dé bó ṣe wà yẹn.
Let me quickly answer your question. I don't have much time because I have to drive soon. Yeah. So yeah. You see, I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't know why you people have to put other people on the spotlight when you have a criminal, and then you people have to justify this criminal, the president you have. With everybody has to be Lori. I didn't come here with a Lori. I came here legally.
Really?
Farabale. I came here with an IR, a green card in hand.
Really? How is it possible? Or you go to send
possible. Level Lodi. What are you talking about? What about the IR?
Okay.
So immediate residency immediate ni.
Okay.
Kilo fi mi pe.
Àwọn èèyàn Trump nìyẹn o. Ẹ má dá rational rules, ẹ má rational mind, irọ́ ló pa ẹ má dá lò ó kàn ṣẹnu ni.
When was that?
So does that answer your question, my friend? Does that answer your question?
It doesn't answer it.
Okay, so my concern though is that if you are telling me that you have never been in a position where somebody was accusing you wrongly, and it appears as if the person is right, but genuinely you know in your heart that you are being truthful. So have you ever encountered or experienced that kind of situation in life?
Rational mind is driving.
You guys just justify crime.
Rational mind.
I'm not going to answer this question anymore.
Rational mind. Go to your work. Don't just mind them.
So
I understand what you are trying to say, Papa. That was talking. The bone of contention here is this: everybody knows the truth. First and foremost, this guy went to that university, and whether he graduated with honor or not, the university said he went to that university. And I've already given a case in Nigeria. There was a case of Dino Meleye when people were accusing him, and when ABU came out, ABU said he went to their university and that's the final of the case. We don't care whether you get 0 pass or lower credit.
Exactly.
You went to the university, and that is what the Supreme Court rely on, and the case is final. And then was able to continue as a senator in Nigeria that a few years ago. So the point we are saying here is that they knew that he went to the university, and the university already told you that the certificate we are issuing, some of them from 1990 was issued to third party. So they are not going to be the same person that will sign the signature. The register are going to be maybe changed, or they are not the same set of people. So
exactly.
This is a mere campaign of just let's give a dog a bad name just to hang him. So and even rational matter talk, every one of us that is here, we cannot say we are 100%.
Exactly.
Dig and dig. There will be something against each one of us in this platform.
Right.
I know for sure. I'm very sure about that one. There will be somewhere where you have made a mistake.
Tí ẹ̀yin bá forge paper wọ lónílùú, èmi ò fi paper forge wọ lónílùú.
Mi sọ̀rọ̀ forge.
Mo kàtìkàtì tó ń bá gbogbo ẹ̀jẹ̀ sọ. Kí ẹ̀jẹ̀ láti justify Tinubu. Somebody use a fake result to exist. I finished government school to exist, and then why you are making case for it. Trying to put me on the spotlight.
Rational mind. Remy, please, I just want to pose a question to rational mind.
Okay,
how did you arrive at it that Tinubu used race certificate? Where is the source? And under which oath? Under whose what jurisdiction did you conclude that this man
which court of law?
No. Rational man, you know our answer.
What do Salo know?
One thing I know about all of this is about rational mind at the rest is that if I want to profile rational mind, it's on record that you have lied more than 200 times in the last 10 minutes. I want to profile you because I asked you a question. Who are you? Are you a lawyer? Are you an engineer? Are you a you are everywhere. You are everywhere.
Remy, wait. Is this one of the lie of application? Rational mind under everybody, under the heaven and on the surface of earth said he is Yoruba Fulani. Is that part of the lies?
Yes, it's part of the lie. And there was a time he also tell us that he nearly said he's a medical doctor. All the courses of this world, all the certificates of this world, he's already an accountant. I will go for that small course in that thing. I will go. He has worked in every facet of human endeavor.
Oh God!
Everywhere. And the same man at work, and I asked myself, how old is this man? How old are you?
Òṣìwò ló bá owó lálẹ́ ìtẹ́gẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ mi lè wá rí sọ ọ̀rọ̀ Tinubu ń sọ mọ́ọ̀sẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ tèmi lè wá sọ ọ́sẹ̀. Òṣì tó ń bá yín yẹn òun ló wà lára gbogbo yín yẹn òun ló bá gbogbo yín rìn yẹn tẹ́wá gbogbo platform lè máa ń lọ ẹ máa yí ọ̀rọ̀ ìṣèkẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ Tinubu ṣé èmi ni president yín ni èmi mo kó bá yín ṣé èmi mo kó bá yín ìlú yín èmi mo kó bá yín àbí.
So you see now. See what I just brought out about you, and then you want to fight back unnecessary. You want to fight back unnecessary. Are you around 20 years old? How come you are a doctor, you are an accountant, you are a lawyer, you do this course, you did that course, you have been here, you have been there? I don't understand.
Remy, why are you wasting your time? Why are you wasting your time? Why are you wasting your time? Don't mind rational mind. You just pulling your leg. Don't mind him.
No, I mean, I'm pulling leg. So that is just the point here. So talk about profiling.
Although rational mind wants to make an open confession, it's like there's something like a Tinubu snatched Remy from him, and I think that's all of those things. So he can never forgive Tinubu. So we understand.
I think you should also fight Pansat, who is trying to.
Let me tell you, if there is a flood in Nigeria today, we say is the Tinubu that has got to flood Nigeria.
Of course not. And if somebody snatched Rational Mind's wife, of course he will say Tinubu has a hand in it.
I just want to know how did he get into the US? Because he said earlier that he has his papers already in a short time. It's impossible. How did he get into the US from Nigeria?
You don't know Rational Mind is a superhuman being.
He once told us that he was in Nigeria. He trekked through Algeria. Now he got his green card from Nigeria directly. He says so many things. You get to know him if you come regularly to this platform. You get to understand him better.
So I'm back to what you have been saying before.
So let's hear Diwali, please.
The question you asked me earlier, was it the rational mind that said that Nigeria is down Africa? What was the question again?
No, rational mind thinks under Tinubu that Nigeria is hopeless. So I'm not saying should we to him he's not seeing Nigeria moving forward. So he just said, okay, you guys just answer, just be pessimistic and nothing. So
we should resign to our faith, right? Well, coincidentally, a former senior colleague of mine posted something on Facebook today. You guys realize that Facebook is gradually becoming obsolete, right? I don't know if you guys pay attention to it. They are now really reinventing themselves. So the Instagram and the thread is actually making more wave than Facebook. Anyway, so while I was watching that video, it's just dawned on me that despite all the hula balloos and the noise about what is happening in Nigeria at the moment, she's into real estate. So it happens that they sold some lands in around the Lekki areas in Lagos, and it was the time to allocate those lands to those buyers. So they invited all the buyers, and while she was at the parking lot, she was doing some live coverage, and I was watching with keen interest the vehicle that parked at that venue. And I'm beginning to wonder, as I know for a fact that at least for a plot in that Lekki area, not less than at least maybe 10, 10 million up to 20 upward and all that minimum. So, despite all the noise in Nigeria, people could still afford to buy land. People are still buying properties, right? So that means the wealth of the money is concentrated on the hands of few people. However, the money is not spreading. That is why it feels that there's uh, hunger in the land. However,
Adewale,
this
Adewale, let me tell you this. Just this July, when I went on vacation, I went to a motor dealer to price a vehicle. And when I priced 3 vehicles just to see which one I can buy. And I promised the man that I will be coming back in 48 hours. Do you know that after 48 hours, when I went there, none of those vehicles was available again? In Ilorin, not even in Lagos. So, and these are vehicles that are worth between 15 million to 20 million naira. In Ilorin, not even in Lagos. So just to buttress what you are saying.
There's money in Nigeria.
yes, there's money, but you see, when we have the past policies, to reverse some of these policies, it's not going to be thing of a one time for any administration, any reasonable administration. Let's just forget about the fact that Tinubu is the one occupying that position right now with his team. It's going to take years upon years of correcting some of this policy because it seems to people that what he's doing is more or less like UJ, like gambling. Let's see if this is going to stick. But we've forgotten that we really didn't take into consideration the peculiarity of the environment that we're talking about. Nigeria is so toxic, whether from the social angle or from economic angle, anywhere you face, it's very, very dynamic. Even the people itself, they are very dynamic. That is why sometimes government will introduce a very noble policies that ordinarily would have performed wonder in any good standard economic climb, but will perform woefully in our country. Number one, because of sabotage, sometimes self sabotage, because our people sometimes they seems not to have deeper understanding of some of the things. You can imagine the metro system that the Lagos State put into place recently. If not because, I mean, come to think of it, people are already laying their wares and their stuffs on that rail line in Oshodi. It took the governor to go there personally to sensitize these people. We watched on our Sleep TV where the task forces were, seizing the gurus of all these traders selling on the roadside, self-sabotaging. We have some of these bureau de change people that are holding these dollars that leads to speculations. So, in as much as it seems that there is more or less kalu UJ, that's what it seems. It's going to take a long, long time to get it right. However, the government must not, relent by trying to do it in a way for not carrying the public along. Now, as this discussion was going on the, I think 40 something items that the federal government, CBN lifted the embargo on for the importation. On the other hand, I'm looking at the fact that this is going to crumble uh, local production. if anybody is trying to go into this. And some of the items, like the rational mindset, are the things that we could easily produce locally. But right now, how do you expect a farmer to produce vegetable oil? You're going to need electricity to produce in large quantity, right? And the dairy stuff, what else? Some of those things that the textiles, materials, and some other things. And I'm beginning to want. At first, I was a little bit skeptical about why would the government do this, but Kulata was right because at the end of the day, when you open it up for those who are going behind, of course, they were still importing those items anyway, right? So, speaking to what Rational Mind said, I would not, you know, paint it at all gloom and doom. The fact that that country is still surviving is a miracle on its own, and that speaks to the peculiarity of Nigerians as Nigeria as a whole. That no matter how hard it is, I bet you Ghana will be looking at us and still be envying and saying, "Man, I wish we were like Nigeria right now." Even Cameroon next door, they will be wishing where they wish they are Nigeria. What am I saying in essence is that it's not that bad. It's still gonna get better. Don't let me even say reference to Tinubu's administration. And Nigerians are impatient. Impatient in the sense that they wanted something magical. And we all know nothing good comes from anything that is instant. So it takes process. Process that will, more or less like building an institution that will be able to stand and run by itself without much interference from the government. And those institutions that will be independent from intervention from, the powerful. So I won't call Nigeria a failure at the moment because it was Rufai that asked the question on one of their show on our Sleep TV, and he asked that the older generations are always quick to paint the color of the yesteryears as if it was rosy, as if it was all filled with rose and street painted in gold and all that. That at that time too, if you pick up dailies to read the news, they were, being coming out during that time too. There were a lot of complaints, a lot of things that people were agitating for. And as at that time, when the Nigeria naira was equal to dollars or even much more greater in value than dollars, people were still complaining. I bet you that people were still complaining. But you see, in every society, it's always going to be like that. America will tell you today there's nothing great about this country. As far as their person or their favorite, it's not at the ends of the affair. But like our new additional guest said not quite long ago, is the president. Even the Bible, well, for those who are not religion, commands us to pray for the good of our Jerusalem. And Nigeria is our Jerusalem, no matter where we travel to. So, to me, as far as I'm concerned, personally, I would not paint Nigeria as a failed. Of course, every element of a failed state, every symptoms of failed state, is right there. Surrounding Nigeria, but in as much as Nigerians are still thriving and surviving, we will get there. It's just that when we lack or when we fail to plan, this becomes the repercussion of years of neglect and unplanned economic process. But you see, diligence, and when we have people that have technical know-how, um, then we'll be able to at least foresee and make much planning. I mean, look at Lagos State today. You see, someone said that Tinubu didn't do much in Lagos, and I beg to differ. Come to think of it, the metro land that Lagosians are enjoying today that idea was conceived in the 80s by the Babakekere administration. Now, fast forward to 1999 or 2000, and Tinubu administration rejig that idea, bring it to the forefront, and put it in plan, and have a timeline. Now, today, Lagosians are riding that metro line. They are switching to electricity this week or next week. Then the red line will follow, and then there will be much extension. That is how you plan. But when that idea was conceived or when it was reintroduced, it seems like overreaching, like something that you know is unfathomable. That something that is not realistic. But look at it today. Who would have thought that Lagos State will be having, you know, such massive infrastructure built? This thing in Oshodi, the bus stop terminal, then have top it up with the metro line. I wish that the neighboring state also could all, tap into that idea, like more or less like a peer review or whatever they call it, and see how they can, replicate the same, if not that much, but lesser, so that it will ease the burden on Lagos, while also people now migrate to their state and develop the place. You see, like states like Ogun State that is closer, and there you have, I think Lagos and Oyo State are the only closest state to neighboring state to Lagos, so they can also, build on that, so that they will also be able to benefit from it. But like I said, Nigeria is not fair. Nigeria is not. To me, I haven't. I think it depends on individual patriotic level. As far as I'm concerned, we do have a moment from time to time. We'll think about, oh my God, when Nigeria happens to you, you're like, oh, this is the worst country you could ever experience. But it's like abusive spouse. You're stuck. You can't go anywhere because this is somebody you say for better for worse, right? But at a time, you regain your independence, you regain your senses, and probably try to fashion out something, something to a reset button, so to say. But to me, Nigeria is not fair. And in as much, it's just that the wealth is concentrated on the hand of the few. It was now evenly distributed, and the government. The previous administration, let me put it that way, from federal to state level, have not been able to figure out how to, you know, grow and redistribute the wealth so that the ordinary Nigerian people can, tap into that. I mean, we live in a country where the artisans, the bricklayers, the carpenters are sending their children to school, public school, sending their children to higher institutions, building houses, buying cars. That was the era that I knew. What happens then? Because the money was going from one hand to another, businesses to business, patronizing each other. Local content were encouraged and being consumed and all that. But when you now have, government that completely threw uh, wind caution to the wind and decided to open the door and flood the country with imported, goods and put pressure on the dollar. Dollar is more or less like our currency now in Nigeria. It's as simple as that because we hardly produce anything, but we are getting it because one of the greatest steps that the previous administration, and this one took is to, you know, uh, uh, electricity generations and distribution now becomes something that any even individual. Well, on this show where we talked about even we that are in diaspora can as well contribute to that. Maybe we can as well go home and establish, maybe energy company or something like that. We said, was discussed on this show. So we have to the point that even states and individual can generate, right? So it's becoming more apparent that government is going to be hands off from some of these, sectors that touches life more or less like the businesses and like the private initiative takes over. And I believe with that, there will be much more growth and development. But I just have a feeling like the last speaker said, um, s- when you're trying to pull yourself with your bootstrap, it's going to be hard because you're struggling. For administration that is still young and trying to find, they are working on the last administrative budget. So to finance some of this sector is going to be, they're struggling. As a matter of fact, when I read that the federal government paid $1.8 billion debt, I was like, ooh, well, one thing about macroeconomy is that you have to pay your debt first, right? And then you could be able to re-examine and see where you're having issues and make adjustment with your lifestyle and then become financially buoyant and stable. So I believe that can be just opposed to the macro level. Then the government, will be able to at least know where Oduton Dorasi, so that money would not just come with going down the drain. And one of the biggest steps that the government have taken towards that is to put a stop to payment of subsidy, so that at least we would understand how much or what we are consuming. And I believe when a Dangote uh, refinery finally take off and produce it at a maximum level, then the country will benefit. And the other guy in is it in Cross River, Boa, also become operational, I think the country will be, benefit from it immensely. It's just a matter of time. I can assure you. I read in the news that the government also, granted a private oil exploration not quite long ago. I think with the private partnership initiatives, the country will be better. It's just a matter of time, and Nigeria shouldn't be too quick, to judge. I heard Ekene lamenting on the show earlier about the dollars and all that because he could not import. I think he too should start uh, thinking outside the box now.
Yes, it should.
Not everything that has to do with importation. If you're unable to import, you can also
You
plow
can
your money.
you can diversify because at the
Yeah.
end of the day,
Or
majority of them are just import-based business. And when you are also the one pushing the dollar upward, whatever we can see.
correct.
Because
Correct.
if you cannot get it from the bank, you go to the parallel market. And when you go to the parallel market, it's now demand and supply. The more people demand for it, the more the price continue to increase. So they don't want to diversify. They still want to continue to do the same business they have been doing like 20, 30, or 40 years. And they are also the one craving for development. I was taken aback recently when some governor in the northern state of Nigeria, just in a one school, recruited about 10,000 teachers. Look at what is happening in Borno, even in Katsina recently, even in Anambra state. So that this means that the government are getting more money from the federal government and they're able to, so they just recruit about 8 to 10,000 teachers. I wonder what our governors are doing in the southwest. That they are getting more money, more than 1 trillion naira than what they
That
are
is
getting.
absolutely true because the federal
And I don't
government
know what
increases
they're
the
doing with the
allocation.
money. I was even thinking about like like governor for your state, like the standard gauge rate stopping at Ibadan. I was expecting him to construct a big road that there's no BRT in your state, and the people there's so a large population of people.
No, I
At
think
least
I think they have the something similar to BRT now. I
no,
watched it on.
that was the time of Ajimobi that they have, but now it's zero. They don't have nothing anymore. That
Oh
was the time
wow.
of Ajimobi. Now he didn't do nothing. He is not really a good governor as people try to portray him. He's not doing what I don't get it at all. You better if you have people in that state, tell them how is Ibadan today.
Mm.
Everybody's everywhere is jam-packed, dirty, and what you see is a lot of Okada riding on the road. You are even struggling the road with Okada riders.
Mr. Remy, sorry to cut you. Are you from Oyo State?
I'm not from Oyo State, but I live there, but I'm from Ogun. So I know what I'm talking about because I
Okay.
went home recently this year. Everywhere is so messed up, and you wonder, like you coming from Lagos, you see everything that is well organized, clean to some extent, and by the time you get to Ibadan, you ask yourself, are you just coming from Victoria Island and then you just see yourself in this Makoko, or what do you call it, so dirty? And
Adewale kan sọ̀rọ̀, the way sọ̀rọ̀ kan sọ̀rọ̀. I mean, all of you are just talking the same echo chamber of the APC. You are saying here that people should go and change their profession. You and I, we are here in a developed country. We did the same thing for the same over the years, the same work we're doing. I mean, probably some of us the same business. So people back home, because of the stupid bad policy of the government, they should not go and change what they've been used to for many years. Why don't you go and become a doctor or go and become a lawyer?
Rational man, why are you always economical with the truth?
You people are so you.
Why are you always economical with the truth? In foreign land, their policy does not remain the same thing. They are in their
but then, do you change occupation?
Listen, even
you change work?
So-called in the so-called United States of America,
so you people like to talk for the talk of the talking.
No. In the so-called America you are living, I understand when you change the government, each government came in with their own policy. Trump came with his own policy, and now we have Biden that is going to come up with his own policy too. And you cannot tell me, and if you are talking about yourself as an example, you are not doing the same job, because if I listen to you correctly, you have done more than 7 or 8 jobs in your life, or even 10 jobs.
But is he lying? It's what you told us that is.
You are the one who told us, and then we are holding in our hands. So that means you.
About me.
No. You yourself, you have changed your job. Why do you change your job several times? Why do you
you guys? I mean, what is wrong?
No.
Yourself.
We are talking about
back home. There are they don't have the opportunities that you and I we have in developed countries like where we live. You tell them to go and change, so they go and change what they've been used for many years. Because of stupid bad policies, inconsistent policies. Your Tinubu says we will continue with Buhari's policies. Now why? Suddenly Nakulata is telling us that he wants to change it because it wasn't working. It wasn't doing very well.
No, nobody's saying that. I said it can diversify its business. I said it can diversify its business. And nobody will stop him from diversifying his business. Like you now, if you don't like one job, you change again. And if you want another job, you take it. So you cannot let him.
Because I had the opportunities. There are opportunities here for me to do that.
Let me tell you something.
But where are the opportunities back home? Where are the opportunities? We leave that country to come here. You're telling me they should go and change what they are doing to.
You can, Mr. Rational Mind. Mr. Rational Mind, sorry to cut you. Mr. Remy, please, hold on, please. Just a minute. Mr. Rational Mind, I like the way you talk, you understand? You know that America was once just like Nigeria. If you calculate how many years America is today, Nigeria is still a baby compared to America. You have to take that for a note, you understand? According to independence, not the existence, independence. So you see that when he said that, what's it called? Mr. Remy said that in Oyo there is problem in Litri that is dirty. It can provide a service of cleaning over there to create 3 to 5 jobs, starting from a city, from there start going up and down, and before you know it, he can have the contract. That's the way they do here in Europe. Understand? They create people privately come out to say that they want to do the job. So that's why I asked that if it's possible, Mr. Ola can talk with one man. Both of them can fix a day. We all can be here in the panel, in the platform, to talk about the problems and the solution of the country. For us all to have ideas, we need ideas. When there is ideas, people like what's it called? Prince Daddy can go to Nigeria to invest, because I know that he wants to invest in Nigeria. That's why he's asking questions. Like now, if you guys can bring up these ideas, and people like Mike and Rational Mind to bring their solution the way they understand, because we need people that are critical thinkers too. Not everybody will go in the same basket. That's why I like the way it is.
What you just said. Let me tell you the truth. Do you know the difference between a rich man and a poor man? A rich man see opportunity in government policy and he grab it. A poor man always complain. And if he see opportunity, he will complain. They won't give me a chance. They won't let me do it because I'm not up there. So those people that have turned their life around will see opportunity and grab it. Anywhere in the world, most business people, business owners, top business investors, they look at government policy and see opportunity and then they grab it. I remember when they were selling our oil well around, is it during the Obasanjo regime? It made a lot of people to become billionaire today. Example is the richest woman in Nigeria, that Alakija. Bola Shagaya also see opportunity. That Yoruba woman see opportunity during those times, and they make it today. They have nowhere, nobody knows them, and they are all located oil well. And some people like Dangote and the rest see opportunity in the what do you call it, consumable products like cement, spaghetti, and the rest. Whether he borrowed money, whether his father is rich before, whatever, and then continue to build factories and industries all over the world, especially in Africa. Today he's a billionaire. It's one of today when they call billionaire all over the world, they will call his name. He sees the
What
opportunity.
about you, Mr. Remy? What about
Thank you. Me, I've also invested in Nigeria. I'm into cement business. I know what I'm doing. I'm not a poor man to be, and I give glory to God for that. So I see opportunity. It's not just by mere talking and just condemning the government every time. You look at opportunity, but if you are just here condemning, criticizing, it's
Why
not so
can't you
easy.
invest in the service? In services like now, what they lack in your
So
state?
you know that you
Make
have to look at listen. You have to look at your cost advantage. You look at where you think your head is and where you can excel. I will not just put my money where I think I'm not going to excel. If I see opportunity and I think this is a very good cause, I will go for it, and that's what I've been doing. Some of it have come out fine. Some of it have come out the other way around, but I still forge ahead and I continue.
My gross with you guys were when you and what's his name? You guys, both of you were saying that oh, they should change. Nigerians, they don't know what is wrong with them. They like to stick to one thing. I mean, like, if you live in a society where there are
I
opportunities,
think you do not understand what you are. You do not understand
twist
the
it. I heard
concept
what
of
you
what
people
you are
said.
saying. You just jump in. You do not understand it. Let me repeat myself again.
No. Don't try and reframe it.
You just jump in.
I just jump in what? Jump in what?
What we are talking,
No,
we are talking about.
sorry to cut you guys again. Mr. Remy, you are right. Mr. Rational Mind also, you are right. But we need both of you. Because you people are opposite-minded people, and we need people like you as a critical thinker. With you guys, we can create a better Nigeria. We all cannot go just in a one way.
Not the kind of Nigeria that we have criminals in charge. I don't create a better Nigeria with criminals and people who support criminals. I don't do that.
That is your own personal opinion. I've already laid I've already laid everything.
Not you guys. I'm not talking about you guys. Don't get me wrong.
I'm not talking about you also. I'm just talking about some people will condemn it, some people will complain, but people want to make an headway in life. They know what they are looking for. I only believe in one thing. There is more money when the place is very dusty and very messy.
Okay.
There's more money there. But when the road is clean and paved and everything is very, very good, then the opportunity is a little bit reduced. I know what I'm talking about, but you can have your own mind and then continue to condemn whatever you want to condemn. That is your own cup of tea, it's not mine. So at the end of the day, people that look for opportunity, they will go for it. And people who want to be fixated on complaining and condemning, they will also fixated on it. And then everybody smile, everybody gets a reward at the end of the day. That's why I see life.
Okay, I accept your opinion, what you supported. So I accept it, and the rational mind, I hope one day you'll be an optimistic also. You have hope in your country, Nigeria. I hope one day, I'm not forcing you, I'm not putting to you.
Let me correct one thing again with you guys. I think I was hearing that Ola was bandishing that thing around with you guys. That was how I introduced Adewale said, I said I'm a pessimist. I'm not optimistic about Nigeria. What are you talking about? I just gave you how to go about to solve the issue of the forex. And you're telling me I'm not optimistic. What did I say? The gloom and doom that I predicted is just because I said if they go about it the way they are going about it, it doesn't solve it. It's going to worsen it. That's what I'm saying. What is the gloom and doom there? I'm only predicting in my own way and where I say it. You don't do the same thing over and over again. I said expect to have a different result. You've done it before. We've had people during Jonathan. They were exporting. Dangote was bringing in more rice. Everything of our foreign exchange was flying out, and people were not impoverished. People were not having enough jobs to work. Even though we know that the dollar wasn't as messy as now, but then people could not work because there was nothing for them to do. They felt okay. Buhari come maybe because of his myopic and his myopic mindset and his illiteracy. He came. He brought in a very good policy, or a policy that was badly implemented. Why don't you go and look into that policy? Because you said during the campaign that you will continue with Buhari's policy. Why don't you sit down and look into that policy? How can you fine tune it? And those avenues that where those things are being hold on. Those areas that those things are being sabotaged. Why don't you look for a way of making it, nipping it in the bud so that it doesn't get sabotaged? But if you go about it the other way, whereby the other way we've tried before, you've done this before, we have this before. When Nigerians were importing rice during Jonathan, we were heavily importing. That was why Buhari said we're going to reverse that. But like I said, the stupid Buhari, very, very, very stupid, that doesn't even know how to, he just sit, all he wants is just to want to be called a president. He doesn't understand, he knows the policy, that this is a policy we should do, but he doesn't know how to go about it. He didn't even implement the policy very well. You are somebody who said you are the Mr. Strategist. You come in. Why don't you sit down? You said you're going to continue with this policy because you must have seen this policy to have been a good policy. Why don't you we have fine-tuned it? And you are telling me that I'm predicting the gloom and doom.
In response to you, I don't know about the gloom and doom you are talking about. But one thing I know is that government is a continuum, it's a continuity. And I think when Jonathan was there, or before Jonathan, there was Yaradua and the rest of them. And when Buhari came in, there were so many projects that he completed, started from Jonathan era. And this is a new government, and you cannot tell us that whatever Buhari have done, you should just throw everything away. There must be some aspect that he have done very well that we have to give kudos to him. He has done his own part. This is a new government that is there. Let them do their own part too. Rome was not built in a day. If you are expecting that everything should be like perfect, there's no perfection. Every country have their own problem. And Nigeria is not an exception in this aspect. Where you live, they have their own problem. Where I live, they have their own issues too. So as we were today, we cannot be saying glue and we cannot say that everything will not change. There's nothing like statics in this world. Things continue to change. The country might be in a serious mess now, but things can be turned around. If some countries are in war for several years and they turn things around, it does not mean that Nigeria will not turn around too. So I am not an apostle of looking at everything from the pessimistic angle every day. I'm not an apostle of okay, because this man is in government, so because of his antecedent or something like that, then things will not work out. I don't believe that. Everybody learn from one mistake or the other. You cannot say that Nigerian of Jonathan era have not learned their lesson, and they are holding people accountable more and more now. And that's why we're in this platform, talking every day. And people that were listening, not only you were listening, a lot of people, even from government or ordinary people or people that know people, they are listening and they can pass messages across. We are lucky to have a president that listen. I remembered when they want to pay 8,000 naira, everybody condemned it and they changed it. And money were given to state, billions, 2 billion and so many palliative. Do you expect the president to come down to every state of the federation to tell them this is how you should distribute your rights or distribute this? So you can't blame the president for everything. To me, I think our major problem in Nigeria is the state governors. It's high time the people from East
Thank you very much, Mr. Remy.
Hold their governor accountable. You must hold your governor accountable because at the end of the day, he's the governor of a state. You hold your governor accountable. The so-called Nigerians you are trying to defend is the so-called Nigeria they don't want a financial autonomy for local government. It is so-called Nigerians that they are not interested in what transpires in their locality. We have leaders in each local government. They are not interested in how they develop their local government. Give money to them. What they think about is just to eat the money and lodge it all over others. We are not talking the real problem here. No matter how you criticize Tinubu from today for the next 8 years or 4 years, are you going to even get to him if you are lucky? So it doesn't change anything. We should just look at ourselves. Where is our problem? How can we fix our problem? How come a governor is recruiting 10,000 teachers and is ready to pay for them? How come our people in my state are not getting this kind of opportunity? How come a state is buying a lot of tractors to help them in the agricultural output in Borno and the rest of some of the northern states? How come my own governor in my state are not doing this? How come this state are building health centers? Why is my state not doing this? We are not talking about this. Everybody just talk about Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President. Your governor has received a rich allocation every month, every now and then. And what are they using the money for? We are so docile. We will start down there and continue to condemn the federal government every time, leaving your so-called governor. They know you people now. They know that everything you just complain to is the president. So that is why they are cheating the people at the state.
Remy, can you blame the people that are blaming the federal government, because the federal government already cornered the largest part of the resources in the name of exclusive list? So
you are right. I understand you.
By that, they have more to share among themselves, the National Assembly and the executive. So can you blame them?
I'm not blaming. What I'm trying to say here is this. I know that it's a work in progress. Before, we don't have like states should generate their electricity. People should fight more for this devolution of power, and also streamline the exclusive and the other list, so that more resource should go to the state. But does that hinder a very good state not to think ahead, bring investor? I have gold in my land. How can I get money to this? Life is about negotiation. I can go to the presidency, meet the president. I have an investor who want to invest in this to explore. How do we share the money? Forget about, we have to find a way to change the rules, because I cannot bring investor and the money I'm making from this go to the federal government. No, it's not going to happen. Unless you federal government put your money there and then you have a say. But if I am the state governor bringing an investor, then I must have lion's share of whatever we get from here. I think most of these governors have access to the president because they don't have a plan. They are not really working towards it. Every state in Nigeria have resources to rely on. Every state, I mean it again, I say it again. Every state have a resources in Nigeria to rely upon, but they are not working towards that one. Benue State alone is a food basket of the nation. If they concentrate on agriculture, even if it's only yam they are doing every year in, year out, the state will be fine. They will even prosper more than some other states. So they have resources, but they are not looking at it, because some of them will complain, oh, okay, like doing what you said here, Ola, okay, federal government collect most of the money. We are not doing it. We just have to sit down there and do nothing. So we must say the truth. The state governors are the major problem of the country. Some of them are doing fantastically well, while some are not. Look at this era. Look at what is happening in Lagos.
No, Remy, should I tell you why I mentioned that? You see, one thing is this: state governments, they don't even need to spend money to do some things. They only need to invite investors and license them to do some of those things. Like, you will see some states that within their power, especially using the Land Use Act, they were able to grant investors in agriculture and some other thing permits. But look at this now: you have gold in your state. The federal government said you cannot tamper with it. Until last year, the federal government said, okay, you cannot generate and commercialize your electricity. Those are the things I'm talking about, because those things normally should not even need state government to spend money. You just need investors to call investors and partner with them to do so. So that's the area I'm talking about, not even the money they send to them. Did you get me?
Yeah, I
Ola. You know,
Yes,
for a long period now, we've been talking about this so-called resource control.
yeah.
But I don't think that there was any strict law against states harnessing these resources. Let me give you, for example, they have Mabu in Kwara State. Mabu. In fact, I think in about 2 or 3 locations. And what Kwara State governments are doing is just to collect us from people who are mining these resources. And it is not even federal government that is benefiting from it. So what stopped them from actually harness these resources and maximize it on their own? I think because they are getting free money, you are just using that one as an excuse. Most of our state governors are very lazy. I'm very sorry to say. They are not. So if you are just using all these things to excuse them, it's just an excuse.
But Mabu fall under solid minerals, right?
Yes.
Then federal government is the one in control. I don't know the arrangement they have with the state government.
Tell you, it's a business. Let me tell you why I'm saying this. Yeah, I'm not. I just don't. I'm not like rational mind. I participated in the business before. That's why I can say this. You understand? So it's not as if government is not even taking anything from it. What we do is just we have some miners there that they do the digging, and we buy and we go and sell. They use it for paints and for manufacturing of tiles. Do you understand what I'm saying? So and the only thing the federal the Kwara State government just collect tax based on the quantity that you excavate from that thing. So what I'm saying is that what stops them from actually engaging in full production of these mineral resources for the benefit of the people of their state, instead of just everybody will just be crying and be say one thing we are good at in Nigeria is just not to accept responsibility, but to shift blame and say, oh, this is the reason why I'm not doing this. Oh no, you are the one that's causing my problem. Oh no, you understand? I think state.
So Simba, let me ask a question, because since you mentioned that you participated, now are you saying let's swap it now? If those marble materials were to be gold, so what you are telling me is that the Kwara State government licensed that gold, license from miners, and they collect taxes. Is that what you are telling me?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So
definitely you are saying those things, they are not under the federal government. They are not on the exclusive list.
Okay, let's say, for example, even in Osun State now, in Elisha, where they have gold,
yeah,
the people that are mining it, are they from federal government? They are not. They are individuals, people that are just interested. You understand? So if the state government, okay, look at the example Adwale gave in his own village. Also, he mentioned one village. Is it Tantalite, or he mentioned that mineral resources that they are mining in that region in Ekiti State? I don't know. Maybe it's in Ondo, or he mentioned one town like that. I think what is actually is like our state governors are behaving like a spoiled brat that are not just interested in improving the welfare of their citizens. All they are waiting for is just their share allocation from the federal government, and they are not looking inward on how to better the life of their citizens.
But Simba, from what I've seen in Ogun State and from what I've heard in Ekiti State, where the government has power, like all those real estate now, like Ogun State government, they've given land to so many factory. Those people that wanted to build factory, Ekiti State to partner with some investors, and they granted them that land to invest. So those areas, I understand that's within their control. But this one you are telling me now, because to the best of my knowledge, federal government control.
I'm just not saying this is something. It's not even something that I did now. This is a business I participated in around 2011, 2012.
But you are saying the state government licensed those miners. That's where I'm surprised. Is it like
yes.
Is it like a form of agreement between the federal, or because
what they do? It's like what they do. What they did was that, because I don't know how they are doing it presently. That time, in fact, it was even one of my friends that invited me to the business. You understand? So it's like you just buy that particular plot, and you employ people that will just be doing the digging. That I think the villagers in those places are the one doing it. You understand? So the state internally revenue generation people, they are there. You understand? All they do is that, okay, what is the quantity in tons that you are taking, and they know they have certain amount of money that they will just, okay, this is what you pay, and you will just go and do your business, sell it. Because there are some people, what they do is that you by the time we get it in like stone, big stone, we use the trailer. In fact, that time is all those Dangote trailers that used to bring cement to a lot. Those ones are the ones that use it to also do business before they go back to Abejana or where they are coming from, Kogi State.
Abajana.
So they will just use that one as a business. So to go and drop it. We have factory that grind this thing. They grind it into powder and they put it in bags to sell to all these companies that are using it to manufacture paint and tiles. So it's what is
You can change the private chat. Change the private chat, please. I say check the private chat. I sent all the list of mineral resources of every state in Nigeria. You can see with it. You can make your subject. Okay.
Okay, so I think that is what is happening. So if the states are ready,
But I'm really confused now because, like I said, I'm really confused because if you open, because I know that Fayemi was once upon a time working on that solid minerals, and it was under the federal government.
Fayemi just that guy. What did he do in that ministry? He did nothing, virtually nothing in that ministry. He was just speaking English all over the place, just doing fine boy around.
I was totally disappointed in him. To be frank, for the so-called 4 years he was a minister, nothing to show during the Buhari regime. For him, nothing to show. Even as a state governor of Ekiti State, I would just say it's neither here or there. Okay, nothing visible to show. This is a state known for people that are highly educated.
Let me quickly make an announcement. No, you will continue. But I just want to repair your mind. In the next 40 minutes, I'll be shutting down. But if you still want to talk in the background, we can take to the background. So if you don't mind, everybody can just have the parting word for today, so that can just also whatever you want to say, just make a comment before, because when this is at 9 hours, I want to shut it down.
Let me go first.
Okay, rational mind then.
Why you first?
Yeah.
Why not me?
Well, yeah. Nigeria, when I wake up, you are at one chance.
Speak English now.
Speak English now. We don't understand what you're saying.
You know, that's to tell you I'm a Yoruba person. I cannot do without. Yeah, I cannot do without speaking my language.
You this good man. You are not Yoruba.
Akoko Edo must have gone Yoruba.
If I'm Akoko Edo, I'll be speaking Akoko Edo now. What are you talking about?
I speak it.
Yeah. But yeah, Nigeria, you get one chance. One chance. Like what? I mean, sorry. What am I doing again? Nigerians, you people have had one chance. I don't have one chance. The Bolava man that says he's going to do this, let us see what he's going to do. I'm just kidding. I'm just trying to be topical. Yeah, but then we just have to see what he's going to do. And then my parting word to you, Agbado people, is that people should come down this your attack everywhere. Everywhere you're just looking for validation for this man. Anywhere you just want validation for anybody that, even your former enemy that just say something good about it, you praise it. Guys, you need to stop all this hypocritical actions. It's so hypocritical.
Okay, thank you, Rational Mind.
Thank you, Rational Mind. Thank you, Rational Mind. In fact, you are a star. You are a star antagonist of the show. I think
everybody's shutting me down.
Your audience. You're shutting me down. No, I'm not shutting you down now. I thought you concluded.
All right,
No. Rational mind. The audience, the viewers, they really cherish you. Even we, the members of the panel, we cherish you. So forget about trying to shut you down. We just have to challenge ourselves. We respect you a lot. You always Okay, Rational Mind.
Your energy today is something else.
Let me speak now, please.
You are finished now. Thank you. What I see is that I am not only about, I don't call myself a batified. I don't call myself an obedient or whatever. But out of the three major candidates, I see him as a better one. And luckily for Nigeria, they voted in him. Whatever the policy is putting in place, everything can be fine-tuned. We are lucky he's a listener, he can listen. And I know that his first 1 year will be rough because I know the extent of the rot in Nigeria. We cannot ship all the blame on Buhari. This has been wrought about 4 decades ago, or even 5 decades since independence. So for now, he is partially on the right direction because I cannot say he's totally on the right direction because I'm not a minister and I'm not close to him. I only hope that our country will be better off in the next few years because Rome was not built in a day. And for the naysayer that everything they see is doom, everything they see is negativity, and everything they see is the other side. Everybody knows that the so-called developed countries of the world, they have their own trying time. And they came out of it. It does not mean they are still El Dorado. They still continue to have their trying time. And that's why they're voting government in and government out. The government that is here today, all of us as Nigeria, we should support the government and everybody should think about what can I do for my country, not what the country can do for me. That's my take.
Thank you, Remy.
Hola.
Pleasure. Yeah.
Hey, sorry, say Mr. Trump is there.
Mr. Wu?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to ask you a question. Since you say you are living in France, what can you say about this thing that is happening to the Francophone country and its effect on France?
That's what I was talking indirectly to Mr. Rational Mind in French language. It's going to close any moment from now. You understand? It's going to close. We can put the subject another day. It will be better. I can explain everything for you in details. You understand? In details, everything. Okay. Because now it's even affecting the country as for now. It's affecting now. Let me say, as from 3 to 5 years, I hope France will not collapse. I hope.
So that is actually true that they are living on the resources from West Africa, from the Francophone country.
Because of Chirac, the former president said that they are living in the behalf of Africa. The former president, that is late, he said it. So it brought a lot of scandal. You understand? One thing is that everybody wants to wash their hands off. You understand? But we know that there are some countries behind all those Franco countries just to deal with France. So they're trying a way to deal with all the whole Western countries as for now. That's it. We know that. That's it. Because now there's a big opportunity now from Francophone to France. So they need people that's in Africa, Africans that are here to come and help them to transport their goods, to sell their goods, to do their services for them. So there's opportunity now. I know that there's opportunity now.
Okay. So I think we welcome you if you can come maybe any other time to come and share your because
but one thing I'm interested in is Nigeria. You understand? It's Nigeria because of I don't like telling people what I want to do. I'm a man of action. You understand?
Hey, so, you know when we have this Niger coup, you know what actually happened to Nigeria also when Nigeria wanted to actually intervene and all those people were against and all those things. People are talking about Russia, talking about France, that Nigeria is pro-France and all those things. So whatever happened in those country is going to affect Nigeria because we are surrounded by them.
Not all that really 100%. Not all that really. Let me say like a 40% it will affect us. Not 100%. It's just that Tinubu is finding way to invite foreign investors to come to Nigeria. So I will help you guys. Obasanjo, OBJ did the same thing. If you remember, he went to Liberia, all those things. That's why they cancelled our debt. So it's using a way indirectly to cancel the whole debts. I believe within 8 years we will have no more debts in Nigeria. I know that We have no more debt. So one thing that he wants to do the same way, he created money without taking when an Obasanjo was the president, both of them were quarreling every month. We had it at that time. We said, why would they? But the guy is solid. He did many things, even to keep Obasanjo quiet. So Obasanjo respect him for that also. That he made Lagos what he started a system, and everybody rested in that system. So that's why I wanted to correct what's it called, Mr. Rational Mind. I hope he's hearing me now. That when he said that he is going to continue where Buhari stopped. It's not that it's going to the negative aspect. You're talking about the positive aspect that it's going to correct the systems. Understand that like now that as it's APC now, APC is still winning. They will continue to win the next 50 years. So that's it, because of the problem we have in Africa. We change government every time. We change government. So there's no progress. Like Lagos steady in one thing and they continue. And you can see progress today in Lagos and other states are
okay, Mr. Trump. I know you have a lot to tell us, and we may not be able to take it for today because
I know.
Of time. You know, it's already like almost 1 a.m. where I am. So
1 a.m. Okay, yeah, is about after 8. After 8.
Okay, where are you, Miss? Are you in Sweden or are you in France or where are you?
I'm in France.
So because we are 1 hour ahead of you, and
so,
I'll probably in France next year.
So, like I was saying, today, so I just want us to round up. You know, if you want to still talk,
can you imagine? You are talking about 1 a.m. We are already past 9 here now. So I'm in the morning now.
Yeah,
and
I'm just saying that
today is my own weekend.
Today's business day for me. So I see.
Friday is off day in Saudi. Are you at 9 p.m. in Saudi Arabia now or what?
9 a.m. 9:18 a.m. now.
On Monday or Saturday?
On Friday.
Oh,
it's on Friday.
So
are we having the same time zone?
Mr. Trump, if you can just round up in the next 1 minute so that we can move to Simba, then I'm sure that
I don't have anything to say again. I can give the time to him to talk.
Okay.
Thank you very much. It's just that we just hope that Nigeria understand, all of us, because how will I put it? I'm with you, Mr. Remy. What you just concluded. We have to be positive or oriented people. Yeah, and and what I said earlier, I would like you, Mr. Ola, and one man. I know that you have his phone number. You talk to him. You people should choose a day just to talk about the problems and the solution of Nigeria. I would like to be there. It's going to be, let me say, you people choose the hour to be convenient with everybody. But I would like it to be during the weekends, not during the weekdays. Because I know that you want to go to work, you sleep and go to work. That would be great for we all. So if you can do that, I'll be great. Just a day that you give us a week.
Is it possible to get so that one man can be sending what is called the meeting this thing to him? If he can drop his contact for one man.
Yeah, if you can drop your contact in the private chat, yeah. Mr. Trump.
I'm listening. I'm still listening.
If you can drop your private contact, then I can send to one man. So once the
inviting, he can be inviting you for discussion.
You can just drop your number. So let us quickly go to Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, are you still there?
You think Prince Daddy will be around and I will keep quiet? Prince Daddy is not like that.
I think he already fast asleep. I guess so.
So Diwali.
So you've seen my mail, my business mail. You can get me through it.
Okay. I will forward this to
one man.
So let me copy and send to one man now.
So that would be great. That we could just choose a subject, because I would like to know the problem in Nigeria. That's what I want to, because I would like to go back home very soon. Understand?
But you call yourself Mr. Trump. We call yourself Mr. Trump. Is it what you will be using so that I can tell one man?
Yeah, it's called Triumph, Mr. Triumph.
Okay, Mr.
You
Triumph.
people call me Trump, that's why I laugh.
Trump go, Trump go. Professor Biden me.
but that's good.
Okay.
Like,
thank you very much. Let Adewale give us his final this thing for today. So,
okay, thank you very much. Bye to you all. Okay, bye.
Thank
bye
you.
Bye.
Yeah.
Okay.
Adewale is in the.
I'm with you. Somebody is trying to whoop me on the PS4. Yeah, can you imagine? And
People don't move to
FIFA
PS5. So
2023. I mean, somebody is trying to whoop me. All these little kids, they don't know their father's
we
mate.
are just saying the parting word. If you have anything to say before I
Okay.
shut you.
Well, I'm glad that the woman was showing the video of Babati's showing him lambasting Obi on for his unnecessary press conference that he granted yesterday, and the other rest of the crew were also like, "Oh yeah, they need to come and address us." Address who? Who sent them message? So if the man go toilet, he must address the nation. Come and show us his identity and all that. And I said, typical of our sleep TV now. But I'm glad about he sees the light. Uh, he has been there before, so you understand. Some of these things that has been done or said sometimes it doesn't make any sense. But I'm glad about he,
But
sees the light.
about the submission these days, in fact, it's like it gets gratified though.
No, it's not. It's just speaking to reality because, look, this is someone that had worked in the government before.
Yes, I know the
So
workability of the government. He's more matured, he's more experienced, so unlike his colleague.
he knows the in and out of.
Me, I listening to him this yesterday morning. Look at the way
Mm.
he just school Oseni. Oh my God! Just what this Oseni is very very biased. I'm sorry to say.
No, he's naive. It's when you have all this. If I want one thing for Ejalabawaya, well, we need to find him a wife because the guy is above 40 and still not married. Somebody see that's how you know somebody has problem. He has problem. That's what I'm
It's not actually. If you look at the way he looks, I doubt. Ó yẹ kó mọ tí mò ń sọ. Láì pé bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn ò lè ṣe.
kò ní ìkan lábẹ́.
Doctor.
Wọ́n ti gbé gbòòlà ẹ̀ lọ. I would not be surprised. You see, loneliness is a disease. You see, when you have someone like that, who by like what Simba make reference to, he'll be lonely, he'll be shy, he'll be, at the end of the day, he'll be reclusive. So maybe that is the
And
issue.
he doesn't have any other place to channel his energy.
Exactly, it's how I'm calm everybody.
To me, I see a
okay, guys, let's do this way. I will shut the stream down. So
why are you threatening us like Thomas? When did you become Thomas? You shut down.
No, I know. Just because I want to go, I will still go for regular work. So
anyway, Nigeria is still going to be better, and I can assure you that. I think the high time, like Remy said, Nigeria should be paying attention to their state government. State government, ask them questions. They've been paid. They gave them humongous money every month, and they have no excuse in the name of palliative or whatever the government is trying to call it. They should ask their governor question. Ask question. Because they can't tell a lie. Look at what happens in Delta State during the election. The man's used the 30% derivative fund given to all the Niger Delta oil producing state to finance election, and his commissioner for finance or information was
almost
blowing on
1
the TV.
trillion naira. Almost 1 trillion naira. That's the money that we are talking about.
They say thank God for Wike that spoke out. If not, Even the Deltans wouldn't have known. So Nigerians should ask their governor question. Everything is not about federal government. State governments
I think
also.
no. Actually, federal government also need to be transparent. That kind of thing. They're supposed to be telling Nigerians how they are releasing the money to the states.
See, the current president now was that he was able to become president by the support of the governors. So in each state, so Iwambani, there's a limit to what he
But
can.
Obasanjo was doing that same thing. You remember Okujo well at that time.
No,
Every
the
month
state
he released.
governors, the state governor during this time has no power. They didn't have any power. It was when he handed over to the governor that it became so powerful. If not, so we're asking questions.
Okay, you can hold on. I will still create forum for you in the background because I just need to make sure I sleep before before I go for work. Thank you everyone. We appreciate you for your time and for contributing to our learning process today. So I know that we have a long time, those people that have been with us from the beginning of this program. Not today. When I say beginning, I'm not talking of today, I'm talking of years. The likes of Oga, the like of Ayo. Then we have so many people that I cannot mention, but I will never forget AB, Omoni Ikaye, Thomas Adedeji. Then thank you, BQB. They're just, Eyo, Adeyo, Usman, Aguru, Adeshina John. You are the strength of this forum, so we can't thank you enough. So because I know you will always be here just to come and share us up, and so that we can even learn better. And I know that the more we discuss the problem of the country, the more we find solutions. So we really appreciate. So you don't have to stay in the comment section. You can always come into the studio to come and give your opinion too. Like Maddie Peace, maybe one of these days we see you here, speak to us and let us know what you the way you want to solve the problem of Nigeria. So there are so many people we cannot mention. So if I somehow ignore your name today, where I can't ignore, how will I even miss the name like Shioma? It's impossible. So Doopsy baby, you are part of us. There's nothing we can do about that. It's only that you didn't come online today to come and help us give rational mind woto. Then Baker, thank you for your time. So we appreciate everyone, even though if I'm unable to mention your name because the name are just too many, and you are all appreciated. Thank you, everyone. I know the Eagles will land again tomorrow, one man himself, and he come and tell us how we are going to move forward as a people and as a country. Thank you, everyone. See you later. Bye.